Enrique. Enrique held his walking stick just slightly off the ground, careful not to drop the light bomb on anything. The greenhouse was on the other side of the lawns. Revelers swirled around him. Women in velvet bodices with wolf masks. Men in tailored suits with wings affixed to their shoulders. Around him, waiters and waitresses wearing fox and rabbit masks weaved through the crowd, carrying platters of a steaming drink that granted kaleidoscopic visions. As they walked, some of the waiters changed height, abruptly shooting up into the air on the forged stilts concealed in their heels, and pouring bottles of champagne in slender streams into the laughing, open mouths of guests. Platters of food drifted through the crowd without anyone to carry them. On their surfaces, Enrique spied hollowed pomegranates and pale cakes, oysters on the half-shell served on dripping panes of ice. Unlike the Order of Babel auction, hardly anyone here had darker skin or a lilting accent. And yet, he recognized the decoration. Lovely and monstrous things plucked from tales that grew on the other side of the world. There were forged dragons out of myths from the Orient, sirenas with heavy-lidded eyes, boots with backwards feet. And though they were not all his tales, he saw himself in them, pushed to the corners of the dark. He was just like them, as solid as smoke and just as powerless. He didn't even look like himself, or like any man from China that he'd met in the past. He was hiding in a caricature, and it let him pass without comment. Maybe it was an ugly thing to hide behind, but that was why he was here, so that he wouldn't have to hide any longer. The greenhouse loomed ahead. In the dimness, he could make out the strange symbols carved around it, examples of sacred geometry. Even the footpath beneath him was covered in distinct symbols, tessellated stars inside circles, fractals of stars hidden in the trees. The very eaves of House Core's mansions spoke of ancient symbology with their repeated nautilus coils. Enrique was nearly at the greenhouse when he felt someone grab his shoulder. He yelped, almost jumping in the air. He spun around to see Layla hiding behind a tree. "Glad I caught you," she breathed. Layla slipped something in his hand. "I found these in the guards' uniforms, but only for the ones guarding the greenhouse." When Enrique opened his hand, all he saw was a candied violet. "I don't have much of a sweet tooth at the moment, but—" "Turning down food?" Layla went wide-eyed. "You must be nervous." "This isn't candy. It's an antidote." "For what?" "For the venom," she said, frowning. "Didn't Tristan tell you?" Faintly, he heard the snap of something underfoot. Layla turned her head sharply and groaned. "I have to go. I think I'm being followed." Enrique scowled. Layla dealt with this all the time at the Palais, but he thought she'd at least be free of it here for a change. "Idiot drunks. You have a blade?" "Multiple." Layla touched his cheek once, then melted into the night. The air around the greenhouse sweltered. No revelers came this far, which made sense. 50 guards with shining bayonets was not exactly what he would call inviting. The greenhouse itself was a massive, imposing structure. Frosted glass with clear roofs. That earthen, wet smell seeped into the air around it. Along the walls, he saw a familiar pattern, the same one that had been on the gilded mirror of the Palais Garnier. A 6-pointed star, or hexagram, intertwined with crescent moons and pointed thorns, and a great snake biting its own tail. Symbols of all 4 original houses. There was something about that star that jolted him, though. The star was the sign of the fallen house, the house that had dared not to protect the Babel fragment, but use it, all because they thought God wanted them to. The hairs on the back of Enrique's neck prickled. A guard stopped him outside the greenhouse. "And you are?" Enrique considered a retort, then looked at the bayonet and thought better of it. Bullet or no, that was still a sharp and pointy end. "Greetings," he said, roughening his voice. He held out his access card. "I am here to assist Monsieur Tristan Maréchal." "At this hour?" "Does beauty follow the hours of the day?" asked Enrique, lifting his voice. "Do the heavens simply say, 'No, thank you,' because it's a bit after midnight? I think not. My occupation knows no time. I don't even know what time it is, or where I am. Who am I? Who are you?" The guard raised his hands. Yes, very well. I will accept the card. But know that I am under orders only to answer to Monsieur Maréchal, not you. And the matriarch has requested that no one spend longer than 10 minutes in the greenhouse, save for Monsieur Maréchal." Only 10 minutes? Sévérin hadn't seemed to know that. The guard held open the door. Enrique walked inside. Tristan was waiting for him, elbow deep in some hideous bloom. "Corpse flower," said Tristan excitedly. He looked happy enough, but there was that strange blue tinge around his eyes that spoke of sleeplessness. Nightmares, even. Not my favorite term of endearment, I must admit. "No, this is a corpse flower." "Is that why it smells like death?" "Taxonomy is rarely creative with its names," said Tristan, standing. The lights of the greenhouse were far brighter than those in Sévérin's room. For the first time, Enrique noticed how sallow Tristan's skin looked. Usually his round cheeks were bright with color, always propped up in a grin. But though he was cheerful enough when he saw Enrique, he had the look of someone depleted. "Are you well?" Enrique asked. He carefully laid down the walking stick. He wouldn't need it here. Tristan swallowed. "Well enough? Or at least, I will be soon." Soon. When they had found the Horus Eye. When Sévérin was named heir of House Vanth, and the world itself might be within reach. Enrique squeezed his shoulder. "Just one day more." Tristan nodded. "What is this place?" asked Enrique, taking off his jacket. "A poison garden. I made it myself. No spiders allowed, though. Stupid housecore rules. Goliath would hate it." Enrique paused, halfway through unstrapping the prosthetic hump. He glanced at his jacket on the floor, where the candied violet lay in his breast pocket. An antidote for poison. It hadn't surprised him that Layla had known. But why hadn't Tristan? He would have planned for it. Around him, the greenhouse looked far too peaceful to be poisonous, but he recognized venom all around him. Wolfsbane and oleander hung from the glass and steel ceiling. Widow's ivy and black laurel grew in abundance. Larkspur, the color of a late evening sky, flourished in the corners, and deadly Pied Piper flutes, so pale they looked like orphaned clouds, spiraled toward the sky as if they were trying to find the way back home. Enrique positioned his feet more narrowly in the path. Poisonous flowers and piranha solution was a terrible idea to mix together. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Enrique shuddered. "So beautiful, I'm driven by envy to destroy it immediately." Tristan smacked his arm. Using the key hidden in the heel of his shoe, Enrique unclasped the metal hump. He tossed Tristan a pair of small pliers that Zofia had packed, and a pair of needles. They set to work unlocking the base, peeling back the metal shelling and protective layers, until the box holding the piranha solution broke free. Enrique and Tristan took out their foldable gas masks at the same time. Tristan poured some water in the lenses, and Enrique checked for any cracks. None. A single crack, and he'd lose an eye and get poisoned. Or worse. Enrique held a small hammer in his hand, fingers trembling. If they did this wrong, he'd probably burn off his hands. Then again, he might not even notice, because his vision would be the first thing to disappear. Tristan glanced at the door. 1 chip. 2. The casing broke. Enrique tossed it high in the air. He and Tristan had about 4 minutes before they were in any trouble. "Let's go," he started. But right then he heard Tristan start gasping. Tristan grabbed his fingers, nearly crushing them in his grip. His face went from pale to tinged with blue. A knock sounded at the door. "What's going on in there?" demanded one of the guards. "Nothing," shouted Enrique. "We are only allowed to accept orders from Monsieur Maréchal. Sir, is everything all right?" Tristan tugged at his goggles, then brushed something off his jacket. Petals. Frantically, he pointed at the poisonous Pied Piper flutes. Enrique had once read that the moment one touched the petals, they released oils that could seep into one's skin. Tristan must have accidentally brushed against the flower. "Monsieur," demanded the guard, "do we need to come in? We will take your silence in the affirmative if so." Tristan's face turned blue. "He cannot speak because he got too close to a poisonous plant," shouted Enrique, thinking fast. "If he speaks, he will inhale a toxic fume and die." Outside, the guards began to shuffle back and forth, arguing with one another. Enrique reached out, shaking Tristan. "Just croak out a word." Tristan's eyes turned watery, limpid, drooping. And then he slumped over. "No, muttered Enrique, throwing the tools into the metal hump and fixing it sloppily to his shoulders. "We're coming in!" shouted the guard. The doors cracked open a sliver. For a moment, Enrique wondered whether he should just smash the rest of the piranha casing, but he couldn't do that without risking severe burns. Several guards peered through, rifles at the ready. One of the guards in the back whispered, "Wasn't the sump on the other side?" But the second one shoved him to the ground. "Monsieur Maréchal! He's been injured!" The other guards were clamoring to get inside. Shouts crowded the air. "What's that?" asked the first guard, staring at the piranha solution falling slowly from the ceiling. A heavy mist began to descend on the plants. Plumes of sulfur unraveled into the air. "I told you that if you let him speak, he would inhale too much toxic fumes. Now look at him. You should leave before you risk serious injury." "Wait a minute. That solution is eating into the ground." "Is it? That's curious. I can't remember it doing that." The first guard narrowed his eyes. "What happened to your accent?" "Accent?" repeated Enrique, trying to slip back into his disguise. The first guard stepped forward. "Your mustache is coming off." "Toxic fumes. You know, mustaches are always the first to go." The first guard cocked his rifle. "No, don't do that. Totally unnecessary. There's just something wrong, perhaps, with your eyes." Enrique lunged for his walking stick. He couldn't have the deaths or disintegration of these guards on his conscience. "There's nothing wrong with our sight, old man." "Are you sure?" asked Enrique. He lifted the walking stick high above his head, then slammed it down, flinging his arm across his eyes. A white light burst from the wood, followed by an ear-shattering sound. Afterward, he saw 2 guards lying face down and unconscious. Enrique stepped over them gingerly, leaned down and whispered, "How are your eyes now?" But the loud shouts outside the door snapped his victory in half. The piranha solution spread quickly over the terrarium floor, stopping just short of the guards. A blue sheen crept over Tristan's skin. Enrique patted down his jacket, his fingers shaking until he found what he was looking for. The candied violet. Enrique shoved the candy into Tristan's mouth, pinching his nose and forcing him to swallow. He had 2 unconscious guards, a thoroughly ruined mustache, and outside, the door shook from the sounds of the security team. Hope was a thin thread inside him, but Enrique reached for it anyway. It was all he had left.
16. Layla. Layla fumbled in the dark, her breath shallow and quick. "If you panic, you'll lose even more." The taste of metal filled her mouth. She winced. The sharp lockpick had scraped the inside of her cheek. She spat it into her hand, then started feeling around for the hinges. In a way, this was her fault. 3 weeks ago, she'd ruined a cake. Séverin, perhaps trying to console her, or more likely get her out of his study, had said, "It's just cake. It's not like there's anything valuable inside it." "Oh, really?" she had demanded. She'd baked his favorite snake seal into a fruit tart and left it on his desk with a note, "You're wrong." So who was she to blame when Séverin had slid the note she'd written across her kitchen counter, told her about his plan, and grinningly said, "Prove it." And here she was, trapped in a cake. Sneaking herself into the base had been easy once the whole thing had been assembled. The final task, locking it shut, required Zofia. Her fingers fumbled until they finally found the clasp. Sweat slicked her palms. The metal needles were wet with spit and kept sliding from her hands. All she could hear was her heartbeat. And then the pick notched into something. She stilled, listening. Listening for the slight gasp of metal, the muffled snick of things aligning. Pop. The hinges came undone, clanging to the bottom of the base. Layla grinned. And then she pushed. But the compartment wouldn't budge. She pushed harder, but there was something blocking her. Wedging the small metal piece between the edges, Layla pried. A gap opened, just enough for her to glimpse what was blocking her exit. The servant who had wheeled her in must have placed the base of the cake against the bookshelf. She was trapped. Outside, the clock chimed 8 in the evening. The sound of the notched dancers' anklet bells chimed through the halls. Her heart lurched as she heard the familiar straining of a sitar in the distance, the musicians tuning their instruments for the dancers. Any second now, and Séverin would be standing outside, waiting to help the lost dancer while she slipped him the key. But there was no way she could get out in time. Layla threw her weight against the metal board, but nothing gave way. Another bell chimed, shoes shuffling outside the door. If Séverin had been waiting for her to slip him the key, he'd left by now. Folded onto her side in the dark, Layla reached down to remove her slippers. The right slid off, then the left. She shoved one slipper into the other, twisting them through the gap in the cake base. Her arms shook as she pushed all her weight into those interlocked shoes braced against the bookcase. At first, nothing happened. The cart didn't budge. And then an inch gave way. More light slid through the base. Layla pushed again, scraping open her elbow. The wheels of the cart squeaked, rolling backward and giving just enough room for Layla to slide out one leg, then the next, before she finally uncrumpled onto the carpet. She let out a breath. Layla checked the hollow base once more for any strands of her hair or scraps of cloth, before making quick work of the locks. On the other side of the door, the sounds of the party reached her. She cast her gaze to the chaise cushion in the corner of the room where Hypnos had hidden her costume. Layla pushed any tendrils of fear out of her thoughts. She would figure out how to get House Core's vault key to Séverin later. First, she needed the key itself. The matriarch's office looked like a sprawling, elaborate honeycomb. Hundreds of interlocking golden hexagons formed the walls, filled with books or plants or etchings of her late husband. The ceiling was a ribbon of gold shot through with crimson, a portrait of still flames. Far from the windows stood a nephrite desk, like Séverin's. The bookcase behind it stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with as many strange objects as actual books. hollow skulls full of dried flowers, animal prints trapped in slick amber, jars upon jars of preserved things. If she wanted to, Layla could trail her fingers across the desk's surface, reading for the image of a key that might have touched it, but instinct stopped her. On the floor, Layla found a small paper clip and tossed it onto the jade surface. The desk glowed red in warning. Her mouth tightened. Like Séverin's, the desk was forged. She turned to the honeycomb walls and threw another metal clip. The bookcase did not change color. Not forged, but that didn't help her get the key from the desk. If it was forged to remember her touch, or hold her hand hostage, she needed something to counteract it. Like a forged creature, Séverin's desk had a somno that turned off the warning mechanism. It was just a matter of finding out how to trigger it. Sometimes people hid a plaster mold of their hands. Séverin hid one behind his bookcase. Or there might be a piece of wax with a thumbprint concealed by a window. Chances were the matriarch had something like that too. All she had to do was find it. Hauling out the leather armchair, Layla balanced on the seat, letting her fingers trail down the wall of the bookcase. Energy flowed out of her veins. A headache crimped the edges of her vision. As Layla searched the bookcase, her mind picked up images of contracts, receipts, love letters. And then she caught it, a thumbprint encased in amber. It was hidden in the pages of a book of love poems. She searched for the spine on the shelves, opened the book, and found it. A large amber coin. Layla muttered a quick prayer, then tossed it onto the desk. The red glow faded. Grinning, Layla jumped down from the armchair. The noises outside the office grew louder, more urgent. There was no use trailing her fingers down the desk, trying to figure out where it kept the key. Forged things never answered to her readings. Layla reached for drawers and cabinets, rifling through papers as fast as she could. Hundreds of keys filled the drawer inside the left cabinet. Layla plunged her hand through the metals, casting out her senses. The keys weren't forged, so the images flowed through her. Empty bedrooms, halls of Senate, Order of Babel auctions. And then, a dark vault, a ceiling full of painted stars, statue busts, and hundreds upon hundreds of rows filled with strange objects. Her eyes flew open. The key to the subterranean library beneath the greenhouse. Layla pulled the key and ran to the chaise longue near the door. She lifted the cushion and found the notch costume beneath wrapped in cloth. Quickly, Layla undid the wrappings. But she hadn't anticipated what she would feel the moment she saw the outfits of her youth. The way her soul staggered, folding in on itself at the memories. The raw silk blouse the color of parrot plumage and edged in red. The heavy gungru bells and jimmicky earrings that looked so like her mother's. Layla raised the costume to her nose, inhaling deeply. It even smelled of India, that mix of camphor, dye, and sandalwood incense. Looking at the outfit, a cold fury spread through her. She heard her mother's voice curling through her thoughts. "You want to feel real, my daughter? Then dance. Dance and you will know your truth." Layla had thrown her soul into dance, giving her body to the rhythmic invocations, the sharp movements that stamped out whole stories with nothing but her limbs. It could be sensuous, but it was always sacred. It was, her mother used to say, proof that she had a soul, that she was real. But to the people in the audience, it was entertainment designed to be something else. What had Hypnos called it? Titillating. Layla changed her outfit, undoing her braided crown of hair so that it fell thickly down her back. She shoved her house Nick's maid costume into the cushions, hid the amber thumbprint coin back in the book of love poems, and secured the key in her blouse. The third bell struck. At the far end of the room, no light appeared at the crack of the door. If Séverin had been waiting for her, he wasn't anymore. The notch dancers had probably lined up at the stage. She would only draw attention to herself if she ran out now. Layla pulled the silk scarf over her head and slipped outside into the empty hall. By now, the rest of the guests were already seated inside the vast amphitheater. All she had to do was get to the theater. The guard yawned when he saw her. "You're late," he said, bored. "The rest of your party is already assembling." "I was asked to perform a solo piece," she said, crossing her arms. The man groaned, flipping through the pages of the schedule. "If you can go on now, then—" "Lead the way." She scanned the crowd. Somewhere, Séverin was there. The guard directed her to the musicians to choose a song. Layla recognized their instruments, and an ache dug into her ribs. The double-sided drum, the flute and vina and bright cymbals. "Which piece shall we play?" asked the vina musician. She peered through the curtain at the crowd. Men in suits, women in dresses, glasses in their hand. No sense of the story she would have tried to tell with her body. No language with which to decipher the devotion of her dance. She would not perform her faith to them. "Jatis waram," she said, "but increase the tempo." One of the musicians raised an eyebrow. "It's already fast." She narrowed her eyes. "You think I don't know that?" Jatis waram was the most technical piece, the distillation of music and movement. A piece where she could still perform and set her heart aside. A few minutes later, an announcer cleared his throat. The stage fell dark. "Presenting a Nautch dancer." Layla tuned out the presenter. She was not a Nautch dancer. She was a Bharatanatyam performer. As she walked, two parts of herself merged together. She had done this walk, worn these clothes. The man who had brought her to France as a performer had thrown away the original costume sewn by her mother. Layla was supposed to wear a customized salwar kameez, not this ridiculous thing that left her midriff and chest on display. Her hair was supposed to be strung with flowers, with a preserved jasmine from her mother's first performance, not unbound and brushing her waist. She looked at her hands, her chest pinching. Her hands felt naked without henna. A low murmur of approval chased through the crowd when she walked on the stage. When she performed at the Palais, her favorite moment was stepping onto the stage before the lights rose, the adrenaline fizzing in her veins, the darkness of the theater that made her feel as if she'd only just burst into existence. But here, she felt like something held beneath glass, trapped. Between her breasts, the key to the library felt like a chip of ice. She scanned the crowd. Before each seat was a basket of rose petals to be thrown upon the performer at the conclusion of their entertainment. The music keyed up. Even before the light fell on her, she felt Séverin before she saw him. A space of cold in a warm room. The lights cast his eyes into shadow. All she could see were his long legs stretched in front of him, his chin on his palm like a bored emperor. She knew that pose. Memory stole her breath. She thought back to that evening, on her birthday, when she'd felt buzzed with a daring she almost never indulged. She'd cornered him in his study, more intoxicated by the way he'd looked at her than she had been from any champagne. Séverin hadn't gotten her a birthday present, and so she demanded a kiss that turned into something more. Layla could feel the moment he became aware of her on the stage, the sudden stiffness of his body. He'd never seen her dance before, and instantly something changed within her. It was how she felt before she always performed, as if her blood now glittered. She needed him to look closely. If he didn't, he wouldn't get the key on time. But she wanted him to look closely, too. Perhaps it was just her fate to be haunted by a night never acknowledged. But that didn't mean she had to suffer alone. Maybe it was cruel of her, but her mother's voice rang in her ears anyway. "Don't capture their hearts. Steal their imagination. It's far more useful." And so she did. She sank into the beginning pose, hip jutted, chin tilted to expose the long line of her throat. The music started. She tapped her heels against the floor. The movement so precise it was as if she'd sewn her shadow to the beat. Ta-tai-tum-ta. Séverin might have looked like liquid elegance as he lounged in the crowd, but she knew him. Every muscle was strung taut, rigid. Beneath that posture was something prowling and hungry. She couldn't see his eyes, but she could feel them tracking her. His mouth had gone from a controlled smile to a slack line. Layla felt a burst of satisfaction. "I won't be hunted alone." She dragged her hand across her chest. Séverin shifted in his seat. Layla hooked her pinky into the gap of the key. She stamped her foot, glancing at the door as she concealed the key in a row of bangles. As she sank lower, she smiled to herself. There was another power in her, a power that sat low and thick in her blood and consciousness, a way to move through a world that tried to keep her to the sidelines. Steal their imagination. She hovered on her heels, knees bent in nritya, while the pleated emerald of her skirt fanned out. The music grew faster. The rhythm turned urgent. She flicked her gaze toward the concealed glass key in her hand. Séverin's head moved, just barely, but she knew he understood. He reached into the basket. Around him, the others did the same. The music turned faster, building into a climax. Finally, Layla looked directly at him and nearly fumbled. Séverin looked undone. His gaze lit up her skin. She forced herself into the movement, flicking up her fingers, a signal. Séverin tossed the blossoms into the air. The other guests, seeing him do so, followed his movements. A shower of petals rained down, catching in her lashes like snow, brushing silkily against her lips. Layla extended her arm in a flourishing final arc of movement, tossing the key. It sailed through the air. Séverin caught it between his palms. A clap. Layla could picture his eyes perfectly, even though she couldn't see them. His dusk-colored gaze darkening, fixed on her. Layla knew she should look at the other audience members, but she couldn't look anywhere but at him, and she didn't want him looking at anyone but her. As the room burst into applause, the man sitting behind Séverin caught her gaze. He wore a mustard-colored suit, his body entirely too still. Layla shuddered as she walked off the stage. He'd hunched over Séverin like a wraith, or a beast on the verge of attack. 17. Zofia. Zofia checked the clock. Séverin was late. Already there was less than an hour before she had to get ready for the ball, and if she didn't have a cast molding of the key, there was no point. It was too bad the matriarch didn't use a handprint to open her vaults. She could have used her refined Streak of Sia formula. Then again, she didn't have any of the critical ingredients. They were all back in her laboratory at l'Eden. Zofia forced herself to sit in one of the corners of the room. It wouldn't help to pace. Half of any acquisition was just the long, long stretches of waiting. But all that waiting only brought them closer to their goal. One more day. One more day, and then all of this would be behind them. By midnight, they would be in the vault. With the location of the Horus Eye secured, it was just a matter of taking the object off a shelf. It was a small thing, but with large consequences. Once the eye was acquired, everything could change. She could pay off her debts, and her sister could finally start medical school. When Séverin became a patriarch, he'd have the strings of the world in his hand, and he might even be able to reverse her expulsion from university. When her parents were still alive, they said that fear grew in places unlit by knowledge. Perhaps if she had more knowledge, then she would not know fear. She could become a scientist or a professor, someone who spent her life rooting out the dark unknown with the light of knowledge. She could be like her parents, like her sister. She could walk down a street or through a crowd. She wouldn't know that tight, breath-pulling sensation of drowning, all because someone had asked about her day and she didn't know how to answer. Knowledge would make her brave. And more than anything, Zofia wanted to be brave. But she was learning how to fit, or at least imitate it. On the other side of the room, her wardrobe faced her. A sable gown hung off the frame, her outfit for the evening's ball. It had taken hours to figure out how to make herself ready without Layla, but she'd finally managed. Just then, Séverin walked inside and quickly shut the door behind him. Zofia stood. "You're late." Séverin did not look like himself. He looked out of breath, wild-eyed, frustrated. Layla was supposed to give him the key. Had something gone wrong? Panic struck Zofia. "Is Layla harmed?" At her name, spots of color appeared on Séverin's face. "Your face is red." Séverin cleared his throat. "I was walking fast. And no, Layla looks fine. I mean, she is fine. Never mind. I'm fine. Everything is... Fine?" "Yes," said Séverin. He handed her the key. "She had to use a different method of delivery to get the key to me." That was an easy explanation, though it did not explain why Séverin looked so strange. Zofia took the key and went straight to the fireplace where a chunk of zinc had been melted. From her wardrobe, she pulled out a cast molding from the bottom cabinet of her drawer, prepping the molding. Séverin leaned against the wall, dragging his hand down his face. "The piranha solution worked." Zofia was not surprised the solution worked. She had made it, after all, and she was nothing if not exact. Séverin continued. "As far as I can tell, the greenhouse has been marked off limits. Officially, the story is spreading that one of the guards broke the windows, and the mixture of forged smoke with the venomous plants led to the fumes." By now, Tristan and Enrique should be hiding in the expansive gardens. By the 9th hour, their invitations would expire, and they would exit the premises in full view of the House Corps security team, who would officially take them off the guest list. Then, Séverin's hired transport would drop them off at one of the unsecured entrances on House Corps' property, and they would meet at the greenhouse. Zofia pressed the key into the wax. "As you planned." Séverin reached for the door handle, then paused. He looked as if he wanted to ask her something, then thought better of it. "Top of the hour. Then it all starts." Zofia changed into her evening gown. In her velvet wristlet lay a box of matches and 2 keys, one real and one copy marked by a slight dent. A mask made of frost-colored swan feathers concealed the top half of her face, disappearing into her hair. A gauzy net of fragile, silver thread spangled her dress. All she had to do was tear the cloth, and she had a purifying air filter for herself and Layla to walk through the greenhouse fumes unharmed. Downstairs, the hall had transformed. Mirrors lined the walls, turning the room into endless space. Down the hall stalked a translucent griffin, its beaked head brushing the ceiling. Ladies and gentlemen tittered and laughed when one of the illusion creature's heads snapped at them. In a corner of the room, a glorious cake that could only have been made by Layla glistened, showing 8 planets that tilted and swayed gently. Zofia concentrated on the floor. A glint of a silver spiral caught her eye. She paused, mentally tracing the line. She recognized that pattern of spirals. She hadn't noticed it until now, though. The black marble of the floor had concealed it until the chandelier light snagged on the floor's silver veins. The pattern was almost Nautilus-like, precise, mathematical. It reminded her of the golden spiral, a logarithmic spiral based on the golden ratio. 2 quantities were said to be in the golden ratio if their ratio was equal to the ratio of their sum to the larger of the 2 quantities. Her father had explained it to her in terms of a golden rectangle. A plus B divided by A equals A divided by B equals phi. The numerical representation was called phi, approximately 1.618. Her father had showed her how one could find evidence of the golden ratio all throughout nature, in the spiral of a nautilus shell or the round hearts of sunflowers and pine cones, but she had never seen it in someone's home. Zofia blinked, scanning the room as if she'd never seen it until now. Everywhere she looked, she saw examples of the golden ratio. In the entrances, the shape of windows, the equation was all over. Numbers were never accidental. There was intention here. But to what purpose, Zofia could not fathom. She moved closer to one of the arches, but a man in a mustard-colored suit blocked her. I envy the man who would be the recipient of such an intense gaze. I simply had to know what it might feel like, and so I came to introduce myself. Zofia quickly ran through what she'd observed other women do. When a man they had not been introduced to spoke to them, they offered their hand. So Zofia did. The man took her hand, lifting it to his lips. I don't know you. He laughed. He wore a mask of small dragonfly wings. Zofia had never seen a man so pale in her life. A sickly sheen covered his skin. Roshani, he said, releasing her hand. May I have the first dance? She'd hardly noticed the couples swirling around her. Once she'd fixated on the equation of the floor, nothing else seemed to matter. Please, said the man, though his voice did not sound coaxing. I insist. Zofia wanted to say no, but she did not know how fine ladies did such a thing. They would laugh or simper, say something behind a fan. Until now, most of the guests had let her be, knowing she only kept company with Monsieur Fauché, the high-ranking government official. Séverin had been her shelter. If she said no, they would notice she was acting strangely. Zofia felt a flash of panic, as if someone had just locked her into a room. Would the rest of the crowd notice? Would they circle them? Demand to know what was so wrong with her that she couldn't stomach a single dance? So many people are watching, Baroness, said the man. A slight sneer curled his pale mouth. You would not want to embarrass me, would you? Zofia quickly shook her head no, and Rouge Joubert pulled her into the dance. The man's hands were somehow freezing and damp with sweat. She tried to pull back, but the man, for all that he looked weak and ill, held tight. Where is it that you're from in Russia, Baroness? Poltava. Stunning place, I am sure. Rouge Joubert spun her, and she took the moment to look around the room, hunting for any sign of Hypnos. He should have found her by now. The music picked up, a frantic cadence building in her ears, joining with the erratic pulse of her blood. The floor beneath Zofia felt like cut ice. She couldn't dance well even when she wasn't stressed, and her movement felt less like gliding and more like struggling for purchase. He spun her again, his hand tight on hers, until a warm voice cut through the orchestra's straining. Baroness! Hypnos. He stood behind Rouge Joubert, one brown hand on the man's mustard-colored suit. May I? Rouge Joubert's mouth pressed into a tight line. Of course, he said, kissing Zofia's hand once more. She shuddered against the icy touch. I do hope to see you again, Baroness. Hypnos swept her up in the dance. His body was warm and his brown hands dry and hot beneath hers. You look like a marvel, ma chère, he said. Other couples moved around them in dizzying spirals. Hypnos maneuvered them to the center of the room, far from the watchful gaze of the matriarch. Zofia moved closer, angling her reticule so he could slip out the original key. She felt his fingers against her wrist. Then, just as quickly, they were gone. Hypnos smiled, then whispered in her ear, I do mean it. You are stunning, though I did not quite like the look of your friend. He's not my friend. Am I your friend? Zofia was not sure what to say to that. Hypnos had threatened to imprison them, which did not seem like a thing a friend should do. But he was other things, too. Funny. He treated her no differently than anyone else. Zofia looked at his face. She knew that pattern of features. Widened eyes, arched eyebrow, forced grin, hopefulness, vulnerability, even. What would friendship entail? Well, on Wednesdays we sacrifice a cat to Satan. Zofia nearly tripped. I'm teasing, Zofia. Her cheeks turned hot. I don't particularly like jokes. Hypnos gave her a spin. Well, in the future I'll be more aware of that. Friends? The dance drew to an end. Near the entrance of the staircases, the clocks chimed the 11th hour. Zofia weighed his words before dipping her chin. Friends. At the conclusion of the dance, bits of the crowd broke off. Many of the invitations to House Core expired an hour after midnight, and some who wished to leave early began to make their way to the entrance. Zofia stood in the greeting line, scanning the crowd as she waited to say her goodbyes. Somewhere in the crowd, Séverin was plotting the route to the library. Hypnos was sneaking the key back into the office. Tristan, Enrique, and Layla would be waiting for her in the greenhouse. But her mind kept returning to the man who had asked her to dance, Rue Joubert. His touch reminded her of something. But what? "Did you enjoy your time with us, Baroness?" The matriarch stood in front of her, a slightly concerned expression on her face. Zofia startled, fumbling for the right words. She had practiced this exchange, but the floors and the man had thrown her off. "Yes," she said stiltedly, and I like your floor." The matriarch blinked. "What?" Oh no. Zofia felt that familiar tightness again, that sensation of reaching for a step on a staircase that wasn't there. She'd said the wrong thing. She wanted to take it back, but then she remembered Layla's advice, to perform, to own whatever illusion one cast of themselves. So she straightened her back. As elegantly as she could, she gestured to the floor. "The logarithmic spiral based on the golden ratio," she said. "One of nature's favorite equations." "Ah!" The matriarch clapped her hands. "You have a fine eye, Baroness. My late husband imbued everything in our home with meaning, though it is a shame I could not keep the grounds beyond the greenhouse open. That is truly a sight." Zofia felt the barest stab of guilt. It was her fault, after all, that the greenhouse couldn't be accessed. "A shame," Zofia agreed. "More so for my landscape artist and his colleagues, though," whispered the matriarch. "Pity what happened to them." The ebony doors opened. Damp fog rolled in through the entrance, sitting low on the hematite river. Zofia knew she was supposed to move, but she couldn't. One of the matriarch's servants leaned in to whisper something in her ear. Zofia felt all the air stolen from her lungs. She gulped down a breath, the stays of her corset straining. What? The next person in the greeting line tapped their foot. The din of the music played louder. A servant appeared at her elbow. "What did you say about the landscape artist and his colleague?" Applause thundered through the hall, drowning out her words. Fire-breathing acrobats had just appeared, leaping down from the ceiling like bolts of lightning. Sulfur stung the air. "I do hope to see you at the Winter Conclave in Russia," called the matriarch over the din. The person behind Zofia kicked at her ankles, and she tripped forward just as the servant took her, rather forcefully, by the elbow. A gift favor was placed in her hand. The matriarch turned to the next person in line. It happened so fast. The doors opening, then closing, the boat rising up to meet her and gliding over the silent, forged water. There was no one else in the boat with her. Pity what happened to them. She felt as though someone had grabbed her thoughts in a fist and squeezed. What happened to Enrique and Tristan? From the dock, Zofia walked past the Verret stone structure and handed in her invitation. The guards bid her a good evening. She waited for a moment before Séverin's marked transport drove up to where she stood. "Straight for 2 kilometers, stop at the second row of sycamores," she said to the driver. Whatever had happened to Enrique and Tristan, she would find out soon enough. Night blurred outside the carriage window as the driver took strange twists and turns about the property, driving them through secure roads with no other transports in sight. Zofia thought about the matriarch's last words and about the others until the carriage slowed to a stop. "Clear on all sides," said the driver. "Go now." Zofia stepped out of the carriage. According to the stolen House Core blueprints, there was an old Tezcat door situated between 2 unmarked trees that would grant her access directly to the estate gardens. As with any Tezcat door, Zofia assumed she'd be looking for an object that looked like a mirror. But when she walked to the trees, there was nothing there. Just 2 sycamores side by side, and all around, the ever-hungry dark. Zofia turned around. The road stretched out on either side. Beyond it loomed a shadowed meadow. She was entirely alone with no path in sight. Maybe it was too dark, she thought. Zofia reached for a particular pendant on her necklace. Phosphorus was one of the only materials that could reveal a Tezcat. She snapped the phosphorus pendant between her fingers, and it emitted a pale blue light. Zofia looked up, blinded by the sudden radiance. A shadowy figure was standing inches from her. A scream caught in her throat. She stumbled backward, reaching for the pendants at her necklace, when she noticed the shadowy figure before her did the same. Zofia went still. Slowly her eyes adjusted. The light in her hand was not alone. It was twinned by the light in front of her, held in the hands of the shadowy figure. Zofia was looking at her reflection. She was looking at herself. Fascinating, thought Zofia. The technology of how to make a Tezcat door that did not look like a mirror had been lost when the fallen house had, well, fallen. But now she was looking at proof of what they had been capable of making. Not just pieces which could camouflage doors, but actual portals that pinched together the distance between one place and another. Zofia reached forward, her fingertips trembling. At her touch, the Tezcat door yielded, bending and absorbing her hand. On the other side, she could feel the same air, the brush of ivy on her skin. Zofia dropped the phosphorus pendant on the ground, crushing it beneath her heel. On the other side, Zofia found herself in the gardens. Without any guests, the gardens looked eerie. The music of the instruments sounded haunted and lopsided. Broken glasses littered the ground. Gold peeled off the tree bark. Just beyond the trees, Zofia could make out the abandoned greenhouse. A noxious smell rose over the place, and her heart shuddered. Zofia double-checked for any guards, but Séverin's predictions held true. They'd been stationed to the garden perimeters in the event of inhaling any toxic fumes. And then, a hand on her shoulder, Zofia jumped. "Shh, it's just me. Layla." Zofia turned to face her and then frowned. "What happened to your costume?" She was wearing half a blouse and a skirt that sat too low on her hips. It looked far more comfortable than what the other women were wearing. Layla laughed. "This is my costume." "Oh." But then the corners of Layla's lips turned downward. "I heard something when I was hiding. I think Enrique and Tristan might have gotten hurt." Layla's lower lip trembled. She started walking toward the greenhouse, and Zofia followed. "Everyone in the servants' hall was talking about what happened at the gardens. There were 2 men covered in bandages, and one of them was wearing Enrique's costume." Zofia's breath knotted inside her, but there was nothing she could do or say. Either they were inside the greenhouse and safe, or not. She tore the outer sheath of her dress, then ripped it in half. One for Layla, one for her. They wrapped it like a veil around their heads as they got closer to the greenhouse. Even with the veil, the fumes still stung her eyes. The doors were open. Layla looked at her, hope written all over her face. But Zofia was not certain. An open door didn't mean Enrique and Tristan had done that to welcome them. The matriarch might have ordered the doors opened to allow the greenhouse fumes to dissipate. Zofia clenched her hands. Focus. She started counting what she saw around her. 2 doors, 14 bars of iron, 1 moon, 7 linden trees, 4 gargoyles hanging off the greenhouse roof, their cheeks pulled in menacing smiles. 6 statues beneath 6 darkening oaks, stone eyes unblinking. 3 steps until the door, then 2. Layla went in first, knife out. Inside, the windows were silhouetted with light. Everything here was burnt down to the ground. They shuffled slowly over the floor of the greenhouse, watching for some slip or dent, some indication of a door, when someone coughed in the shadows. Layla darted forward, throwing someone from the shadows onto the floor of the greenhouse. It was a police officer with a scarf tied around his head. Layla snarled, raising her knife. "You," she said. You must have been one of the men that hurt them. I'm not sorry for what I'll do next. The police officer waved his arms, his speech panicked and muffled. Zofia felt the thrum of vengeance, the ache of it raw in her heart. They'd hurt Tristan and Enrique, her friends. Then the guard tore open a small gap on his towel. Wait, don't kill me. The man braced his elbows on his knees, his face red. He looked up at them, a faint grin on his face. Enrique. Though I'm delighted you'd avenge me, there's really no need.
18. Enrique. Enrique whistled, and Tristan stepped out of the shadows. Tristan looked at Zofia, who was dressed up in silk and velvet, then Layla, who was dressed in less. Tristan blushed furiously, and Enrique threw the towel at his face. You're such an infant! Tristan scowled, but the expression faded, replaced once more with that pinched look of terror. He'd looked like that ever since the violet candy had released him from the grips of poison. Not that Enrique blamed him. Any brush with death would have left him shaking. Tristan was never at ease outside of Leyden, and this acquisition in particular had him spooked. While they'd been waiting to return to the greenhouse, Tristan had fidgeted non-stop, nearly destroying an entire rosebush because he kept tearing out the petals. I thought you were dead, said Layla, running to them and crushing them in a hug. Zofia did not move, but she tugged at the edges of her dress. Enrique saw her glance at him, then back down at the ground, her eyes shining. She didn't have to run to them. He knew. That violet candy saved us, said Enrique. Tristan got poisoned somehow. I think the mask was faulty and let in some of the fumes. Zofia looked up. It wasn't. I know they're your inventions, but there could always be a mistake, he said. I hate to be the one to inform you of this, Zofia, but you are human. Then why do you call me Phoenix? Enrique couldn't argue with that. Beside him, Tristan's shoulders slumped. So what happened? Asked Layla. I think the guards must have gotten a whiff of the fumes, and so they bolted to raise the alarm, said Enrique. 2 guards ended up unconscious and blistered, so we switched out our clothes and have been hiding until an hour ago. Layla touched his face. I'm glad you're both safe. Now let's get to the vault. It's nearly midnight. Did you find the door? Yes, said Enrique. Except we couldn't come in until the fumes had gone down enough that we could walk inside with only the towels. I wasn't going to take a chance with the masks after Tristan got hurt. Tristan swept aside the plant detritus, revealing a flat metal door. Everyone ready? Asked Enrique. Minus Tristan, of course. Tristan was usually fine with playing lookout when it came to acquisitions, but as he opened the flat door, his hands trembled. Be careful, said Tristan. Just think about what we'll do when we finish, said Layla lightly. Hot cocoa? Ooh, and cake, added Enrique. Even Zofia smiled. Can Goliath join too? Asked Tristan. The 3 of them groaned. As the door opened, a lightless staircase spiraled out below, yawning into the darkness. Honestly, muttered Enrique as he hoisted himself down. Why can't Goliath be on a leash? He's nearly the size of a cat. I can hear you, scolded Tristan. Good. Start thinking about tarantula leashes. The staircase twisted off to the side and seemed to stretch out for nearly a kilometer. After a while, Enrique looked up to see how far they'd gone, and whether they could still see Tristan. It was too dark. And it didn't help that the staircase was wet. As he walked, his shoes slipped out from underneath him. Layla shivered. It's freezing here. Enrique agreed through chattering teeth. They were approaching the bottom of the staircase. Enrique had expected the staircase to lead down to the Grand Library, but this place looked more like a gigantic atrium. Wet cave walls glistened in a rough oval shape. Roots dangled above them. When he breathed, a slick mineral scent coated his throat. At the center of the atrium, a round pedestal protruded like a boulder. 3 metal sticks poked out of it. They reminded him of levers, though he couldn't imagine why they would be there. He couldn't even tell if that's what they were. There was no light, save for the small flare Zofia held out, which barely cast more than a puddle of light around them.
"Where's the library?"
asked Layla. Zofia waved the flare. It spread across the cave walls, then disappeared.
"A tunnel,"
breathed Enrique.
"Maybe it's down there?"
He was still looking down the tunnel when he took his foot off the staircase and touched the ground. Hardly a second had passed before he felt it. A tremor in the earth. Enrique took a step back, until both feet were firmly planted on the last step.
"Do you feel that?"
he asked, his voice suddenly high.
"Do you see that?"
retorted Zofia. She pointed up ahead. In the tunnel, a torch flared. The light of its fire caught on the outlines of an amber door.
"That must be the entrance to the library,"
breathed Layla. A huge grin broke out on her face, and she leapt down the last 2 steps.
"Wait, Layla!"
There was something strange about the floor, as if it had read their presence. But he couldn't stop Layla in time. She landed with both feet on the ground. That same tremor returned, shaking the stairs this time. Enrique tripped, his arms flailing as he landed on the hard earth. Zofia fell beside him, her flare rolling across the ground. Light, far too grand to belong to Zofia's pendant flare, streamed across the floor. Slowly, Enrique lifted his gaze. The tunnel was gradually brightening. Where there had been 1 torch, now there were hundreds. And they weren't alone. That tremor belonged to something. A great stone ball rolling through the tunnel. With each rotation, it caught fire from the torches, blazing hot and illuminating the stone atrium. Enrique scanned the rest of the atrium. A grooved spiral path wrapped around the room, winding to the center. Enrique pushed himself off the ground.
"On second thought, I'm completely fine with the dark and cold."
Layla grabbed his and Zofia's wrists, tugging them to the other side of the atrium.
"If we just move out of its trajectory, then it can crash into the wall, and we run to the tunnel and get to the door," she said. "It's not as if the floor is going to—"
The floor snapped. Enrique's shoes snagged on a crack in the ground that had not been there a moment ago. The crack spidered across the stone floor, as if it were nothing more than a pane of ice. Enrique fell hard. He scuttled backward, only for his hand to slip. Inches from his fingers was a plummeting drop. An icy river flowed beneath the ground, rushing dark and roaring. The floor plan must have been forged to fit together like a puzzle piece, framed above a river so that any trespassers would either die by fire or by water. The only good thing that could be said about the fireball moving closer was that at least he could see what was around him.
"We're moving,"
called Zofia. She was sprawled on a narrow slab of rock not too far from him. Layla stood on the other side, lightly balancing on a piece of the floor no bigger than a dining plate. Far in the tunnel, the fireball gained speed, following a corkscrew pattern that would soon catch up to them. Enrique glanced at the river. His position had changed. He watched as the room slowly turned. All of the shattered pieces, including the one they perched on, drifted in a slow rotation around the pedestal in the center of the room.
"All defensive forged things legally have a somno,"
he shouted over the din of the river and the fireball.
"We just have to find it. That center pedestal must be the key. Layla, you're getting to the pedestal first. Be ready to tell us what it says."
Layla nodded. She leapt again, gracefully springing from one slab of rock to another, closing the distance to the pedestal. Enrique cast about the room. This was not like the auction's holding room. There was no onyx bear with its teeth caught around someone's wrist. No stone body to skim his hands over and find the divots and markings of a release. He was too far away from the cave walls to see if they had any writing. And the rock slabs, as far as he could tell, were nothing but rock.
Chin up,
called Zofia.
This really isn't the time for tired motivational phrases. Enrique, there's writing up there.
Enrique looked up. On their way down the steps, he hadn't noticed anything above them but roots dangling from the ceiling. With the light from the fireball, he could see more of it, and there was a pattern hacked into the roots, a precise arrangement of letters. The rock he stood on spun faster, and Enrique had to pivot on his heels, trying to suss out the words.
Mut?
Serg? He squinted. He looked back at Zofia, thinking she might be able to help, but she was sitting cross-legged on the rock, as comfortable as if she were inside Leiden's stargazing room. Her gaze was unfocused as she looked around her, her fingers slowly tracing a spiral in the air. Ahead, Layla was getting close to the pedestal. Enrique's rock moved faster, spinning around the room as it drew ever closer to the pedestal. He craned his neck up, catching the letters as fast as he could, until he saw them fully.
Eadem mutata resurgo.
What does it say? Called Zofia. The language was Latin, and the phrase somewhat familiar, though he could not tell where he had heard it.
It means, although changed, I arise the same. Zofia! Enrique!
Shouted Layla. She waved her hands, pointing at the pedestal.
There's 13 levers with numbers on them. They seem attached to some kind of dial, I think. I can't see it anymore, but you're going to be coming up on it soon.
Levers. That was a somewhat heartening fact, because it meant it could be controlled.
If the levers have dials, what if that means there's a numerical pattern here?
Asked Zofia.
Like a key,
said Enrique, nodding. If they put the right numbers into the levers, the fireball should stop and the atrium would right itself.
Although changed, I arise the same,
he whispered to himself, before risking a glance at the ball of fire. It had doubled in size, and now resembled a flaming carriage that would hit them within minutes. Zofia dragged her finger through the dirt as she sketched something.
Think,
muttered Enrique, stamping his feet. He'd noticed the layout of Housecore's gardens, the pieces of sacred geometry hanging from the trees, even the great spiral on the marble floor of its entrance room. But it didn't help him with the pattern. Arising out of the same thing, but remaining the same. Did it mean something that built upon itself?
A spiral, said Zofia. What? We're moving in a spiral.
He blinked.
Obviously, Zofia.
But we're moving in a specific spiral, she continued. It matches the pattern of Housecore's floor, and the spiral fits with the riddle. Although changed, I arise the same. It's a logarithmic spiral. That means the angle between the tangent and the radius vector is going to be the same throughout all points of the spiral.
His head was spinning, and not just because his square of floor seemed to be moving faster.
But it would have to be something repeating,
said Zofia, talking fast now.
Something that has ancient roots, too. A sequence of some kind.
Enrique followed the spiral. Even the tremor in the ground seemed to move to a particular rhythm that might have been found in nature or poetry. They were closing in on the levers now. He could see the jutting pedestal. Up ahead, Layla was crouched on a slab of stone, her body angled toward the pedestal with the 13 levers.
"Don't jump!"
called Zofia. Just then, the rocks lurched. Layla teetered. Her rock tipped, canting sharply to one side. She rolled down the slab, just narrowly catching onto the edges. Her feet dangled over the icy river. A livid tremor ran through the atrium as more light splashed onto the cave walls. The fireball picked up speed, and with it, momentum. From where Enrique stood, the fireball verged on leaving the tunnel behind and pummeling straight through the atrium.
I'm fine,
called Layla, heaving herself onto the slab. But her rock had been dragged into the churn of the spiral, and if they couldn't stop the fireball in time, it would roll into the atrium, and Layla would be caught directly in its path.
The riddles are a pattern. The pattern is a key,
murmured Enrique aloud. Every breath he sucked into his lungs felt stolen. The room grew hotter, and sweat ran down his back.
13 levers, a riddle, a key, moving floor.
Slowly, an image shifted together in his head. There was only one historical sequence he could think of that fit the pattern.
The Fibonacci sequence,
he said, his head pounding. Enrique only remembered the sequence because he had tried to impress a lovely Italian girl in his linguistics class. Her fiancé had not been amused, but he hadn't forgotten the numbers.
0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21,
said Zofia rapidly.
Each number is formed by adding the two previous numbers. It fits the logarithm riddle.
The pedestal swam into view. 13 ancient levers and just enough space for two people to stand.
It's getting closer,
shouted Layla. Enrique's head shot up. The fireball moved closer and closer, and directly in its path, Layla. She had hoisted herself just far enough onto the piece of rock so she wouldn't fall, but she was stuck.
We've got the code,
said Enrique.
Hold on.
When the pedestal with the levers came closer, Enrique nodded at Zofia.
On my count, we leap,
he said.
1, 2, 3.
He jumped. For a moment, everything was weightless. The ground fell away, and a mouth of darkness opened beneath him. He strained, reaching forward, his breath gathered in a tight knot until his fingers hit the rocky ledge. Zofia stumbled beside him. Wrenching himself upright, he grabbed her by the arm. Zofia clung to him as the ground pulled back from their feet, plunging into the icy river below.
Is this a bad time to mention I only know the Fibonacci sequence up until the number 21?
I've got the pattern, said Zofia. I don't need anything else. Start on the far left.
On each of the 13 levers was a row for 3 numbers. He felt around the top of the lever for the small toggles, letting him push the numbers into view. For the first, 0, 0, 0. Then on the second, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 2. On and on. 3, 5, 8, 13, until he hit the 8th lever, spinning the toggles atop it until the numbers read 0, 2, 1. In the distance, Layla screamed. The ball of fire behind her roared livid as the dawn. She turned her face from the heat.
Wait!
called Zofia. Tears streamed down her face as her pale hands darted down the levers.
34, 55, 89, 144,
she said.
233.
Immediately, the ground lurched to a stop. Zofia stumbled, nearly falling over the edge until Enrique caught her. The ball of fire halted. Slowly, it moved backward, heat leaching from the room. Layla had scrambled to another rock once it got close enough. Around them, the floor stitched back together. Grinding sounds of rock and steel whined until the floor was, once more, whole. Zofia's heartbeat thumped wildly against his chest. He could feel her skin, feverish and damp, through his linen tunic. The moment's stillness returned to the atrium. She sprang from him, running to check on Layla. Enrique slid onto the floor, rubbing his temples. When he looked up, both girls were staring down at him. Layla grinned widely.
My hero.
She kissed him on the cheek, and Enrique beamed. He wasn't quite like the heroes he'd dreamed of becoming. He hadn't saved a country from oppression or rescued anyone on his white horse, but he still felt rather impressive. He turned to Zofia, about to congratulate her, when she crossed her arms over her chest.
I'm not going to kiss you like Layla did.
Black ash streaked Zofia's arms and the tops of her cheekbones. It made her eyes look like blue fire, her hair a wisp of candlelight. The farthest thing from his mind was her mouth on his. But when she said it, he couldn't help but look at her lips. They were red as candy. Abruptly, Enrique pinched the bridge of his nose. He must have hit his head, because the strangest thoughts kept darting through it. I was only going to say that we make a good team, Phoenix. A corner of her mouth quirked up.
I know.
And that was true. Her math, his history. They were, he thought, a bit like an equation where the sum was greater than its parts. Ahead of them, the tunnel had been plunged into semi-darkness. Still, he caught the glint of an amber door, the true entrance to House Core's library. It was a bit of a walk, but adrenaline raced through him, staving off any twinge of sore muscles and aching bones.
What was the code for the pedestal?
Asked Layla. Zofia cleared her throat.
0, 1, 1, 2.
It was the Fibonacci sequence, cut in Enrique. If Zofia got started on numbers, they'd be here all day.
Praise Fibonacci,
said Layla, pressing her palms together. Well, Fibonacci can have some credit, but not all. He was brilliant, of course. But did you know? Zofia groaned. Enrique ignored her. The Fibonacci sequence itself appears as early as the 6th century in Sanskrit treatises by the Hindu scholar Pingala. Isn't that fascinating? Layla made a face.
So, who do we thank?
Me, naturally. The tunnel drew to a close, and the three of them stood before the amber entrance to the library. By now, the adrenaline coursing through his veins had faded. Exhaustion crept into the edges of him. Enrique braced himself for what lay on the other side of the door. The Horus Eye. As Zofia reached for the doorknob, Enrique wondered if it was possible for time itself to pause and expand, as if it were a vast pupil dilating to let in the light, because he felt as if he could sense each second passing against his skin, as if every dream of his hung low and ripe as fruit for the plucking. If Marcelo Ponce and the rest of the Ilustrados group could see him now, then maybe they'd see him as more than a clever mestizo boy, but a hero in the making, like Dr. Rizal, like someone who illuminated the dark. The door swung open. Warm air gusted over them, and his skin shivered. Once in the dark, and now on the threshold of light, his eyes adjusted. Across the room, a second door swung open, and two shadows stretched across the floor. 19. Sévérin. Sévérin's fifth father was a man he called Pride. Pride had married into the Order of Babel. His late wife had been the second-born daughter of a patriarch. Though born wealthy, an investment in far-off salt mines had left them penniless, forcing them to sell their possessions. Bitterness grew like a crust over Pride's home. Pride showed them the collection catalogs of the order, whispering which items had once belonged to him and his wife. He showed Sévérin and Tristan how to take back what belonged to you, how to make a harness that let one slip down roofs and into windows, how to pay off the right guards, how to step with a light foot. He never used the word steal. Take what the world owes you, by any means necessary, Pride had said. The world has a shit memory. It will never pay its debts, unless you force its hand. Severon thought of pride now, as he met Hypnos at the entrance to the subterranean library. Hypnos slipped the copied key into the amber door. The door swung open, revealing a long trail of steps that descended into the dark. Severon took a moment to bow his head, the closest he would come to prayer. He whispered the words pride spoke every time he went to repossess an object. "I've come to collect my dues." Before him, the whole of the subterranean library sprawled. The room was the size of an amphitheater, and though the floor and ceiling was packed earth, a luminous underwater shine danced across the top. A small moat surrounded the library. It looked to be a built-in coolant system to regulate the temperature of the treasure room. Forged lanterns and thuribles floated down the neat aisles that sprang out of the ground. Objects loomed into sight. Caryatids and drinking horns, broken crowns and canopic jars, mirrors that floated in midair, and an azure jug that poured a continuous stream of wine. "Oh no, shiny things," moaned Hypnos, clapping his hands to his heart. "My weakness." Though the library could bring kings to their knees, it wasn't the sight Severon craved. He walked down the aisle, toward the back end of the wall where an amber door identical to the one they had walked through now swung open. 3 figures stepped into the room. Enrique, with a stunned expression on his face, Zofia, bewildered and clutching her necklace, and then Layla, streaked with what looked like ash. Layla in that same dancing costume he hadn't been able to shake from his thoughts ever since she'd thrown him the key. Hypnos waved hello, and then he leaned down to whisper in Severon's ear. "You're staring." Severon looked abruptly away. He reached into his jacket for the silver tin of cloves and popped one into his mouth. "Any trouble?" he asked.
"Yes,"
said Zofia, matter of fact.
"There was a fireball, and the ground broke, and we thought Tristan and Enrique were dead."
"What?"
"Tristan is fine," soothed Layla. "He's upstairs now, standing guard."
"Did you say furball?" asked Hypnos. "Like a puppy? How endearing!"
"She said fireball."
"Oh, that is decidedly less endearing."
Severon clapped his hands together, and everyone fell silent. "The convoy for the next guard shift comes in an hour. We've got 5 empty seats on that convoy to get us out of here, so let's get moving. We know the Orusai is in the west quadrant and 8th hall, but there could always be unexpected surprises. Zofia?" Zofia tore the second layer of her dress. At her touch, it broke into 5 strips that fell to the ground. She wrapped one strip around her hands, and it molded instantly to their shape, turning into a pair of translucent gloves.
"Forged rubber,"
she said, raising her palms.
"That way no object can detect a human touch."
Layla shuddered.
"Yes, let's not get stuck to anything just by touching it."
"And let's not leave prints either," added Enrique. "Or blood," said Severon, glaring at Hypnos. He wasn't going to get trapped into that letter scheme again. "Enrique." Enrique pointed at the shelves. "Collections are tricky things. Sometimes there are even decoys of objects. The Horusai should be about palm-sized, with a glass or crystal piece in the pupil to see through, although age might have clouded it, so it looks stained." Hypnos looked around at the group, as if he were just seeing them for the first time.
"You know, in this lighting, you lot are rather fearsome."
"All lighting," corrected Enrique. The moment everyone had slipped on their gloves, Severon led the way to the 8th hall. "Once we have the Orusai, we'll walk out." "That's it?" asked Enrique, his voice rising. "But it's house-marked." "Shh, beautiful," said Hypnos. He held out his hand, where his ring, a bright crescent moon, gleamed.
This ring is welded to my skin. If it's taken off and not delivered to a blood heir within a fortnight, the house mark fades. And I know for certain the matriarch had no time to pass it on to our abominable nephew.
So, Enrique looked around the room.
Technically,
we could take anything right now. Focus, warned Severin. Around them, the library stretched for nearly a kilometer underground. As the world's largest purveyor of ancient Egyptian artifacts, House Kor's shelves overflowed with forged treasures plundered from pharaohs' tombs, and scrolls encased in glass and sand that had been lifted from the foundations of crumbling temples. But though the owners and artisans of the objects had long since passed, the power within them still crackled. Glass beetles with lightning storms flashing across their carapace scuttled into the shelves. Once or twice, a telescope's eye turned toward him, and Severin saw not the dirt floor and treasures mirrored behind him, but a skull hovering over his head, a ripped rose on either side of him. Shaken, he kept walking. As they neared the 8th aisle, a cold wind gusted into the hall. Zofia reached for her necklace. Layla stood back, fingers skimming down the wooden beams of the shelves. She turned to Severin, her chin dipping ever so slightly in a silent signal. Safe to enter. Severin entered first, then stopped. He heard the others rounding the corner, the shuffle of their feet abruptly stopping. Enrique stood at his shoulder and groaned.
"You've got to be kidding me."
The entire 8th aisle were Horus eyes. All of them were bronze and the size of one's hand. All of them had a perfect glass pupil and were completely identical. Only the objects stuffed between their spaces on the shelves distinguished them. Odds and ends not worthy enough to be catalogued. Silver ankhs dangled from slender hooks, and broken canopic jars were shoved alongside bits of pottery strewn about the shelves. Zofia stepped forward.
"Not all of the Horus eyes are forged."
"How do you know?" asked Enrique. Zofia touched her palm, not looking at anyone directly.
"They're just not."
"She's right," said Layla, taking her hand off the Horus eye closest to her. Hypno eyed her shrewdly, and Layla gestured at the shelves.
"It's nearly impossible that so many would actually be here. In existence."
"Fair," said Enrique. "In which case, we're looking for a special Horus eye amongst the decoys. Presumably, looking through the correct Horus eye will reveal a bubble fragment, so it won't show the floor beneath you. It will show something else." Hypnos groaned.
"But there's got to be hundreds of eyes."
"All the more reason to get started." Severin moved to the first shelf. "Shall we?" There were 50 sections, 10 for each of them. Severin began reaching for the Horus eyes. Every time he could see his shoes through the glass, he put an eye back and reached for another. One after another, and each time he saw the ground reflected at him. 3 sections, all of them decoys. Severin slid yet another decoy into its section, when a slip of silver cloth fell. When he reached for it, his fingers skimmed across the surface, as if it were a pane of ice. He'd never seen anything like it. And frankly, it was just so lustrous, like a mirror poured onto the ground. He pinched the edges of it, lifting it off the floor and stowing it away. Across from him, Layla paused in running her hands along the Horus eyes. Her gaze swept from his face to his jacket pocket and lingered there. He couldn't seem to hide anything from her. Severin cleared his throat. "Enrique, Zofia, anything?" Enrique shook his head. Zofia didn't answer. Severin turned, about to move back to the shelf, when he saw Layla struggling to pull a Horus-Eye from its shelf. There was a large black tome wedged next to it. The base of its spine seemed stuck to the wooden board.
I can't get to it, said Layla. The Horus-Eye is stuck behind this book.
Severon couldn't have explained why the hairs on the back of his neck suddenly raised. He didn't like how that book was stuck to the shelf. It felt too intentional. Besides, there was something unnerving about the ink-stained pages and how the charred leather-bound cover looked far too smooth to be made of animal skin. Even the library felt entirely too still and silent in that moment. Before he could warn her, Layla pried the book off the shelf. The moment she wrenched it from its spot, it split down the middle. Indigo plumes spilling out from the opened pages.
"Get back!"
yelled Severon. Layla dropped the book, and darkness erupted from the pages. Amidst the dark, a snatch of white slipped from the page to the floor. It was a slender white feather. Before, he thought the cavernous library had been still and silent. He was wrong. This was silence. All the sounds he had taken for granted, rustling fabric, whirring insect wings, running water, disappeared. Shadows seeped in from all sides of the library, rushing to give the book's smoke new shape. A snout formed. Teeth glinted. Paws covered in blood-slick fur outstretched. Severon could see Layla, her mouth shaped into a scream. He darted between the thing's legs toward her, just as a low snarl reverberated through the library. Slowly, the five of them looked up. The shadow creature towered above them, the top of its head stretching far above the high shelves. The front of its body belonged to a lion, the hindquarters belonged to a hippo, and its head swung back and forth, crocodile jaws snapping. The creature slammed its paw against the floor.
"Duck!"
hollered Severon. The five of them ran to the end of their respective sections.
"Amit!"
said Enrique loudly.
"What?" "That's what that is," he said. "The devourer of souls from Egyptian mythology." "But we're not in Egypt," wailed Hypnos. "What's it doing here?" "I'm guessing they brought it over to protect a powerful Horus-Eye," said Enrique. "Which means you must have found the true one," said Severon. The ground thundered. The snuffling sound of an animal searching for something filled the air. "If we went back and got the eye, maybe it will disappear," said Zofia. Hypnos choked back a laugh. "That's your experiment, ma chère. Enjoy. I am not going out there." "Not all of us have to," said Severon. He looked over his shoulder. Amit breathed heavily, its head lowered, eyes half-lidded and unfocused. Near its foot was the white feather that had fallen onto the ground. Amit paced back and forth across that small section. The fur on its body bristled as it hunched protectively near the shelves. "It's definitely guarding something," said Severon. Now all they had to do was lure it away from that thing. "You four go around the other side of the shelf and get to the section with the Horus-Eye. When you're close enough, signal me. I'll jump out. Amit will come after me. Then all you have to do is close the book and grab the eye. Got it?" All of them began to creep to the other side of the shelf except one, Layla. "You're far too fond of martyrdom, Majnun," she said. "I'm not leaving you." Yet, he thought. "It's your grave, Layla." "As long as it's my choice." The two of them peered through the cracks in the shelves. Zofia, Hypnos, and Enrique crept ahead. Amit didn't move. Its whole body was rigidly trained in Severon and Layla's direction. Zofia leaned forward, her fingers inches away from the book. Hypnos and Enrique crouched on either side of her. Then, Enrique met Severon's eyes, nodding once.
Zofia reached for the book. Amit's neck twitched, as if it were about to turn. Severon jumped from his hiding place. "Hungry?" the creature roared. Steam blew from its nostrils. It pawed the ground, then charged. The floor trembled. Objects rattled off the shelves. A ripe, putrid scent wafted from the creature, choking off the mineral scent of the air. Severon braced himself, digging his heels into the floor. In the distance, he saw Zofia reach for both sides of the book, slamming it shut. Beside her, Enrique plucked the Horus Eye from the shelf. "Goodbye!" he shouted, waving. But Amit kept charging. Severon saw Zofia frowning, looking up, then looking back at the book. She opened it and closed it again, but nothing happened. He pushed away the panic. Sometimes forging defense mechanisms took time. Just another moment and it would work. It had to work. Amit ran closer. Severon could smell its rank breath, like flesh left to curdle in the sun's heat. He gagged. Amit raised its paw, opening its mouth. Blood-flecked teeth shone in the light. At the back of its mouth was a blazing sunken furnace in the precise shape of a feather that reminded him of a lock awaiting a key. Severon paused. For a single moment, he took his gaze off Amit, searching the floor for the white feather, which must be the key to triggering the creature's somno. All he had to do was force the white feather into its mouth. But he had looked away from the creature a second too long. Its shadow engulfed him. Before he could throw up his hands, Layla dove from the shelves, shoving him out of the way just in time. He grunted, stumbling backward. Layla pulled his arm, dragging him behind another shelf in the same instant that Amit charged into the wall. It snorted, shaking its head. "Feather," said Severon. "Get the feather!" Layla darted off to grab it. Seconds later, Amit had freed itself from the wall. It reared back on its legs, turning to face the hall. Severon crawled forward. Enrique and Zofia were holding spears they must have grabbed from a nearby shelf. Hypnos clutched the Horus Eye to his chest. Layla was closest to the creature. In her hands gleamed the white feather. Amit eyed Layla like prey, tilting its head to one side, as if considering. The rest of the world seemed to fall away in that moment. Notaire. "No! No, no, no!" Severon rasped, forcing himself to stand. He waved his hands. "Over here!" But Amit was not distracted. Layla's gaze darted to Severon's, then back at the creature. She squeezed her eyes shut. There was no way she could get the feather to him. She held out her hand, and the creature charged at her. Distantly, Severon heard the others shout. He didn't think he made a single sound, even as every ounce of his body screamed. Amit charged at Layla, pinning her down with a paw. Pain twisted across her face, but she fought back, thrusting the feather forward where it disappeared into Amit's mouth. Amit's head swung, blocking Layla's face from view. A loud howl rumbled through the shelves, and then Layla's hand fell slack on the floor. Severon's mind numbed at the edges, zeroing in on her fallen hand. It was silly how well he knew her hands. He knew her hands were always cold, even when it was blazing hot outside. He knew there was a small burn on the tip of her index finger. He remembered, because he'd been in the kitchens with her when she yelped after touching a scalding pan. Severon wanted to call a doctor, a retinue of nurses, declare a war on pans if he could. But Layla refused. "It's a tiny burn, Majnun," she'd said, laughing off his panic. "I know," he'd said. "But I cannot stand to see you hurt." Amit tossed back its head. The world turned weightless. Cracks showed through the creature's body, the eerie blue of twilight. Then, in a burst of light, the creature vanished. But Layla didn't stir on the floor. He rushed to her, gathering her body close. She felt too light in his arms. The others approached warily, but he didn't turn. "Layla," he called, shaking her. "Open your eyes." Her head lolled to one side, and something in him snapped. He brought his lips to her ear and whispered, "Layla, it's your Majnun. Your madman," he thought, though he did not say it. "And you will drive me well and truly mad if you do not wake up this instant." She stirred, groaning. Then she opened her dark, fathomless eyes. "Thank God," breathed Enrique, crossing himself. Zofia looked stricken and pale. Even Hypnos, who Severon thought had only seen them as a means to an end, had tears in his eyes. Enrique helped Layla to stand, and Severon stood too. He brushed himself off and straightened his suit. He didn't trust himself to look in Layla's direction. "Thank every pantheon of deities for Layla and Zofia, because you two," Severon pointed at Enrique and Hypnos, "are useless." Hypnos's hand fluttered to his throat.
I was frightened. You know what fear does to one's complexion?
"Enlighten me." Hypnos blinked.
Well, I don't know precisely, but it's nothing good. I can tell you that much.
"We got the eye?" tried Enrique. He turned, as if he was going to give the artifact to Hypnos, when Severon held out a hand. "Don't give that to him," he said.
"Why ever not?" demanded Hypnos.
"You'll perform the inheritance test. Then you may have your eye." Hypnos crossed his arms.
My conditions were,
"Acquire the eye, and in return I will have my inheritance restored," recited Severon. "You never once specified that in acquiring the eye, it had to be passed over to your possession immediately." Hypnos opened his mouth and closed it. Finally, he grinned. He wasn't angry at all. In fact, he seemed relieved.
touché.
Hypnos wandered off in search of the black box he'd placed in House Core's care. Minutes later, he returned with a heavy black box.
For you, my lovelies.
He took off the top. Inside gleamed 5 pairs of guard uniforms and hats. They pulled on the clothes quickly. Then, hats adjusted, they made their way to the exit separately.
I shall be at Leyden day after next to honor my promise, said Hypnos.
His gaze rested on each of them, something hungry and searching in his gaze.
I look forward to being in the presence of another patriarch.
The staircase to the greenhouse was a short distance away, and yet even that made Severon impatient. He wanted to be on that step already. He wanted to be in Leyden, wandering through his grand lobby, holding out his scarred palm for the 2 rings test, and watching the matriarch of House Core's face as she declared him blood heir of House Vanth. When he blinked, he saw the future poured out before him, rich and golden as mythic honey, each taste an edible prophecy. Tristan smiling, his pockets full of flowers. Enrique buried under the weight of books. Zofia and her spontaneous combustions. Layla, her heart's quest satisfied, lounging across from him with a smile fashioned just for him. Pain lanced through Severon, and he winced at the sharpness of it. Unripe, untested joy. The kind that doesn't know any better than to explode furiously behind the ribs. He didn't know what to do with it. He wanted to hold it at arm's length before it could devour any more of him. But then he felt Enrique tugging at his sleeve.
Zofia has a spear.
Severon looked behind him. Zofia, I said not to take anything but the Horusai. He pointed at the spear. You can't keep it. Zofia glared at him.
You stole a silver cloth, and it's in your jacket pocket.
Severon considered this. You can keep the spear. Not fair, said Enrique. I didn't take anything. You're getting a completely different reward. Ah, yes, said Enrique dreamily. Destiny, deliverance, dessert. No more debt, added Zofia. What will you do, Layla? Asked Enrique.
Oh, you know. I'll go wherever my search takes me,
said Layla with a secret smile. The others thought she was looking for the means to return home, her arms loaded with treasure. But Severon knew what she sought. He knew that Paris was merely a stop along the way, and the thought folded his joy in half, even as it steeled his resolve. If he let her, she could lay waste to his heart. What a foolish thought. She was Layla, the famous L'Enigme. Who was to say she'd even have him again? What about Tristan? Mused Enrique. What's he going to do? Zofia lifted her spear.
Build an army of spiders.
Everyone laughed, even Severon, but his cheer had an edge to it now. At the top of the staircase, he pushed open the door.
Tristan?
Called Layla.
We got attacked by a hippo,
shouted Enrique. Severon didn't move. He swept his gaze across the greenhouse. Something was wrong. Heavy fumes and veils shadowed the ground, moving slowly across the acid-scorched dirt. A black sheen caught Severon's eye. Mist rolled out of the way. A faint ringing built up in his ears, the sound of fear howling in the mind. Tristan, he said softly. Now the mist disappeared entirely, revealing a small garden chair dragged in the middle of the room. Atop it, his head lolled to one side, sat Tristan. And on his head, a contraption that haunted Severon's every nightmare. A pale metal diadem, blue light snapping back and forth. A Phobos helmet. The words of wrath flared through his head. Your imagination hurts you far worse than anything I could ever do. Under enough pressure, the mind might even crack. Severon tried to run to him, but forged knives materialized in the air, a blade grazing his throat. A second later, the Horus eye was torn from his hand.
Thank you, dear boy,
said a weak voice. Severon slowly turned his head to the side. Rue Joubert stood before him, thin and quivering. He dabbed his mouth with a handkerchief flecked with blood. A honeybee pin gleamed unmistakably on his lapel.
So really, I should be thanking your friend here,
he said. He tapped the side of his own temple.
His love and his fear and his own cracked mind made it easy to convince him that betraying you was saving you. Though he did have some help from the lovely Baroness. It was her very hands that led me to you.
Zofia slowly lifted her hands, horror clear on her face. Rue Joubert must have slipped something on her. But how? Rue Joubert bowed.
Thank you, mademoiselle, for being such a willing participant. I do love an idiot girl.
From behind the garden chair, the forged knives drifted toward Tristan's neck.
Stop!
shouted Severon.
You don't wish to put him out of his misery?
asked Rue Joubert mildly.
I must admit I was not always as, well, kind as I might have been. But if you wish him alive, then let us make a deal, Monsieur Montagnier-Alary. According to Tristan, you are in contact with Hypnos, the patriarch of House Nyx.
Severon said nothing.
I take your silence as agreement,
he said, with a terrible smile.
In 3 days' time, you will meet me and my associate inside the exhibition on colonial superstitions at midnight. At that time, you will bring me the Babel ring of House Nyx. I already have House Curls, but now I desire the matched set. Do we have an agreement?
Tristan shook violently in the chair. His eyes were shut tight. One of the knives started to rotate, its point brushing the topmost button of his shirt.
Yes,
said Sévérin, breathless.
Yes, I agree.
The knife halted. Beside him, Layla trembled with rage.
You'll never find the Babel fragment. Find it!
Rue Joubert laughed.
Oh, my dear, I already know where it is.
He paused to cough into his blood-flecked handkerchief.
3 days, Monsieur Montagnier Alary. 3 days to give me the ring, or I will burn down your world and everything that you love with it.
Rue Joubert checked his watch.
You made a very detailed schedule, monsieur. Best to be on that guard convoy now. I wouldn't want you to miss your ride home,
he said, waving the stolen Horus eye in his hand.
Not when you have so much to do. I will find me,
guessed Rue Joubert, laughing softly.
No, you won't. We have been hiding for ages, and none have found us yet. When the time comes, we'll make ourselves known. After all, this is the start of a revolution.
Part 4. From the archival records of the Order of Babel, The Origins of Empire. Mistress Marie Ludwig Victor, House Frigg of the Order's Prussian faction 1828, reign of Frederick Wilhelm IV. In olden times, there was some debate as to whether the Babel fragments were separate and distinct artifacts, or whether they were once part of something greater. Something that was then hewn apart and flung across the soils of different kingdoms. It is my belief that if they fell from the heavens separately, they were never meant to be joined. God always has his reasons. 20. Layla. Layla stood in the Seven Sins garden. Tristan's workshop, deep within envy, looked as it always had. There was his old trowel, the wood gone dark and sculpted by the pressure of his fingers, an unfinished terrarium holding a single golden flower. The ruler Zofia had made him because he didn't like uneven spaces between his plants. The packet of seeds from the Philippines, a gift from Enrique that Tristan was planning to plant in summer. A plate from the kitchens where a thin film of mold grew over a cookie. He must have stolen it when she wasn't looking, gotten distracted, and forgotten all about it. The tips of Layla's fingers buzzed numb. Cold touched their edges blue. It was too much, her body protested. But Layla couldn't stop. Rue Joubert's words about Tristan haunted her. His love and his fear and his own cracked mind made it easy to convince him that betraying you was saving you. Cracked mind. It was true that some were more susceptible to the effects of mind affinity forging than others, but Tristan hated hypnos. Tristan washed blood from his palms every time he dug his nails into his skin. Tristan ached. Guilt grabbed her by the throat. All of yesterday had passed in a blur. The convoy, the switch, the guards in Tristan and Enrique's disguise placed onto an infirmary bus, their clothes exchanged, and none the wiser. Then came the carriage ride home, empty-handed and raw. In the carriage, Sévérin looked each of them in the eye as he spoke. This acquisition is not done. We're going to get the Horus Eye back, and we're going to do it before those 3 days are up. And when we do, we'll rescue Tristan from this mess, he said. Our number one priority is finding out who Rojoubert is and where he's hiding. We can't save Tristan if we don't know who has him. Layla had come here to look for clues of Roujoubert's location or identity, but she had ended up trying to answer the question of Tristan. She read everything in his workshop, but found nothing. Nothing but what she had known the whole time. His laughter, his shyness, his curiosity, his love, for all of them, Séverin especially. Behind her, Layla heard the soft crunch of branches. She turned around sharply. Séverin had changed out of the guard uniform and into a dark suit. His hair was mussed, dark waves falling across his forehead. With the dawn rising around them, he looked like a stubborn vestige of night, and her breath caught. Well? He leaned against the threshold, but he did not enter. Nothing, she said. Layla looked at him closely. His jaw was clenched tight, the sweep of his shoulders brittle. She could not see his eyes, but she imagined they burned in that moment. Layla crossed over to where he stood. He didn't move, didn't change his position at all. She didn't even realize what she was doing until she'd done it. She touched him, folding his hands between hers. She held tight even when a tremor ran through his fingers, as if his soul had flinched. I found nothing at all. Do you understand me? Look at me, she willed. Look at me. He did. Séverin's violet eyes burned cold. In his gaze, she saw her guilt mirrored. What had they missed that let Rojoubert capture and hurt Tristan? What had they done wrong? They let each other stand like this, mutually clasped. Maybe it was just because it was still dark out, and the memory of this moment would dissolve with the sunlight. Or maybe it was because, in that vast silence of uncertainty, they could feel each other's pulse against their fingertips, and that cadence meant they could be many things, but not alone. A second passed, then two. There was relief in this second, in holding and being held, but then he let go. He always let go first. Layla shoved her hands into the pockets of her guard disguise, her face burning. Séverin nodded in the direction of l'Eden. Hypnos is on his way. Are you going to tell him Rojoubert wants his ring in exchange for Tristan? Séverin's gaze went flat. Are you asking whether I'm going to sell him out? Yes. No, of course not, she said hurriedly. You aren't, right? He raised his eyebrow. Do I look like a wolf to you, Layla? That depends on the lighting. The corner of his mouth lifted, a ghost of a grin. I'm not planning to walk into a trap, he said. I am, however, planning to set one. In the stargazing room, Hypnos sat utterly frozen in his chair. He looked at each of them in turn. His hands were flat against the tops of his thighs. Pity twisted through her. Though Hypnos was the tallest out of all of them, he looked like a child. His shoulders caved. He had worn that same bemused expression ever since they told him what had happened to the Horus Eye. But that hadn't shocked him nearly as much as Séverin admitting that Rojoubert had proposed an exchange. Hypnos's Babel ring for Tristan. Hypnos laced his hands tight. So, am I to understand that you brought me here to inform me you're going to turn over my Babel ring to Rojoubert because you prefer to stab me in the front versus the back? Zofia tilted her head to one side. Does that make a difference? Layla winced. Hypnos looked horrified and then hurt. Why are you telling me this? He demanded. Séverin leaned forward in his chair. I'm telling you this to gauge whether or not you would be interested in being bait. Hypnos regarded them, his expression curiously blank. You aren't going to give me to him? And end up with 2 rings gone? No. Hypnos rose to his feet slowly. But the easier option is to protect yourselves. I'm confused. Do you want me to? Of course not, mon cher. I just want to make sure I understand what's going on here. Layla frowned. Why did Hypnos seem so delighted? She knew he wasn't happy about Tristan being captured. His whole face had crumpled with sorrow when he heard the news. She'd even read his jacket to be absolutely certain, but the objects didn't lie. Hypnos had nothing to do with Tristan's imprisonment. "What's going on here is that I need you to play bait," said Séverin, enunciating his words carefully. Pure, unfettered relief spread across Hypnos's face. "What's going on here?" said Hypnos, his voice rising as a bizarre grin spread across his face. "Is that you care for me? We're all friends. We are friends going to save another friend. This is amazing." Layla wanted to hug him. "I never said that," said Séverin, alarmed. "Actions have a better voice than words." Enrique, who had been assembling the last bits of a projection, looked up and shook his head. "Its actions speak louder than words." "Whatever. I like my version better. Now, let's discuss this friend bait business." "Bait business," Séverin corrected under his breath. He reached for his tins of cloves. "Before we plan anything, we need to know who it is we're dealing with, and you need to start telling the truth." Hypnos blinked. "Truth?" Séverin's tin of cloves shut with a decided snap. "Rojoubert not only admitted to stealing the matriarch of House Cor's ring, but also says that he already knows where the West's Babel fragment is hidden. So then, what's the point of the Horus Eye? What else might it do if not to see a Babel fragment?" "How do we know he's not lying?" asked Enrique. Layla knew he wasn't. Rojoubert had thrown his handkerchief into the dirt when he left. Lies always left a slimy film to her readings, as she measured up what the object had seen and what the person had said whilst holding it. But there was none of that to the handkerchief. "Instinct," said Séverin glibly, but his eyes cut to hers for confirmation. "Besides, I know Hypnos is lying. Even in the library when the Horus Eye came up, his gaze shifted. So, tell us the truth, friend." Hypnos sighed. "Fine, I wasn't particularly forthcoming, but that's not my fault. It was a secret my father told me not long before he died. He never told me what exactly the Horus Eye did, but he said that, should House Cor's ring ever be taken, I must find the Horus Eye and keep it safe. He said the eye had an effect on the fragment." "As in, it reveals the fragment's location?" "I'm not sure." "He never said what kind of effect?" Hypnos swallowed hard. "He never had the chance." "Then why did you want the compass in the auction?" asked Enrique. "My father had been after it," said Hypnos tightly. "He said he didn't want even rumors of the eye's ability getting in the wrong hands." "Did House Cor know what the Horus Eye could do?" "Not quite," Hypnos admitted. "My father told me House Cor was under the impression that looking through the Horus Eye would reveal all Somnos in weaponry, and that's why they were destroyed during Napoleon's campaign." "What about the Order? Do they know?" asked Enrique. "No," said Hypnos, a touch smugly. "The secret was only with the French faction, and as far as I understood, only House Nix." "What does Rojoubert want with the Horus Eye, then, if he knows where the West's fragment lies?" asked Layla. "Not to mention that he has House Cor's Babel ring and now wants yours, too." Hypnos worried his lower lip between his teeth, and then looked up at them. He held up his hand, and his Babel ring, a simple crescent moon with a pale blue sheen, briefly flared with light. "My ring does not just guard the location of the Babel fragment. It is said to have another capacity, though I confess I'm not sure how it works." "What?" It supposedly awakens the West's Babel fragment itself." "Awakens?" repeated Layla slowly. "What, so a Babel fragment is something slumbering beneath the ground? I thought it was a rock." That's what most people think, but the truth is no one knows what it looks like. Hypnos shrugged. It's also why every 100 years, the knowledge of the fragment's location changes, moving to another group of houses within the West. The Order uses a special mind affinity tool, where those who know the knowledge forget it instantly after 100 years. They even use it upon themselves. It's not supposed to be beheld. All of them fell silent, and then Enrique spoke. But you don't know if awakening the West's fragment requires, say, both Babel rings or just one? Hypnos shook his head. The Order has never specified. Sometimes the stories say it's 3 rings. Sometimes it takes just one. Who can say? The Babel fragments haven't been disturbed in thousands of years. No one would dare. What happened the last time someone succeeded in disturbing a country's fragment? Asked Layla. Ever heard of Atlantis? No, said Zofia. Exactly. It's a mythical city, said Enrique. Well, now it is. But we still don't understand what Rojoubert wants with the West's fragment, said Séverin. The last group that tried to disturb the fragment was the Fallen House, and they sought to join all the fragments together. Maybe Rojoubert wants to emulate them. But we don't even know why the Fallen House tried what they did in the first place. Do you? I do, sighed Hypnos, looking around the room. But first, where's the wine? I can't discuss the end of civilization without wine. You can have it after, said Séverin. Hypnos grumbled. The Fallen House believed that forging was a subset of alchemy. You know, transforming matter and turning things to gold and such. But that was only one part of mastering their secrets. The most important aspect was theurgy. Which is? Asked Zofia. Enrique pressed the heels of his hands into his eyes. Theurgy means the working of the gods. Zofia frowned. So, the Fallen House wanted to understand how gods work? No, said Séverin. A terrible smile bent his mouth. They wanted to become gods. Layla shuddered. Silence fell over them, broken only by the metallic chime of Séverin opening his tin of cloves. We're not going to find Tristan without figuring out who Rojoubert is, he said. We know he's not with either House Nyx or House Cor. When he was at the dinner, the matriarch didn't acknowledge him, and he didn't sit with the other house members. So we presume that he's functioning outside the Order, or that someone in the Order is acting through him. We also know he has access to the Exposition Universelle, because that's where he first laid a trap for Enrique and Zofia. And it's where he's demanded that we do an exchange. In 3 days, said Enrique. Perfectly timed for the opening of the Exposition Universelle. So? Asked Zofia. So, it means he's waiting for a built-in audience, said Séverin. There's something he's planning on that date. You heard him. All his talk of revolution. What better stage to launch one than the World Fair? Hypnos deflated. That tells us nothing. We also know that Rojoubert wears a honeybee pin, said Enrique. So, today I'm wearing underwear. It's hardly monumental. Zofia frowned. Why did you specify today? Enrique jumped in. The man who accosted us at the forging exhibition also wore a honeybee pendant on a chain. The chain in question currently dangled from Layla's hands. Zofia had brought it to her earlier while they were waiting for Hypnos to arrive. The chain itself was not forged exactly. Something about it called to Layla's senses. But images that should have been sharp in her mind now felt blurred, as if swiped with oil. Someone had tampered with the item. The only thing she knew for certain was that wherever Rojoubert was, it was underground. She could feel it, the lightless cold of it. Damp on the walls, nails with crescents of dirt, and a symbol scrawled in light, pointed like a star. Rojoubert also has a strong forging affinity, added Zofia begrudgingly. He managed to tamper with a streak of Sia formulation. Usually, the formula copies handprints, but theoretically, there are ways for the Sia formulation to act like a homing mechanism. He must have figured out the way, and that's what led him directly to us. Who said it was his affinity, though? Asked Layla. He could have someone working for him. Enrique shuddered. Don't forget the gentleman with the blade-brimmed hat who accosted us in the exhibit. It could be him. What else do we know? He's underground, said Layla. The four of them turned to face her. Hypnos rested his chin on his hand, eyeing her suspiciously. And how do we know that? He asked. I don't owe you all my sources, said Séverin protectively. Does Rougeaubert remind you of anyone? Hypnos shook his head. I'm sorry, mon cher, but I haven't heard that name at all. I can always return to Erebus and check, of course. My house holds many secrets. Enrique cleared his throat. There's something, though, about the honeybees. I'm starting to think it's not a coincidence that both he and the man from the exhibition wore one. Not again, groaned Hypnos. It's nothing but a symbol. Layla hissed in her breath. She could practically see Enrique brandishing a sword. Nothing but a symbol? Repeated Enrique quietly. People die for symbols. People have hope because of symbols. They're not just lines. They're histories, cultures, traditions, given shape. Hypnos blushed and plucked at his vest. Enrique turned to Séverin. Can you get the lights? Séverin snapped his fingers and drapes swooshed down to cover the bay windows. He snapped again, and the large black screen crept over the domed glass of the stargazing room. Hypnos snorted. And you call me dramatic? Ignoring him, Enrique straightened the cuffs of his sleeves. I've been doing research on honeybee symbology for some time now, he said. But I only recently connected what Rougeaubert said to the man who accosted us in the exhibition hall. Both spoke of revolution. Both wore that honeybee chain. Now, historically, honeybees have some mythological resonance, and I think I've found a clue. Normally you'd be gloating by now, pointed out Layla. Enrique sighed. Let's just hope I'm wrong about this clue. He placed a small projection sphere on the coffee table. When he touched it, two images appeared side by side. They appeared to be Nemo scans of pages in textbooks or from museum displays. The first image showed a square, golden plaque. On it was a winged woman. From the waist up, she was human, but waist down, she was a bee. The next image showed a faded painting of a Hindu goddess, bees radiating from the halo of her heavy crown. Bee deities are not uncommon throughout mythology, said Enrique. The image you see here is a representation of the Three-Eye, a triplicate bee goddess, a recurring motif of Trinity goddesses, who had the gift of prophecy. The other is a representation of Brahmari, a Hindu goddess of bees. Am I pronouncing that correctly, Layla? It's Brahmari, she corrected gently. Enrique made a note and continued. Where the honeybee motif gets interesting and potentially connects us to France is that honeybees were emblematic of Napoleon's rule, though the reasons for why he chose his reign to be represented by a honeybee are contentious. The image on the wall changed to show a bee embroidered on a rich velvet robe. Some say that when he moved into the royal palace at Tuileries, he didn't want to allocate any resources to redecorating, but also didn't want the French royal emblem of the embroidered fleur-de-lis everywhere, so he turned it upside down. When he did that, it looked like a honeybee, and there you have it. Séverin sat up straighter. Do you think Rougeaubert has some connection to Napoleon? It's possible, he said. Napoleon did lead multiple campaigns throughout North Africa and the Middle East to explore the area. He had a corps of at least 200 experts, including multiple linguists, historians, engineers, and delegates from the Order of Babel, who provided a range of forging services. Their discoveries— He paused to press the Nemo bug and change the image— were fascinating. The next image showed a slab of dark rock, covered in what looked like rows of text. In 1799, that corps of explorers discovered the Rosetta Stone and sparked a worldwide interest in ancient Egyptian artifacts, with many of the forged instruments or objects going straight to House Kor. Bees were sacred in ancient Egypt as well, because they were said to grow from the tears of the sun god, Ra. But I think the other reason they held such interest to the Order of Babel was because of their honeycombs. Honeycombs? Asked Layla. Honeycombs were delicious, but hardly the kind of ancient item she imagined would capture the interest of the Order. I didn't think of it until I remembered something Zofia had said. Me? Spots of color appeared on Zofia's cheeks. You were the one who mentioned the perfect hexagonal prisms of honeycombs. What's so great about a hexagon? Asked Hypnos. Geometrically speaking, hexagonal prisms are the most efficient shape because they require the least total length of wall, said Zofia, her voice rising slightly. Honeybees are the mathematicians of nature. This, said Enrique, changing the display yet again, is a hexagon. I, said Hypnos, clearly bored, am a human. Séverin's jaw fell open. I see it. See what? Demanded Zofia and Hypnos at the same time. Séverin stood. Extend the lines and you get? Enrique's smile was grim. Exactly. You get what? Demanded Layla. But then the image on the wall changed, and she saw what formed when the lines of a hexagon were extended. Layla felt a cold thud in her heart. She recognized that symbol in the blurred images of the necklace chain. In her hands, the pendant felt a touch colder than the rest of the necklace. It's a hexagram, said Enrique. We know it as an ancient symbol that's taken on all kinds of meanings throughout various cultures, but it also is the crest of a house in the Order, said Séverin, staring at the six-pointed star. He absent-mindedly rubbed his thumb along the long scar on his palm. A house that was supposed to be dead. Hypnos gripped the armrest. You don't think... Séverin cut him off with a nod. His eyes looked hollow. The fallen house has risen. 21. Zofia. Zofia could not concentrate. Every time she blinked, she heard Rouge Joubert's words echoed back to her. I do love an idiot girl. Idiot. It was just a word. It had no weight, no atomic number, no chemical structure with which it could bind to and thus make it real. But it hurt. Zofia squeezed her eyes shut, gripping the black table in her laboratory so hard her knuckles turned white. She felt the word like a slap to the face. In Glovno, she had once asked a theoretical question about physics. Her teacher told her, "You'd have better luck setting your desk on fire and seeing if the answer appears in the smoke." And so Zofia did. She was 10 years old. When she came to the École des Beaux-Arts, it was much the same. She was too curious, too Jewish, too strange. To the point where no one had pushed back at the idea of locking her in the school laboratory. But not once had anyone been hurt by how she thought, or rather, how she didn't think. But Tristan? Slumped over in a chair, knives floating at his throat. She had done that to him. Tears stung Zofia's eyes. She could work her way through mathematical riddles as if it were walking down a street. But a conversation was a labyrinth. And in her effort to navigate it, she had led Rouge Joubert right to their hiding spot in the greenhouse. Something was wrong with her. Zofia? She looked up, blinking rapidly. Séverin was standing in the doorway. A silver cloth dangled from his hand. May I come in? She nodded. This was it. He was going to tell her to leave, that she wasn't welcome here anymore after what she did. But he didn't do any of that. Instead, he slid the silver cloth across the black table. Zofia recognized it as the piece that he'd stolen from the library of House Kor. She touched it gently. It felt like cold silk, and it had the strangest heft to it, as if it were pushing back against her hand. "We have 2 more days before we have to meet Rojoubert in the forging exhibition with Hypnosis' ring." "You're giving him the ring?" she asked. "I'm showing it to him." Zofia frowned. "What's the difference?" "Let me worry about that," said Séverin. "I've got the others working on figuring out where the Fallen House headquarters are, but I can promise you that we won't let them take the ring, and we won't let them take Tristan." Zofia's shoulders fell. Everyone else was working on something, except her. "But I saved an important job for you," he said softly. Zofia stilled. "You did?" "You're the only phoenix I've got," he said with a small smile. "Rojoubert couldn't see that, which is rather advantageous, wouldn't you agree? He may not know now, but he will soon." Zofia's hand curled into a fist. She felt as if fire had shot through her belly. He will. This must be what vengeance felt like. It made her hungry. "What do you need me to do?" Séverin pointed to the silver cloth. "Can you figure out how this works?" "I think it could be useful." "Yes," said Zofia breathlessly. "I can." The moment she reached for the silver cloth, the rest of the world disappeared. Someone could have set her laboratory on fire, and she wouldn't have noticed. The moment she gave herself to work, she gave all of herself. A new cadence seemed to buzz through her blood. She was no idiot. She would bring Tristan home. She would make this right. It was nearly nighttime when Zofia looked up from her work to hear another knock at her door. Layla walked in carrying a platter of food, a steaming mug of tea, and a single round cookie. "You haven't eaten all day." Zofia's stomach grumbled loudly at the sight of food. She patted it absent-mindedly. She hadn't noticed. Layla placed the platter onto her work table. "Eat." Zofia felt itchy just looking at the work table now. The corner of the platter hung off the edge. It wasn't even, and now it looked messy. "I will take away the platter and put it somewhere else when I see you take 5 bites. And don't scowl at me." Zofia dutifully shoved 5 bites of food in her mouth. Layla pointed with her chin to the teacup. "Drink." Zofia drank the tea. Only then did Layla remove the platter, place it off to the side of a different counter, and position it just so, with none of the corners hanging off the edges and arranged perpendicular to the wall. "Any progress?" Zofia eyed the silver cloth on the table. She was beginning to think that for what Séverin had asked of her, she might not be able to do this entirely inside l'Eden. "It works like a Tezcat door," said Zofia. "The actual filaments of it are made of obsidian." Layla tilted her head to one side. "Is that why it looks like a mirror?" Zofia nodded. "But it does more than that." Zofia rummaged through her toolbox and pulled out a sharp knife. Zofia?" Zofia plunged the knife into the cloth. The cloth didn't tear. Instead, it bent, as if absorbing the impact of the blade. Layla swore under her breath. "What in the world?" "It repels matter," said Zofia. "No solid matter can penetrate it." Layla dragged her fingers across the surface of it. "What does Séverin want with it?" Zofia chewed her lip. She wasn't sure that she could answer yet, because it depended on something back in the dark halls of the forging exhibition, a place she was not looking forward to exploring once more. "Have the others found the headquarters of the Fallen House?" Layla sighed. "No, they think the answer is in an old bone clock. Apparently it once held the locations of the Fallen House meetings or something. Don't get me started. Personally, I think we should use the meeting location and just track who goes in and who leaves." Zofia thought back to the man who had been lying in wait for her and Enrique. The detection sphere hadn't revealed his presence, and at the time both exits had been accounted for, which meant he had entered some other way. She hadn't noticed anything that might have concealed their assailant, but studying the silver cloth made her think perhaps she had missed something. "That won't work." "Why not?" "They're using a different route." That's impossible, said Layla. There's only the entrance and exit, and both join at the same road. Zofia reached for her box of matches and her necklace with the phosphorus pendants, shoving them into the pockets of her black smock. If the theory churning in her mind was right, then she couldn't waste any more time. After all, Tristan was counting on her. Zofia was already headed to the door when Layla blocked her. Where are you off to? I have to go to the Exposition Universelle. I have to find a way into the exhibition on colonial superstitions. I can climb over walls or stun guards or whatever I have to do, she said, even as panic started pushing itself through her bloodstream. Zofia, soothed Layla. Let me help. We can get in and get out, and hopefully no one will be jumping over fences. Zofia looked up, confused. Oui? Layla winked. Oui? How? You have your talents, said Layla. I have mine. And then she scrutinized Zofia's outfit. But you are not wearing that. Why not? Because, my dear, we are without armor, and beauty is its own armor. Trust me. Zofia was extremely itchy. I hate this, she declared, plucking at one of the outfits Layla had shoved her into. It was a nice enough color, pale pink, with frills around the bodice and a neckline that felt at once scratchy and ticklish. Garments are an art, said Layla, walking briskly. I'll never get out of it. As it so happens, some would consider disrobing an art too. Zofia grumbled, but kept up her pace. It was nearly nighttime. Lights spilled out across the Seine River. Up ahead loomed the Eiffel Tower, the entrance to the exposition. Zofia had watched the tower being built, growing from scaffolding to spire. It was a bold, staggering lattice of rivets and steel bolts. No one would call it beautiful, but that hardly mattered to Zofia. Beauty did not move her. But the Eiffel Tower did. It was immensely awkward. If the streets looked sewn together with a neat hand, La Tour Eiffel was the ungainly needle pinning it all into place. It lanced through the Grand Boulevard, elegant cupolas, and buildings draped in sculpted gods. It would never blend in, but always demand witnessing. Zofia suspected that if La Tour Eiffel could talk, they would understand each other perfectly. Past the Eiffel Tower stretched out the Esplanade des Invalides. Even in the dark, Zofia felt her breath catch. It was as if she were no longer in Paris. Gone were the familiar boulevards and docile cafes with their wicker chairs. Now, sprawling tents covered the streets. On the sidewalk were low tables crowded with water pipes. Men in robes and women with their heads covered walked briskly down the cobbled lanes. Layla pointed out the water fountain, the bell-shaped minaret, and the mosque paneled with bright blue tiles. Around it were salons and restaurants. The tang of unfamiliar food coated the air so thickly that Zofia was tempted to stick out her tongue. "We are on Cairo Street," said Layla, keeping her voice low. Although Paris was full of tourists, the exposition had not yet officially opened, and the streets were empty, save for the very wealthy who had procured tickets early. Small units of guards carefully patrolled the spaces, making sure no one had snuck in before it was open to the public. On the other side of the street, Zofia spied a handful of guards walking toward them. "Act calm," said Layla under her breath. "You look like anyone else, as if you belong here, so there's no reason for them to feel alarmed. And under no circumstances should you take off running." A guard strolled up to them. Zofia thought he would direct his questions to Layla, but he didn't. He acted as if she wasn't there at all. "I'm afraid you and your maid can't be here, mademoiselle," he said to Zofia. "We have been having some troubles with security. There was a disturbance here a week ago. We will have to ask you to remove yourself to a different sector of the Exposition Universelle." Beside Zofia, Layla stiffened. "She isn't my maid," said Zofia automatically. Layla winced, and Zofia realized that was not what she was supposed to say. "I mean..." Another guard started walking toward them. His eyebrows were slanted down. "Mademoiselle, what's your name?" asked the first guard. I... Zofia tugged nervously at the silken sheath cover on her dress. Hidden in her sleeve was a box of matches. There were sharp spurs concealed in the heels of her shoes, but she didn't want to use them. Layla jumped in. My mistress does not simply hand over her name like some common token. The first guard looked taken aback. I meant no offense. You should apologize anyway, scolded Layla. It's just that she seems to match a description for a person involved with the recent disturbance. A girl of about her height, with white blonde hair. It's not a very common coloring. She is a rare and exquisite flower, said Layla, tugging on Zofia's arm. Let us go, madame. We were lost, is all. If she could but stay a moment longer, my colleague will be able to confirm that she is not the woman we seek. I am dreadfully sorry, but protocol is quite strict before opening day. Zofia recognized the second guard approaching them. He was the one who had cradled his friend who died at the hands of the man with the blade-brimmed hat. The man stopped short when he saw her. His hand went to the forged device at his hip. Zofia grabbed Layla's arm. Run! She cried, sprinting down the road. Layla took off after her. Zofia's heart pounded in her ears. She could hear the guards shouting. Behind her, tents crashed and tables were overturned as Layla threw them to the ground, blocking their path. This way, said Layla, pulling Zofia through one of the twisting streets. Shouts erupted behind them. Zofia flew past a spice table, overturning cinnamon and pepper in heaps onto the ground. A slew of foreign curses chased her shadow, but there wasn't time to apologize. Zofia followed Layla through the twisting streets of the colonial pavilions until they arrived at a corner that plunged into the dark. On the other side of the alley, the streets changed once more. From Cairo to an Annamite village, where the wooden thatched peaks of pointed huts unfurled in front of them. A colorful rickshaw streaming ribbons sped past in the direction of a large theater outfitted with palm fronds. Down the street, Zofia could see the darkened archway of the exhibition on colonial superstitions. And just behind her, she could hear the pounding footsteps of the guards. Layla started waving her hands wildly. I can get the rickshaw driver's attention, she called. The footsteps were gaining on them. Zofia had an idea. From her sleeves, she pulled out the matches, struck one against her teeth, and set it to the outer sheath of her dress before jumping in the middle of the road. She tore off the first burning layer, which now flared into a long column of fire. The rickshaw driver braked hard. I got his attention, announced Zofia, stomping the fire out with her foot. The rest of her dress, made of forged flame-retardant silk, gleamed, completely unsullied. Layla's mouth fell open, but then it pulled into a wide grin. She waved a bag full of coins. For your services and your silence. The driver, a boy no older than 13, beamed a gap-toothed smile. The two of them hopped into the rickshaw just as the guards appeared. Get down, said Layla. Zofia slid farther down in her seat. The rickshaw itself was little more than a covered tricycle, but at least it could get them to the exhibition. Layla whispered directions to the driver. Once they sped away down the road, she flopped backward in her seat, breathing hard. See? She said. What did I tell you earlier? Zofia gripped the edge of her seat. That some people consider disrobing an art? No, not that, said Layla, as the driver blushed. I said that beauty was its own armor. Zofia considered this. I still don't like dresses. Layla merely smiled. Inside the forging exhibition, the lights had been kept dim. The only pinpoints of luminescence were beneath each of the podiums. Zofia kept herself near the wall. What are we looking for, Zofia? Another entrance? A hidden door? Zofia shook her head. Us. She reached for the phosphorus pendant from her necklace, remembering how it had revealed the Tezcat door at House Core. That mirror had been a gift from the fallen house. And if the fallen house was behind the theft of the House Core ring, then what if she and Enrique had missed something the last time they were here? What if the whole time they had been walking through the exhibition, thinking they were unseen, someone had been watching them from behind a concealed mirror? With forging, detecting the presence of a Tezcat required a burning phosphorus formula. Zofia snapped her phosphorus pendant. She held it out where it looked like a piece of chipped-off blue flame. "Don't walk in front of the flame," instructed Zofia. Layla nodded. The two of them made their way slowly through the exhibit. Zofia let the light of the phosphorus pendant climb up the brocade walls. On the left, nothing moved. Zofia held out the pendant as she made her way to the place in the wall where the man with the honeybee pendant had been waiting as if he had slid out of the wallpaper itself. The light climbed over the brocade slowly, glittering over the golden embroidery, and then Layla sucked in her breath. The wall changed. At first it showed nothing but cloth, but then the surface of it rippled, turning liquid and silver. A Tezcat door exposed. In its reflection, Zofia caught Layla's eye. "They're coming through here."
22. Enrique. Enrique was hanging upside down from his armchair. He groaned aloud. "It makes no sense." Hypnos, seated on the black cherry chair beneath him, raised his nearly emptied wine glass. His third such glass, if memory served Enrique.
Try wine. I doubt that will help. True, but at least you won't remember.
Hypno strained his glass, then set it aside.
How come you have an armchair? I want one.
Because I live here. Sometimes Enrique found his thoughts worked better when he was dangling upside down. It helped that he could see the floor beneath him. All the documents they'd found on the fallen house fanned out across the carpet. And in the middle of it all, encased in a thin quartz terrarium, the bone clock. It was a feast for both a symbolist and a historian. It was not an ordinary clock, though it had a face and numerals and hands that pointed to various hours of the day. Twisting symbols stretched around the clockwork. Carved maidens who drew veils over their faces. Grinning beasts that disappeared beneath silver foil foliage. Sepulchres that opened and closed in the space of a blink, forcing one to wonder whether there was something that had crept out of their hollow spaces. At first, Enrique had thought the forged symbols were intentional. But after hours of observation, he had become disillusioned. Symbols meant something, but they could also exist to confuse the eye. Something that he was not willing to share just yet with Hypnos. All his life, symbols had been a source of comfort. They felt like stories that reached out beyond the confines of time. And yet, everything about this clock felt like a taunt. To make it worse, every time he looked at it, he was forced to reckon with the hours sliding past. Every hour that went by with Tristan's life hanging in the balance. A loud huffing sigh broke through his thoughts.
How am I supposed to think under these conditions? Demanded Hypnos. What happened to the wine?
You could always try water for a change, said Severin from the doorway.
Water is boring.
To an outsider, Severin looked no different than he normally did. Dressed in an elegant suit. Irritable, but restrained. As if this minor glitch were nothing to worry about. But the closer he got, the more little details popped out. The slope of his shoulders, the creases under his eyes, ink stains on his fingers, the threads on the cuffs of his sleeves unraveling. Severin was coming undone. Severin took 2 steps inside the stargazing room before stopping.
Can't find a seat?
Asked Hypnos. Enrique righted himself. Of course Hypnos had spoken in jest. There were a number of empty seats, but to Enrique they felt like unsteady ghosts. There was the black cushion on the ground where Tristan should be sitting, hiding Goliath in his pocket. The green velvet chaise lounge from where Layla would be brandishing her teacup like a queen's scepter. The high stool with its ragged pillow where Zofia would be leaning forward, a matchbox twirling in her hand, and then Severon's seat, the black cherry armchair where Hypnos currently sat. In the end, Severon chose to stand. Enrique looked behind him to the door. "Where are the girls?" Severon fished around in his pocket and held up a note. "Leila and Zofia went to investigate something at the forging exhibition." That made Enrique sit up straight.
What? That place is crawling with security guards. And if there's someone from the Fallen House there, then...
Hypnos started laughing.
Oh, mon cher. Did you want them to ask for permission?
Of course not. Enrique blushed.
Ah,
said Hypnos, his gaze narrowing.
Then perhaps you're nursing a bit of a wound for not being invited along with them. Which girl, I wonder, has laid claim to some corner of your imagination?
Can we just get back to work?
Leila, I wonder? The living temple goddess?
Enrique rolled his eyes. Severin, on the other hand, went entirely still.
Or is it the little ice queen?
Neither, he said sharply. But even as he said the words, he couldn't help remembering that one of the last times he'd been in this room was with Zofia. Together, they had cracked the code on the Sator Square. Together, they had found something. He just thought they made a good team. Yet even as he remembered it, he saw Zofia in the train compartment, the light catching on her candle-bright hair, her pale fingers tracing the neckline of her velvet dress, as she practiced, of all things, flirting. Enrique shook himself. His head was a snarl of too many impressions. Tristan's closed eyes, the dead stare of the figures on the bone clock, the peppery scent of Hypnos' skin, and light catching on Zofia's hair.
When will they be back?
In an hour, said Severin. Where are we on the clock?
Nowhere,
grumbled Hypnos.
Have you tried taking off the glass covering?
What would that do? Demanded Enrique.
It's far too delicate as it is. Maybe that's why it's called a bone clock in the first place. Fragile bones and all that. I lifted the covering once and examined it with kid-skin gloves, and the silver immediately started flaking.
Fine, said Severin, although he didn't sound very convinced. He turned to Hypnos.
What about any headway on the Fallen House? There's nothing here that we haven't already discussed. The Fallen House believed it was their sacred duty to rebuild the Tower of Babel. They sought to do that by...
Hypnos paused, squinting as he held a piece of parchment to his face.
Harnessing the power of the dead. I have no idea what that means. It sounds both sinister and terribly unfashionable.
Well, they were always cryptic, said Enrique, gesturing at the famed bone clock. At the height of their power, the Fallen House had never once revealed where they held their meetings. Only their infamous bone clocks, their forged objects of communication, could reveal the meeting's location. Supposedly, the clock also contained a fail-safe method allowing a non-house member to locate them in case of emergency. But Enrique was starting to think that was nothing more than rumor.
How do we know Rouge Joubert is even at the Fallen House's original meeting place? Asked Enrique.
Severin turned over the honeybee chain in his hand.
He'd consider it a point of pride, as if he were intentionally continuing a legacy.
Hypnos snorted.
Him and who else? You told me that man kept saying we, but the Order has tightly controlled anything even resembling recruitment to the Fallen House. They had the leader executed, and the rest of them were given the choice of death or a strong mind affinity alteration that would wipe out any recollection of the Fallen House.
But so many of those members must have been with the Fallen House for most of their adult lives. Wouldn't mind affinity make them
a shell of their former selves? Finished Hypnos. Yes, which is why a shocking number of them chose death. Fanatics. Some must have escaped both death and punishment, though, mused Severin. Perhaps they were driven deep underground. My guess is that it's a clever, deranged man and his henchperson with that blade hat you mentioned. The fallen house loved to travel in packs, like they were wolves or some such. Trust me, if he had more than one person on his side, he would have brought them all for that little showdown in the greenhouse, said Hypnos. At this, even Severin nodded in agreement. Also, who wears a blade hat? What if it slips and then you end up slashing your face? Detestable! Enrique shuddered, crossing himself. At this rate, we're not going to find Rouge Hubert or his henchman. Nothing on this clock is helpful. Not even the notation. He pointed at the one word scrawled just beneath the 6th hour marking. Nocte. Midnight. It's just the name of the clockmaker, said Severin. I wouldn't be too sure. It might be a directive, a rule of some kind meant to inform us how to look at the clock. Can I just see the clock without a protective covering? Asked Severin. Only if you promise you won't smash it. I promise I won't smash it. Enrique narrowed his gaze, and then nodded in the direction of the bone clock. Gingerly, Severin lifted the glass covering. He considered the bone clock beneath, the silver foil clinging to the exquisite statues. And then he shoved it over, where it toppled to one side. Hypnos squealed. Enrique leapt out of his chair. "What did you do?" he demanded. "I did what I wanted. It's my clock." "But you promised!" wailed Enrique. "True, but my fingers were crossed." Hypnos faked a gasp. "Oh no! His fingers were crossed!" Enrique shot Hypnos a scathing glare. "Severin, you could have damaged the symbol, some critical piece of information, and now we'll never find Tristan." "I gave you nearly 4 hours," said Severin. "You're brilliant. If there was anything to find, you would have sniffed it out by now. That you didn't is proof enough to me that, in the clock's current state, there is nothing worth finding. Enrique hesitated. Truthfully, he was both flattered and insulted. But looking at the place where the bone clock had toppled over, mounting horror replaced all that. Silver dust now spangled the air, a consequence of the delicate foil that had covered the symbols on the clock. Evening light glanced off it, creating sharp and slender shadows on the face of the machinery. "Now you've done it," said Hypnos. "He's lost the ability to speak." "Oh, shut up, Hypnos," started Severin. Enrique tuned out both of them. He crept forward slowly, his heart hammering. There was a new pattern on the body of the bone clock, like ink sluicing between grooved wood. Words hewn out of light and silver and shadow. Where the silver had peeled away, a flat paleness revealed itself. Off-white. Like. Hypnos scuttled backward on his hands. "Dear God, is that clock actually made of bone?" At the same time, Severin squinted. "There's writing on that clock." It hadn't been clear until now. The hand that had cleverly disguised the words on the clock was cramped and narrow, the words barely legible Latin that Enrique quickly translated. "I have been with you all your life, though I appear only in strife. My quantity will let you see, all this world was meant to be." Enrique moved closer to the clock, his fingers hovering over the words that now appeared. When Enrique looked up at him, there was a renewed light in Severin's eyes. Something that hadn't been there until now. The three of them sat once more on the ground, Hypnos with his knees pulled to his chest, Severin, legs crossed, arms crossed. And then Enrique, who was now happily sprawled out, a pen and notebook beside either hand, as he began to transcribe the riddle's words.
This was the first breakthrough they'd had in hours, and he could feel the strength of it like an unaccounted-for burst of sunshine in the veins.
My quantity, mused Severon aloud. That suggests the answer is twofold. Both the answer to the riddle and how it relates to the clock. Perhaps the quantity has something to do with the numbers on the clock face. Yes, but the clock only goes to 12, said Hypnos. What's in your body that there's only 12 of that shows up in times of strife?
And thus began the most excruciating hour of Enrique's life. At first, there was talk of teeth, which Severon instantly dismissed.
Who only has 12 teeth?
Together, they combed through different riddled answers, but nothing fit. The minutes stretched by. Not one of them had disturbed the bone clock where it lay. Hypnos had gotten up and started to wander in circles, moaning for wine, while Severon had turned inward once more, his fingers worrying the tassels on Tristan's cushion.
Stupid clock that may or may not be made of bone.
Severon lifted his head.
What did you say? I said the clock may or may not be made of bone.
Bone. Hypnos muttered.
I could use a quick one.
Enrique ignored him.
Could that fit? As an answer?
I have been with you all your life,
read Hypnos aloud.
True. Only that would be deadly terrifying. Though some people I honestly believe are born without spines.
And next we have, though I appear only in strife.
What? I don't think that fits.
Enrique fell quiet. The strife bit had thrown him off too, at first. Bones didn't appear in strife, floating before someone like ghosts. But they certainly showed. He had seen it in the Philippines, when he accompanied his father on rides through the provinces of Capiz and Cavite to check on the rice production of the paddies they owned. On the road, leaned up against whitewashed churches and houses that looked like a strong breeze might make them fold over in defeat, crouched the beggars. Young and old, it didn't matter. Their eyes were all the same, flat and vacant. The faces of those whose hope had hardened and shrunk from too much of life. There, he saw the children with their too sharp ribs ridging their shirts. Knobbed elbows stained with dirt. Eyes unsettlingly wide in faces sculpted by starvation.
I think bone fits,
he said quietly. Hypnos cast him a strange look. Enrique had no desire to be the focus of that attention, so he said,
The last two lines fit as well. We know that the fallen house had some macabre interests. It's possible that meant using bone. In which case, that line, all this world was meant to be, might fit with their own interests and not all humans everywhere. Which leaves the second to last line, my quantity will let you see, as the final hint. Maybe it means the number of bones found in a human body. How many are there, anyway?
206, said Severon instantly. Enrique frowned.
Do I want to know why you had that answer immediately?
Severon's smile gleamed wolf-like.
I doubt it. But how do we get 206 to show up on a clock?
Severon let out a soft laugh, as if he were remembering something.
6 minutes past 2. 206. 206.
The three of them stared at the clock. Some crackling energy that had not been there before now wafted out of it. Enrique had the bizarre notion the clock could now sense that they knew how to drag out its secrets. Slowly, Enrique pushed the hour and minute hand. Hypnos and Severon had moved closer without him noticing. He saw the scene suddenly in his mind's eye, as if from afar. 3 boys kneeling around a clock made of bone, the light behind them rendering them sharp shadows brought to life. And he felt that thread of hunger sewing them all together in the moment, so that when it came right down to it, Perhaps their souls would have been indistinguishable. Enrique waited. He waited for the forging power to unravel into the air, to push back. But he felt nothing.
"It's not working," said Hypnos. "Did we get it wrong?"
Enrique's heart seized. He hoped not. But then...
"We didn't follow directions," said Severin, pointing to the little script on the clock's crescent.
Nocte.
Midnight. But midnight is hours away.
Severin's gaze shuddered. He rubbed the scar on his palm, then reached for his tin of cloves. He chewed one thoughtfully, ignoring the tension building up with everyone else.
"At least by then, the girls will be back."
Severin left not long after that to attend to L'Eden business, which left Enrique and Hypnos alone in the stargazing room. Enrique wasn't sure what he should do. In the end, both of them returned to what they had been doing before, poring over the shredded documents of the fallen house, searching for clues in the detritus. The shadow of evening stretched over them. Food had been called up and eaten without either of them lifting a head from their research. Always, the bone clock stared back, waiting, smug. When Enrique looked at the room, he saw the strange pall over it. The cushions upturned. Tristan's pillow shoved under a chair so no one could sit in it.
"Why are you helping us?"
Enrique realized the words were out of his mouth before he could even think them. Hypnos looked up, his face unguarded.
"Is it so strange to think I might have reasons of my own for wanting the Babel ring found?" he asked. "That's not an answer. You could be doing this work from home. I've heard the Hausnick's library is the envy of scholars. You don't have to be here."
Hypnos was quiet for a moment, and then he folded his hands on his lap.
"If I had someone on my side, someone of equal standing to me, then maybe life in the Order would be easier."
Enrique processed this.
"You want Severin to become a patriarch?"
Hypnos nodded.
"When we were little, I thought we'd grow up and be kings or something. A whole kingdom to divide between us."
He glared at Enrique.
"Do not tell him I said that."
Enrique mimed a zip over his mouth, and Hypnos relaxed once more. He looked so young, so unlined, and yet his ice-colored eyes looked ancient.
"The truth is, I need someone on my side," said Hypnos.
He wrapped his arms around his knees.
"Someone who might understand what it means to live in two worlds as I do. I have tried, and I have failed. I cannot be both the descendant of Haitian slaves and the son of a French aristocrat, even if that is what I hold in my heart. I had to choose, and perhaps the Order forced my hand in this. But what no one tells you is that even when you decide which world you will live in, the world may not always see you as you would wish. Sometimes it demands that you be so outrageous as to transcend your very skin. You can change your name, your eye color, make yourself a myth and live within it, so that you belong to no one but yourself."
Enrique's mouth felt dry. He knew exactly how that felt. The feeling like his own skin betrayed him. That his own dreams didn't match his face, and would therefore never come to pass.
"I understand."
Hypnos snorted. He dropped his head back against the couch, and the light caught on the long line of his throat. Hypnos looked like a seraph who had spent his whole life in ripe sunshine. He had always been beautiful, but now the light gilded his beauty into something unearthly. Enrique used to feel a twinge of shame when it came to his feelings. He used to pray that when it came to attraction, His body would just choose between men and women, and not both. It was his second oldest brother, bound for priesthood, who told him that God made no mistakes in crafting their hearts. Enrique still hadn't quite parsed out his own relationship to faith, but what his brother said had made him stop hating himself. It made him stop turning from what lay inside him and embrace it. But it wasn't until he arrived in Spain for university that he started doing more than just looking at beautiful boys. He was reminded of it now, staring at Hypnos. And he was far too distracted to realize the other boy had noticed. Hypnos swiped his thumb across his lips.
Do I have something on my mouth? No, not at all,
said Enrique, turning quickly. Hypnos muttered something that almost sounded like, "That's a pity." Time marched steadily toward midnight. By then, Layla and Zofia had returned. They shared their findings with one another, the bone clock and the hidden Tezcat, and settled down to wait in the stargazing room. The chairs had lost some of their ghostly attributes, and everyone took a seat, leaving only Tristan's cushion untouched. In those final stretches to midnight, Enrique thought he could feel everything. From the heat vibrating off Hypnos' hand, which was just an inch too close, and the glow of Zofia's candlelight hair as she bent her head to inspect her newest invention, to the sugar crystals from the cookie Layla had snuck him, and the cold of Severon's fury as he stared at the clock. Enrique, who had always dreamed about what magic might feel like, thought he had found it then. Myths and palimpsests, starlight sugaring the air, and the way hope feels painful when shared equally among friends. At the stroke of midnight, they slid the clock into position. 6 minutes past 2. Light burst across the room. Layla jerked backward, but Zofia leaned toward the light. Curiosity flickered across her face.
It works like a Nemo bug,
she observed. The vision contained in the clock splayed across the room, blotting out the glimpse of the stars overhead. A hall full of bones. Grinning skulls crowded together. Compacted earth where a great spiraled pattern like the logarithm floor of House Core spread out across an abandoned auditorium. And Enrique thought he might even be able to sniff out the smell of that place regardless that he could only see the image of it. Great crosses made of femurs, and an eerie lake where stalactites dripped their mineral tears. Here, finally, was the secret hiding place of the fallen house. The place connected to the forged exhibition. The place where somewhere, Tristan lay trapped in the dark. Enrique didn't know who spoke first, but the truth of the words brushed against his skin, raising the hairs along the back of his neck. The fallen house is waiting for us, in the catacombs. 23. Severon. Severon's sixth father was a man he called Greed. Greed was a pretty thief with a petty trust fund, and often resorted to stealing. Greed liked to keep Severon as a lookout while he ran his errands. On one such occasion, Greed broke into the home of a rich widow. He cleared out the curio cabinet, which was full of precious porcelain pieces and elaborate glasswork. But then he saw that atop the cabinet was a clock made of jade. Severon had been standing outside, watching the street. When he heard the steady clip of horse hooves, he whistled, but Greed shushed him. He reached for the clock, only for the ladder beneath him to crash. The heavy clock fell on his head and killed him instantly. Greed taught him to beware of reaching too high. Severon placed a clove on his tongue, chewing slowly as he mulled over his information. They knew where the fallen house hid. They knew what the fallen house wanted. The Babel fragment rejoined. Everything else was just a matter of timing. As the light from the bone clock dissolved, Hypnos sighed.
Technically, all house heads are supposed to report any fallen house activity to the Order.
Technically, repeated Severin. Technically, we don't know if someone from the Order is acting through Rue Joubert.
Which is why I said, technically,
added Hypnos.
I have to report to the Order, but they never specified when I had to do that. I could supposedly do it after we find Rue Joubert, when we're sure that no one from our score was involved in stealing the ring.
Sneaky.
I'm following someone's example.
Do you really think someone from the Order would be behind this? Asked Enrique. Wouldn't they be betraying the whole point of the Order?
Never underestimate the human capacity for betrayal,
said Layla quietly. Like the rest of them, she had avoided her usual seat on the velvet chaise lounge. Instead, she leaned against the bookcase, the train of her green silk dress tucked over her legs. Layla rubbed the back of her neck, her fingers disappearing behind her collar to trace her scar. She thought of it like a seam, as if it made her more ragdoll than human. But to Severin, it was just a scar. Scars sculpted people into who they were. They were scuffs left by sorrow's fists. And to him at least, proof of being thoroughly human. And then, unbidden, came the memory of touching that scar. How it felt cold as glass, and just as smooth. He remembered how she tensed when he touched her there, and how he'd kissed the length of it, desperate to show her he knew what it meant, and it didn't matter. Not to him. Suddenly Layla looked up and their eyes met. The slightest color touched her cheeks, and he wondered if she was remembering too. She looked away from him abruptly.
"What's the plan?"
she asked. Severin forced his gaze to the others.
"We infiltrate the Fallen House's meeting location in the catacombs. We take back both the housecar ring and the Horusai." "I doubt he'd leave the ring lying around on the ground," said Layla. "Wouldn't he be wearing it?"
Hypnos wiggled his fingers.
"He can't. He might have managed to tear it off, but it's still welded to us."
Severin nodded, then added, "Looking through the Horusai will give us the fragment's location, which, assuming there's no sign of Housecar's involvement in the theft, we then relay directly to the Housecar matriarch. That way the Order can dispatch people to protect the site of the fragment and immobilize Rue Joubert and his accomplice."
"How are we entering the catacombs?"
asked Layla. "Through the normal route, on Rue d'Enfer."
"But they can just escape through the hidden Tezcat in the exhibit,"
pointed out Hypnos. From where she sat, Zofia drew out the silver cloth and dangled it before them.
"No, they can't." "Is that supposed to impress me?"
asked Hypnos, horrified.
"This cloth is impenetrable,"
said Zofia.
"It's true," said Layla. "She stabbed the poor thing." "Fascinating as that is, it's still no bigger than an handkerchief,"
pointed out Hypnos.
"I know," said Zofia. "I can reproduce it." 100 handkerchiefs? I'm quaking." "You should," said Zofia mildly. "Zofia, if you can manipulate the size of a silver cloth, I wonder if you can play with one other thing."
Severin took out a Nemo bug from his pocket. It was small and lightweight and cold to the touch. And yet, in its forged body, it could hold the image of a mind's eye and project it into the air.
"A Nemo bug?" groaned Enrique.
"What's that going to do? Record the moments before our inevitable death? Because I don't actually want a souvenir of that. Just trust me."
"Maybe I could stay behind," said Hypnos. "I could be a point of contact on the street, or—"
"What happened to being excited about teamwork?" asked Severin.
That was before I realized how little regard you hold for mortality. If you follow the plan, your mortality will stay intact. Hypnos looked highly suspicious. What is this plan of yours, mon cher? Before Sévérin could answer, Zofia struck a match against her tooth. Crocodile teeth. The four of them turned to her. Sévérin laughed. Zofia had guessed exactly what they were going to do. Great minds think alike. Zofia frowned. No, they don't. Otherwise, every idea would be uniform. By now, Sévérin's mouth burned, but he still reached for another clove. He wasn't sure where he had first heard that the aromatic herb helped preserve memory. A hotel guest, perhaps, leaving a present for him on the eve of his or her departure. Now he couldn't stop the habit. Memories unsettled him. He hated the thought that he might have missed something, and he didn't want time warping how he remembered things, because he didn't trust himself to remember without bias. And he needed to. Because only then, only with absolute impartiality, could he detect where he had gone wrong. As he made his way to the grand lobby of l'Eden, he combed through, for the 1000th time, his last moments with Tristan. Tristan had been trying to warn him of something, and Sévérin had turned him away. Was it then? Did Tristan step outside and get trapped by the Fallen House? Did he try to knock himself unconscious when they showed him the Phobos helmet, the way he used to when they stayed in the home of Wrath? Rue Joubert's words found their way back to him with perfect clarity, and for a moment, Sévérin wished the cloves he chewed didn't work half as well.
His love and his fear and his own cracked mind made it easy to convince him that betraying you was saving you.
Guilt curdled in his stomach. He should have listened. Sévérin stood at the base of the grand staircase that opened into the lobby, surveying l'Eden. Except Tristan wasn't here, and Sévérin was alone. Then, from behind him, came a thin and reedy sound.
Mama?
Sévérin's spine stiffened. He turned and saw a young boy clutching a ragged teddy bear. Children rarely stayed at l'Eden with their parents. He had expressly forbidden any family-friendly allure, and had succeeded up until now. For a moment, Sévérin was riveted by the sight of the child. Where he went, he rarely saw young children, and he forgot that he had ever been so small, barely hip height and utterly lost.
Mama?
Called the little voice again. What had happened to the boy's parents? Had they actually presumed to abandon him? Here. Fat tears slid down the child's face, and Sévérin fought down the urge to yell at him. Why mourn those who didn't want you? He wanted to scream. You'll be fine without them. But then a woman rushed past him, gathering the boy in her arms and laughing.
Darling, did you not hear me say I was only going to check with the concierge for a moment?
The boy shook his head, sobbing, and his mother held him close. Right then, his jealousy was a living thing, settling into his heart, pulsing through his veins. Of course, the boy hadn't been abandoned. Of course, he had only been temporarily misplaced. What is wrong with me? He murmured, turning away from the sight of the boy and his mother. Across the sea of guests, his factotum caught his eye and waved. Sévérin waited at the end of the staircase, occasionally nodding his head in acknowledgement to various guests until his factotum appeared. In one hand, he carried a small box that he held at arm's length. Distaste rippled across his features.
Sir, we can easily find someone else to perform this task.
Sévérin took the box. Inside, a handful of brown crickets chirped and jumped.
I would prefer to see to it myself.
Very well, sir.
Out the corner of his eye, he saw a sleek cheetah bound across the lobby.
And please inform the Marchesa di Castiglione that if Imhotep eats someone's poodle again, the hotel is not responsible.
His factotum sighed.
Yes, sir. Anything else?
Severin closed his hands into a fist.
The guests with the child. Tell them their room is under construction. Find them comparable lodgings elsewhere. The Savoy, perhaps.
His factotum eyed him suspiciously.
Very well, sir.
At the entrance to Tristan's workshop, Severin pinched the gilded ivy leaf of the Tezcat door, only to stop short. He wasn't alone. Silhouetted by candlelight and bent over a glass terrarium was Layla. She was singing a lullaby, though not particularly well, and dropping crickets into Goliath's cage. Now he wished he'd let someone else come. He hated seeing her like this, going through routines, settling herself into a life she couldn't wait to leave behind. He took a step toward the table. Around her gleamed the miniature worlds that Tristan crafted. Minuscule spires lording over a painted sky. Gardens where porcelain petals gathered dust. Amidst it, Layla looked like an icon. Her hair was pulled over one shoulder, and he imagined he could smell the sugar and rosewater sprayed at the hollow of her throat. Not wanting to alarm Layla, Severin set down the box of crickets, but he ended up placing the box near the table's edge, where it nearly slid and toppled to the ground. Severin rushed to grab it, only to stab his thumb on a concealed thorn.
Majnun?
Said Layla, whirling to face him.
What are you doing here?
Severin winced and gestured at the box of crickets.
Same as you, it seems, although you managed to do so without injury.
Here, let me,
she said, walking toward him.
I know he keeps bandages around here somewhere.
Layla rummaged through one of the drawers until she found a length of gauze and a pair of scissors.
For a moment, I thought you might be the elusive bird killer on the grounds.
Severin shook his head. It was a pesky problem, but chances were it was just a cat.
I'm sorry to disappoint,
he said. He brought his pulsing finger to his lips, intent on sucking the skin as he would any cut, but Layla batted away his hand.
You could get an infection,
she scolded.
Now hold still.
She reached for his hand. Severin did as she commanded. He held still, as if his life hung in the balance. Right then, it seemed as if there was too much of her. In the air, against his skin. When she bent her head to tie the gauze, her hair trailed over his fingertips. Severin couldn't help it. He flinched. Layla looked up. Her uncanny eyes, so dark and glossy they reminded him of a swan's stare, bored into his. One corner of her mouth tipped up.
What's wrong? Do you think I'll read you?
His pulse scattered. She had told him before that she could only read objects, not people. Never people.
You can't do that.
Layla raised one slender eyebrow.
Can't I?
That's not funny, Layla.
Layla waited a beat, then two. Finally, she rolled her eyes.
Don't worry, Majnun. You're quite safe from me.
She was wrong about that. For the next 18 hours, none of them slept. Enrique spent so much time scouring books in the library that Layla had arranged for his bedding to be sent there. Hypnos was scarcely seen without a drink in his hand.
The better to help me think.
And spent all his time corresponding with his own spies, accomplices, and guards. Zofia, meanwhile, lived up to her nickname, for she spent half the day submerged behind veils of smoke. And Layla kept them alive. Her hands were always working, pouring tea, offering food, rubbing tired scalps, grazing the edges of objects, while her smile stayed as still and knowing as ever. One day, then two, and now midnight was nearly upon them. Far away from the glitter and glamour, midnight soaked the gritty streets. Beggars slept huddled in corners, and skinny cats slipped around stone corners. Sévérin and Layla walked lightly, their shoulders hunched against any curious glares. Sévérin had never had any interest in seeing the catacombs. He knew that it was an underground ossuary holding the remains of millions. Cradled in its earth were the bodies of duchesses and aristocrats, plague victims, and those whose heads had been snapped off by a guillotine's teeth. Countless unnamed individuals who are now nothing more than ghastly halls and arches made from grinning skulls and cracked jaws. Layla shivered as they got close. Slowly, she plucked off her gloves, then reached down to touch the metal fence surrounding the entrance. She closed her eyes, then gave a tight nod. Rue Joubert was here. Calm washed over him then. He thought of the stories he'd heard growing up about the underworld. The tale of Orpheus, who looked behind him and lost everything. He wouldn't be that. He would descend and ascend, and lose nothing but a handful of time. He swallowed hard against the doubt lodged at the back of his throat, and took the stairs. Above his head, a sign carved in stone declared, Arrête, c'est ici l'Empire de la Mort. Stop. This is the Empire of Death.
Part 5. From the archival records of the Order of Babel, The Origins of Empire. Mistress Hedvig Petrovna, House Dasbog of the Order's Russian faction. 1771. Reign of Empress Yekaterina Alexeyevna. We must be vigilant in the boundaries of our work. We protect and preserve. We do not pretend at being gods. Our Babel rings carry the power to reveal the fragments, but some have forgotten that this power does not confer godhood. We might have been better served to call them wax wings. A reminder for those who wish to reach for that which they should not. There are Icaruses, Sampatis, Quafus, and Blooddeds. Those who reached and failed. Their fall, the better to remind us. Their smashed bones upon the ground, a necromancer's reading of the fate to befall those who forget. 24. Zofia. 2 hours before midnight. Zofia glared at her bed. On it were 3 different outfits. One was dark, one was light, one was covered in multicolored embroidery. She was aware, distantly, that there was more she was supposed to notice, but she couldn't fathom it, and so she didn't try. Instead, she reached for the letter pinned to one of the sleeves. It was a list written out in Layla's neat hand. Step 1. Zofia, brush your hair. I tried to help before I left, but couldn't find you. Or did I see you on the western hallway near the Wisterias? Zofia felt a stab of guilt. Layla had seen her, but Zofia had seen the brush and disappear down another hall. Step 2. I laid out 3 dresses for you. The dark one will be the least distracting because there are no asymmetrical frills. The light one will be the most comfortable. The embroidered one is for you if you feel nervous because then you can count the stitches while you're waiting. Zofia brushed her hair and reached for the embroidered dress. Step 3. On your vanity is a pot of rouge and the pot of kohl. Use them only if you wish. Cosmetics do not mean that you need them. They can be anything you desire them to be. Enhancements, armor, etc. Zofia stared at the last step. She could not explain why it calmed her, but it did. On her vanity, she found the cosmetic pots Layla had mentioned. Zofia did not keep many things on her dresser beyond the wash basin and a clean towel. At home, she never spent much time on her face or hair. It inevitably ended up frustrating her, and she would simply turn to Hila for help. But Hila wasn't here. Not yet, anyway. And if tonight went wrong, perhaps she never would be. Once she was dressed, Zofia double-checked the pockets and skirts. All her clothing had some forged aspect to them, and the embroidered dress was no exception. Her pelisse was made of forged sulfur silk that could burst into flames, perfumed so as not to offend the nose, and she had altered her shoes along with Enrique's and Hypnos's to include blades in the heel. In her drawstring reticule lay a Nemo bug and the silver cloth. Zofia fumbled, her hands damp as she tightened the reticule's drawstrings. Just as she was about to leave her room, she caught a faint glow on her bedside table. She paused. It was a moonflower, forged by Tristan to soak in starlight and serve as a nightlight for those times when she got hungry and wanted to sneak down to the kitchens. Tristan was always working on botanical inventions, the way Zofia already tinkered with new engineering developments. She smiled, thinking of the last invention he'd been working on, night bites, projectile ink that could temporarily blind a person, much to Layla's despair. Zofia touched the moonflower softly. These past few days she had taken to sleeping in her laboratory and had not left the moonflower on her windowsill. A scrap of light clung to its petals, casting a luminous pool on the wood of her night table. Carefully, she picked it up, then laid atop the items in her reticule. Tristan was never without a flower, either in his pocket or between his fingers. He would need one for the ride home. Zofia walked toward the lobby. On the wall, the forged torchlight seemed too bright. She rubbed her skin, scalded. Normally, she never entered through a hall where people could see her, but Séverin's instructions before he left had been strict. Be seen. The thought made her nauseous. Zofia looked down from the top of the staircase. For a split second, the staircase did not appear at a slanted diagonal, but rather a steep fall, her body leaning off a precipice that fell straight to the floor. She swayed. "All right, Phoenix." Enrique was at her side, his arm around her waist. He removed it at once. "I apologize. I thought you were going to fall." Zofia gripped the banister. "I was." Zofia glanced at Enrique. Like her, he had dressed with care. She recognized the subtle armor of his clothes. Her invention where buttons could turn to marbles and make someone slip. The silk square in his pocket could become an iron shield. But then her gaze went up, to his face. She had looked at his face at least once a day for approximately 730 days, and in that time it had not altered. It was still an objectively handsome face. She had noticed the lingering stares that followed him whenever he walked into a room. But her awareness of his features felt different, more heightened. Zofia?" Zofia blinked, then realized she had raised her hand to touch his face. She pulled her hand back, looking at it thoughtfully. "Your face is different." Enrique patted his cheek softly. "Bad different, good different. Am I still handsome, at least?" Warmth zipped through the base of her spine. How odd. It was uncomfortable, but not painful. "Yes," she said, and then took to the stairs. The two of them wandered through the crowd. In one corner of the lobby were Turkish princes sitting around a game of chess. A woman whose hair looked like a sheet of ink drifted past them, her bright red sleeves touching the floor. The concierge desk was a circle of chaos. Room keys zipped through the crowd, knocking against the wrists of guests like dogs eager for a treat. "How long do we have to stay here?" asked Zofia. "Just until the clock strikes 10. Zofia glanced up at the large grandfather clock near the entrance of l'Eden. 10 minutes to go. "Where's Hypnos?" "Ask and you shall receive, ma chère." Hypnos appeared at their side, dressed in a bright purple velvet coat. He waved his fingers. His babble ring twinkled there. "You're flaunting it," Enrique scolded. "Relax, it's fake." Zofia eyed him. Where had Hypnos hidden his, then? A patriarch or matriarch could never be without their ring because it was welded to them. Enrique made a huffing sound. "Fine. What about the rest of you? What are you wearing?" he demanded. "Severin said go for subtlety. Someone might recognize me, and if they do, then dressing with subtlety would only attract more attention. It's that unusual. Besides, I'm wearing all my accoutrements of good luck." Hypnos lifted the inside of his lapel, revealing massive brooches made of cut jewels. "A good deal of my inheritance, if I'm being honest. You look like an insect." Hypnos fluttered his hand to his chest. "How rude! Zofia, am I an insect?" Zofia shook her head. "Thank you. You don't have the characteristics necessary to be an insect," she said. "You would need 2 pairs of wings, a body segmented into 3 parts, and 6 legs to be an insect." She had learned that from Tristan. Enrique burst into laughter. When the clock struck 10, the 3 of them piled into a carriage. The drive to the Exposition Universelle was short, and when they stepped out, the crowd had formed a thick press along the Champ de Mars. Light bulbs flashed up and down the Eiffel Tower, and fireworks spangled the night sky. Zofia pushed through the crowd, feeling that edge of panic rising in her lungs. People hemmed her in on all sides. She couldn't even see the road, and they had hardly taken 5 steps. "Make way!" shouted Hypnos, prodding at people with his walking stick. Enrique looked horrified. He shaded his face with his hand, and then Hypnos sighed. "Be that way." He unscrewed the top of his walking stick. "Cover your mouth and nose, my dears." Zofia did not see anything, but she felt a fine mist against her skin. One by one, people's noses wrinkled, and they took a step away from Hypnos, clearing a path down to the exhibition. When they had gotten through to the other side, Hypnos stoppered the stick and smiled. "I hired a forging artist with mind affinity to make a people repellent. Sadly, it doesn't last longer than a minute, but it makes for a delightfully useful walking stick." Enrique looked envious. "Well, my walking stick emits a bright light." Zofia felt a flare of pride. She had designed that stick. Hypnos lifted his chin. "Mine can—" Zofia ignored them. She had no interest in listening to 2 boys compare their sticks. Past the streets teeming with vendors hawking souvenirs and cafes boasting exotic offerings loomed the glass and metal archway of the Galerie des Machines, a testament to the inventions that would usher them into the new century. And right beside it, the exhibition on colonial superstitions. Earlier, Hypnos had planted House Nick's guards at the exhibit, and when the guards saw them, they stepped aside and granted them entry. The place was empty at this time of night, with most of the tourists having abandoned the exhibits to see the fireworks shooting off the sides of the Eiffel Tower. As before, neat rows of illuminated podiums striped the floor. On each of the podiums were written descriptions of the forged object on display and the country of its origin. Zofia reached for the Nemo bug in her reticule. The wall concealing the hidden Tezcat door towered above Zofia. At barely 4 feet 11 inches, she was not unaccustomed to feeling small, but it was what stood on the other side of the Tezcat that shrank her. She had beheld the secrets hidden in the bone clock. The ossified auditorium covered in what looked like a gigantic logarithmic spiral, bones pressed into the walls. On most acquisitions, she was off to the side or hiding in their final meeting location and running interference as needed, never at the forefront, never the one controlling the aspects. Zofia swallowed hard against that lump of misgiving. Things changed. Tristan needed her. She would not fail him. The silver cloth that had taken hours to forge slid from her hands to the floor. Zofia gathered herself, looking at her sleeves and counting the neat embroidered stitches, until a pleasant hum ensnared her thoughts. At the 2 ends of the wall crouched Hypnos and Enrique. Zofia pretended to look at one of the objects on the podium. And then, under her breath, she muttered a single word. Go. Hypnos and Enrique reached for the opposite ends of the silver cloth, now adhered to the length of the entire stone wall. The cloth itself was invulnerable to matter, but it could still be torn from a wall, and so she'd lined the fabric with forged adhesive. Even if someone were to come in after they left, they wouldn't be able to take it down from this side of the wall. As one, they clicked their heels together. The forged stilts concealed in their shoes unclasped, shooting them straight into the air. The silver cloth stretched out from the ground, like a waterfall pouring upward, until it covered the entire wall. That done, Zofia reached for the Nemo bug. She rubbed the small button on the right wing. Every time her skin brushed against it, she felt a buzzing trill zip through her veins. Though the mechanics of the bug required an affinity for matter, its internal mechanism used affinity of the mind. The object was linked to how her brain processed an image, and with that image, it could then project the mind's eye into hologram form. "What shall I do, pretty?" asked Hypnos. "Sing, dance?" "Why do I have to be in the view of the Nemo bug?" asked Enrique. "Can't I just be off to the side?" "What would Séverin do?" "Probably glower attractively and stare into space." "And chew a clove," said Zofia. Enrique grinned. "Definitely that." "Now?" asked Hypnos. "Not yet," said Zofia. They had to get the timing perfectly right, otherwise Séverin and Layla might be exposed. Around them, the clock struck 11. Zofia adjusted the lens, then said, "Start posing." 25. Layla. 1 hour before midnight. Layla's foot slipped on the slick floor of the catacombs. Her pulse turned jagged in her ears. Slowly, she felt her way through the dark. Up ahead, she could just make out Séverin, a tall, imposing shape that cut through the thick shadows of the bone-warped halls. Layla did not dare to touch the bones lining the walls around her. She had never tested her ability against a skull. In India, the dead were cremated. Legend went that those who weren't properly buried became bahuts, or ghosts. Though she knew she couldn't read anything living, she didn't want to take her chances with the dead. Above her, coin-shaped carvings in the ceilings cast green light onto the floor. Layla shuddered, thinking of the warning at the entrance to the catacombs. "Arrête, c'est ici l'Empire de la Mort." Stop, this is the Empire of Death. She could barely stand to look at this place. Even the air offended her. It had the unstirred and cold texture of a sepulchre, and she could feel it frosting her throat with every inhale. As she turned a corner, she saw a child-sized skull and nearly vomited. Everything reeked of a cost to be paid, and Layla did not know what had been the cost of her existence. Is that what the Jeju god had used when he crafted her body? "Here," whispered Séverin. Layla crept up beside him. The closer she got, the more she felt as though a hand had pressed down on her thoughts. When they had seen the fallen house's location revealed in the bone clock, it had imparted more than just an image. It had given knowledge. Layla shook her head. She didn't like how it felt, like something parasitic sitting on her thoughts, tugging the very reins of her mind. Now, beside Séverin, she thought there had to be a mistake. There was nothing but another shelf of bones, this one hammered into an archway with a row of grinning skulls teetering at its apex. A faint slit of light shone through the hollows of skull eyes. Layla held her breath as Séverin placed his hand to the wall of bone. His hand disappeared, sinking to his wrist. "Another Tezcat," he said. A ferocious grin split his face. "And it's not even protected." The fallen house had relied on the secrecy of their location and not much else. Not once when she and Séverin had walked down the halls and held out their forging devices had they picked up even a hint of additional security. "Ready?" Layla nodded. Séverin's main task was to find Tristan. As for her, all she had to do was read the room. Literally. Somewhere on the other side lay not only the Babel ring of House Core, but also the Horus Eye stolen from the subterranean library. After that, Hypnos could relay the information to the Order, and Rouge Joubert and his accomplice would be stopped. "I'll go first," said Séverin. For a moment, Layla wanted to stop him. This place unnerved her. But maybe it was superstition. In the end, she watched him sink into that wall of bone, her heartbeat ringing loudly in her ears. Layla waited a beat. Her hand brushed against the small satchel at her hip. She drew it aside, removing the small knife strapped to her thigh. She inhaled deep, her body recoiling at the sensation of damp air, and then walked straight through the wall. On the other side lay the auditorium, identical to the one the bone clock had shown them. Dirt terraces carved into the wall, sloping downward into a wide stage. The stage itself reminded her of a snail's shell. A strange whirl grooved deep into the earth. When they had first glimpsed it in the bone clock's projection, Zofia had mused that it was another logarithmic spiral, and then launched into an explanation that Layla completely tuned out. Séverin, though, thought it was something else. A mechanized pathway, not unlike a water wheel activated by the churning of a liquid, or the fireball that traveled in a corkscrew pattern back in House Core. But they had no clues about what it was supposed to lead to. Behind the stage, tattered scarlet curtains hung from the ceiling, utterly still. Faded golden embroidery covered the scarlet drapes. The symbols of the 4 houses of France. An Ouroboros, a snake biting its own tail, edged the curtain. House Vanth. A crescent moon shaped like a pale and ghastly grin hovered in the center. House Nyx. Thorns and tightly furled buds cross-hatched the space between the snake and the moon. House Core. And within the snake, 6 points touching the scaled body, a giant hexagram. The Fallen House. Behind those curtains, guessed Layla, must be the entrance to the exhibit on colonial superstitions. Layla tried not to think about Hypnos, Enrique, and Zofia, how close they were and how unreachable. She murmured a prayer as she scanned the rest of the view. To the left of the stage was a shut door. Layla could just make out the sound of someone playing a violin and another person talking in low murmurs. The hairs on the back of her neck prickled, but she didn't panic. This was as they had planned. Naturally, Rouge Joubert and his associate would be there. In an hour, they'd step through the Tezcat, presumably to take Hypnos's babble ring before returning to the catacombs. A flicker of movement to the right of the stage caught Layla's attention. She reached for the dagger at her hip. At the same time, Séverin grabbed her hand, his grip like steel. "Tristan!" He was slumped over in a chair, the Phobos helmet still wrapped around his forehead. Even from a distance, Layla could make out a flash of blue flickering across the glass like sparks of lightning. Her gaze flew across his body, to his white-knuckled clench on the armrests, the brittle way he held his legs, straight out and locked. Layla squeezed her eyes shut, forcing back the tears that prickled. "Why haven't they taken off that cursed thing?" he asked hoarsely. "Why are they still hurting him?" She didn't have an answer to that. "We'll take it off. It'll be over soon." Séverin paled, but he managed a curt nod. Layla forced herself to look beyond Tristan's face and to the area surrounding him. There was a large workshop table, strewn with mechanical bits, the ends of tools, a wooden awl, a jar of buttons. And then, sitting on a scrap of velvet, the Horus Eye. Something else gleamed just beyond it. It was too far to tell, but that blue sheen raised her spirits. It might be the Babel ring. Séverin held out his hand. Layla dug through the satchel. Next to a small pouch of Tristan's night bites lay a tiny snuff box. She opened it, revealing a new and precious supply of mirror powder. Séverin took a pinch, dusting his hands and touching the dirt floor. His image rippled, melding in with the terrace. As he moved, it looked as if there was an invisible bump on the terrain, traveling quickly down the slope. Layla did the same, then raced down the steps. Even with the forged muffling bells, she went on tiptoe, a dancer's instinct to move with precision. The ground beneath them was slick, covered in grime and gravel. All it would take was one fall, and then the landslide of pebbles would give away their location. At the base of the terrace, Layla and Séverin crept around the edges, working their way to the shadowed alcoves where Tristan sat. Séverin ran to him, grabbing his wrist. He waited a moment, then loosed his breath. His pulse is racing. At least he had a pulse. Séverin crouched on the floor, reaching for the straps that bound each of Tristan's legs to the chair. His hands trembled. This close, the helmet around Tristan's head gleamed a sinister blue. Tails of light whipped through the top, as if tentacles rippled over his skull. His eyes roved beneath closed lids. "What did they do to you?" Séverin murmured under his breath. He spared a glance at Layla. "Grab the eye and start looking for the ring." But Layla felt rooted to the spot. Something felt off. It nagged at her, itching at the back of her skull. "Séverin, wait! I'm getting him out of here," he said fiercely. One knot done, Séverin turned to the straps and bindings on the other leg. All the while, Tristan didn't move, didn't twitch, as if he couldn't feel a thing. "That's final." Layla turned to the work table. There was the Horus eye. Beside it, the ring. All of it there, ripe treasure for the taking. But she couldn't swipe it off the table. Something stayed her hand. Instead, she touched the wood that faced Tristan. The images it had witnessed sank through her thoughts, pulling her away from the surrounding scene. The stage, the curtains pulled back as a man with a blade-brimmed hat stepped through. Roujoubert coughing, blood escaping from his handkerchief and flecking the wooden table, Tristan screaming, a cloth shoved past his lips. Layla pulled back her hand, her heart racing wildly. Out the corner of her eye, she could sense Séverin, his hands working on the knot. Distantly, she heard him. "Layla, grab the eye and ring! What are you waiting for?" She saw herself touching the Horus eye. It felt as if she were outside her own body. She felt herself straining her perception, trying to read it as she would with any unforged object. But the eye was forged, and whatever secrets it held drew away from her touch. Next, she reached for the ring. Images slammed into her. The tools on the table, the cast molding of zinc, blue lights on a thread, Tristan screaming as the ring was made. "Now hush, boy. Be quiet or I will mail that Phobos helmet to you. Is that what you want? Don't you see your place in the Grand Revolution? Don't you understand what must be done to awaken the future?" Layla yanked back her hand. She shouldn't have been able to read it. It was fake. "Séverin!" she called, not caring that her voice had risen, that someone might hear her. She reached for his hand just as he touched the helmet, but she wasn't fast enough. Séverin reached out with both hands. The moment he lifted it off Tristan's head, the blue lights cut off abruptly. Beneath it, Tristan's head lolled to one side. They had not changed him out of the clothes from the greenhouse. He was covered in his own filth. Séverin turned to Layla, a victorious smile blooming on his face. Layla blinked. It happened so fast. One moment the blue lights disappeared. The next, they flared to life. Lightning curled, coiling around Séverin's arms. He fell backward, his head thrown back, body trembling. "No!" cried Layla. She kicked the helmet away from his hands, reaching for Séverin. His eyes rolled back. "Majnun!" He didn't move. In the distance, Layla heard a door opening, voices growing more insistent, the whining screech of metal on metal as the curtains were scraped back. Layla's mind splintered. She had to leave. Or she could hide Séverin here, cover him in enough mirror powder that no one would find him until everyone else joined her. She had the Horus eye, at least. Layla rocked back on her heels, then winced sharply. Something had jabbed into the back of her neck. She reached up with one hand and felt flesh, the cold, clammy skin of someone's wrist. And beneath that wrist, a blade. Layla went still. She snatched her hand away, her back rigid as a board. In a moment, she would have to turn. Slowly, she moved her head. As she did, she slipped one hand into her satchel. It was still open, now fallen across her lap. Her fingers closed around a nightbite. "Please," said a shaking voice behind her, the voice of the person who held a knife to her. "Please." Something snapped inside her. She knew every contour of that voice, how it dipped low in a laugh, rose high in excitement. She looked behind her. Tristan. Tears streamed down his face, but even as he wept, he did not lose his grip on the knife that he held to her throat. "Please," he begged, and he did not sound like himself, but like a boy haunted and hunted. "Please, you don't understand."
26. Sévérin. 15 minutes before midnight. Sévérin opened his eyes. He was kneeling. He knew that much. His knees ached. The muscles of his neck throbbed. When he looked down, he noticed his hands were bound together, as if in prayer. His mouth tasted sour. A hint of clove burned on his tongue.
"Do you know where you are, Monsieur Montagnier-Alary?"
Sévérin glanced up. Rue Joubert stared down at him. Sévérin shifted from one knee to the next, feeling the heavy weight at the bottom hem of his left pant leg. Before he'd stepped foot into the catacombs, he'd placed a time-weighted bag full of diatomaceous earth and sulfur in the lining. A trail, he'd hoped, but now he wasn't sure the others would find it in time. Sévérin bit his lip, hoping the pain would jog his memories. He remembered entering the catacombs. He remembered seeing the strange grooves carved along the floor of the stage. He pushed himself, new images rising to the surface of his thoughts. Layla. Layla screaming at him, reaching for him just as he was reaching for the helmet that had been stuck tight to Tristan's head.
"He's fine, my boy,"
said Rue Joubert, as if he could read his thoughts. Sévérin bit back a growl. Rue Joubert had laid a trap for them, and he had placed irresistible bait for Sévérin. Tristan. Sévérin looked up. The scarlet curtains, once pulled close, had been flung back. The Tezcat door sprawled before him, towering like a great beast of polished obsidian. Through the Tezcat, he could see the forging exhibition. Objects hovering above black podiums. The stingy light of sulfur lamps draping the scene in shadows. But that was not all that he could see. Standing just on the other side of the Tezcat, feet planted firmly in the forging exhibition, their hands shoved into pockets and smug grins on their faces, were Enrique and Hypnos. Sévérin looked away from them, his heart beating fast in his ribcage. His gaze swept the stage. Only two people stood there. Rue Joubert, dressed in a black suit, his honeybee pin prominent and polished on his lapel. Behind him, a stout man with a strange bowler hat, the brim of it gleaming as if it were a blade. Sévérin tried to twist his neck to look behind him, but he couldn't. Layla and Tristan were gone.
"Where are they?"
he croaked.
"They're waiting to bear witness,"
said Rue Joubert. He took a step towards Sévérin, then stopped. He reached for a handkerchief in his pocket, coughing violently. Even now, his head still swimming with the remnants of nightmares, Sévérin could see the other man was not well. The handkerchief was blood-splattered. Sévérin opened his mouth to speak when the man in the blade-brim hat held out an object from behind his back. The helmet. Blue sparks traveled up the glass exterior, and Sévérin shuddered. That thing was the last object he had touched before collapsing. He remembered how it had invaded his thoughts. Images darting through his mind, grabbing his soul in a tight fist. his mother screaming at him.
Run! Run, my love! Run!
Tristan crouched in a rosebush. The cuts of thorns cross-hatching his skin. Golden-skinned pheasant on a dish. Layla's hand falling limp to the floor. Ortolan bones cutting the inside of his mouth. Nightmares. All of them.
The Phobos helmet needs no introduction to you,
said Rue Joubert.
Though you do seem surprised to see it. It was banned about 10 years ago by the Order of Babel. Quite a pity, considering it produces excellent results. No one motivates you better than yourself. And who knows you better than, well, you?
Severin remembered Tristan's face when he pulled back the helmet. The bruises beneath his eyes, as if he hadn't slept in days.
It's astounding what one might reveal in their worst nightmares,
said Rue Joubert. The man in the blade-brim hat pulled up a chair for him, and he sat, crossing his ankles and smoothing the front of his jacket, as if they were sitting down for tea.
Including an acquisition of a fallen house bone clock.
Severin's gaze hardened.
Oh, don't worry, my boy. It's still particularly impressive that you are able to figure it out. Frankly, I wasn't sure you would, but I left the trap there just in case.
Severin fought against the ropes binding his wrist, but they didn't budge. Rue Joubert got up from his chair. In the sulphurous lighting of the catacombs, his face was drawn, almost yellow from illness.
Shh, don't do that. You shouldn't hurt yourself. Let someone else do that. Otherwise, where's the fun?
He touched Severin's face, trailing a nail down the side of his cheek. But then Rue Joubert winced. He grabbed his sleeve, as if there was a wound there that needed tending. Slowly, he drew up the fabric, revealing a long gash covered in a bandage that was stained yellow.
This is the price of godhood,
rasped Rue Joubert.
A price that we tried to pay once before.
Severin looked behind Rue Joubert. Enrique and Hypno stood there, clearly inside the exhibition and talking to each other, throwing something up in the air, as if they had all the time in the world. Severin wetted his lips. His voice sounded hoarse, but he needed to talk. Needed, more importantly, to keep Rue Joubert talking. Godhood?
Of course,
said Rue Joubert. A manic gleam shone in his eyes.
Have you never wondered about why only some humans can forge? It is an essence alongside the blood, one capable of being harnessed by the power of the Babel fragment itself. God made us in his image. Are we not gods, then?
Once more, Rue Joubert lifted his sleeve. He tore off the yellow-stained bandage, revealing pale skin cross-hatched with scars.
It was hard, he admitted, to hurt oneself, to flay oneself. But
he took a glowing knife from his breast pocket and dragged it across his arm. He winced, but when his blood ran, it was not red, but gold. Gold as ichor, as the blood of a god.
It is worth it. The fallen house made a discovery of our blood years ago. With the right tools, we could harness the essential essence within us that allowed those of us with the affinity to forge. But that is just the beginning. It gives one power over more than just matter and mind.
It gives one power over the spirits of other men. I'll show you.
Severin jerked back, but the ropes bound him into place. Rue Joubert took a step forward. He pressed the knife point against Severin's cheek, dragging it downward. Severin tensed. His breath turned jagged, his pulse leaping wildly. When he had finished making the cut, Rue Joubert pressed the broken skin of his arm to Severin's face. Severin cried out, but Rue Joubert only pressed harder. Rue Joubert's voice was low, damp against Severin's neck.
I could make you an angel, Monsieur Montagnier-Ellery.
A searing pain rent itself across Severin's back. He screamed. Something shoved through his shoulder blades. He exhaled a shaky breath, then looked behind him. The slender point of wings shoved through his suit, sharp as finials. Wet, pearl-pale feathers rose steadily into the air as they dried.
I could make you a devil.
Severin doubled over. A new pain gripped him, shooting through his temples. His vision blacked out, then restored just as horns shot out from his forehead, curving around the backs of his ears.
I could change you.
The very cells of Severin's being quivered, until, in an abrupt rush, it fell away. The horns pulled back into his skull, wings furled tight against his spine. Rue Joubert gasped. Severin could not tell whether from triumph or pain. He looked up to see the other man squatting, rocking on his heels. He was grinning and smiling so hard, Severin thought his teeth would crack. Rue Joubert licked his lips, but no blood fell. Gold flaked off onto his chin, spattering the front of his jacket.
But we cannot remake the world on just the power given by one fragment, you see. If we were to join them, then perhaps such imaginings as I might have performed would be permanent. I could remake you. Remake the entire human race in the images of new gods. Imagine it. No more of this hideous mixing of blood. A purity, assured and filtered through the holy relics passed down to us from the first ages.
Severin fought through a wash of pain. His tongue felt leaden.
You know, I was told once that an ancient civilization in the Americas made gods by sacrificing humans.
He smiled.
If you'd like me to drive a stake through your heart, you need only ask.
Rue Joubert laughed.
It's far too late for that. It is time for revolution. Soon the Babel fragments will be joined together. But first, they must be awakened. Only then can we fulfill the promise and potential that the Lord set out for us.
Even through the haze of pain, Severin's mind latched onto something.
First, they must be awakened. And what promise would that be?
He asked.
Why, to make the world anew, of course.
The man in the blade-brim hat hoisted the Phobos helmet. Severin recoiled. He would do anything, not to wear that cursed thing again.
And it's nearly time,
said Rue Joubert. He looked over his shoulder, grinning widely at the image of Enrique and Hypnos.
Your friends have been most helpful, which makes me think that perhaps I owe you something. A thank you of a sort. All this time, you wished to know where the West's Babel fragment lay, did you not? Perhaps you wanted to alert the Order? Warn them, even?
Severin said nothing. His gaze flicked to the image of Hypnos and Enrique, still laughing.
Don't look. You'll soon find out,
said Rue Joubert, smiling.
You know, I rather like you. I think you could fit very well among our rank, Monsieur Montagnier Alary. Should the doctor decide to let you live, of course.
Blearily, Severin ran the word through his mind.
Doctor? What doctor?
Rue Joubert coughed again, this time more harshly. He dabbed at his mouth, spittle glossing his chin. A sound echoed from the stage. Severin forced his head to raise. Layla stood there. Behind her, holding a knife to her throat. Tristan. Severin couldn't look away from him. Tristan's eyes were the same piercing gray they had always been. But Tristan's eyes held no betrayal, only grief. And when he saw Severin, his eyes widened. His mouth opened as if to speak, but something held him back. Severin's gaze flew to Layla. Layla, who was mouthing something to him. Beside her, Tristan's eyes glistened. Severin couldn't read her lips. His head still felt fuzzy from the Phobos helmet. But he watched her hands. How they squeezed Tristan's wrist. As if she weren't fighting back, but reassuring him. Before him, Rue Joubert tore off the honeybee pendant from his lapel. He twisted it sharply, and the ground ruptured beneath them.
Now it begins.
Severin tried to take advantage of the chaos. He lurched forward, but an object whizzed through the air, sharp and whistling. The blade-brimmed hat of Rue Joubert's accomplice caught the edge of his jacket, pinning him to the ground.
That would be a poorly thought-out move on your part, Monsieur Montagnier Alary.
Severin could only watch as the ground beneath him changed. The deep spiraled grooves set into the earth glowed a faint blue. Bones peeled off the walls. They began to merge, cobbling themselves together into terrible shapes. The dead were bent into thrones and crosses, grotesque skeletons wearing crowns, and cruelly formed beasts. He felt a cataclysm rising inside him, of true forged power, not the ornamentation and posturing of the Order, but the very thing that had sewn itself into humanity.
Are you familiar with the word apotheosis, monsieur?
Asked Rue Joubert. Ichor dribbled from his lip. Severin didn't respond.
It's a moment of ascension, from mortal to immortal, man to God. And you shall witness it, but you shall not be alone. The doctor will see what I have done, and I will be glorious beyond reckoning.
He wheezed. Rue Joubert raised his hands. All along the walls, the bones shivered. They peeled off the walls, skulls, femurs, necklaces of teeth, careening down from the terraces, knitting themselves together. The bones clasped together, the sound like thunder. With the scarlet curtains fully drawn back, the image on the Tezcat mirror shivered. Across, Enrique and Hypnos had not registered the danger. They smiled and carried on, not even raising their heads.
Severin,
called Layla softly. Her dark eyes were wide and glossy. There was a plea to her voice, one that Severin didn't know how to answer. Because maybe Rue Joubert was right. Maybe there was no hope. They had intended to deliver the Horus Eye to the Order, to show them where the Babel fragment lay hidden. They thought the Babel fragment would be far away, hidden somewhere far from the Fallen House. At that moment, The ground pitched forward. Sévérin went sprawling as the dirt rose to meet and sting his face. His skin smarted from the slash that Rougibert had left near his temple. He lay there, straining against his ropes, his cheek flattened onto the slick gravel of the catacombs. He inhaled a shuddering breath. In the end, their assumptions had been wrong. The Babel fragment was here, hidden deep beneath the catacombs. Rougibert dropped the ring of house core to the ground. The ring sank through the dirt, and lightning crackled through the ground. Then, from his jacket, Rougibert removed another ring, this one darkened by time. A cruel six-pointed star, the missing ring of the fallen house. It joined the ring of house core, and the skeletons drifted into the air.
"It's waking,"
said Rougibert. Sévérin lifted his gaze. The skeletons flung themselves at the Tezcat door. He knew what they were doing. They were trying to break down the barrier. And once they did, they would be there for all the world to see. For just on the other side lay crowds of tourists. The entire Exposition Universelle would witness the rebirth of the fallen house. Rougibert wheezed, then forced a smile onto his face.
"Let's greet your friends, shall we?"
27. Enrique. Midnight. Enrique watched as a skeleton hurled itself at his face. He turned to Zofia, who along with Hypnos crouched beside him in the starless dark of the catacombs terraces. He barely recognized his own voice as he combed his thoughts for a joke.
"I was so confident about my outfit, but looking at it, it lacks a sort of internal rhapsody. You know what I mean?"
Zofia fixed him with those feral blue eyes.
"No."
Beside them, Hypnos let out a strangled cry, clutching his ringed hand to his chest. The whites of his eyes gleamed.
"They're waking it up."
The Babel fragment. All this time, Enrique had thought of it the way everyone else had. As a rock, perhaps. Something manageable enough to be carried. But now he could feel the power of the fragment coursing through the catacombs. It wasn't a rock. Maybe it wasn't even an object, but some other force restrained beneath the ground. Enrique watched, his eyes widening, as blue light spangled across the stage. More bones peeled off the walls, assembling into ragged skeletons. A harsh scent cut the air, minerals and rain, singed hair and metal. A tremor ran through the earth. The terraces quivered and dirt crumbled down the walls, falling in the space between his shirt and neck. Enrique recoiled, but he didn't look away from the scene. Tristan, teary-eyed, stood with a knife pressed to Layla. But Sévérin had been caught. He didn't know how. They had only just arrived in time to hear Rougibert gloat. To make the world anew. To reset the human race. A hard lump formed in his throat. Enrique thought of the people he'd met over the years. The dark and the fair. The ones whose languages sounded spiced. The ones kept in makeshift villages, commanded to entertain. The ones who watched and jeered, or tamped down their horror. The ones who reached for hands they could never hold openly in the street. All of them, stitches in a tapestry that had no horizon. The fallen house couldn't erase them. It seemed impossible. But all Enrique had to do was look at Sévérin's folded-over form to remember. Great gashes in the back of his jacket. A dirtied feather clung to his shoe. Remnants of wings he had sprouted, with nothing more than Rougibert's blood against his torn skin. Hypnos raised his hand slowly, staring at his false ring.
I thought if anything my ring might be the missing piece to keep the fragment from waking. But I was wrong.
Beneath them, Rue Joubert let out a roar. He raised his hand, backhanding Sévérin. Layla looked as if she wanted to scream, but instead clamped her lips tighter.
"What did you do to the Tez cat?" demanded Rue Joubert. "The doctor cannot enter!"
Thanks to Zophia's adhesive and the silver cloth, the Tezcat door hadn't broken. That was one small blessing. And if the Tezcat door couldn't open, then whoever was on the other side couldn't come in. All this time they thought it was just Rue Joubert and the man with the blade brim hat. They were wrong. The skeletons hurled themselves against the obsidian glass. A fine seam appeared, chunks of it breaking and falling onto the ground. The image of Enrique and Hypnos began to malfunction. They smiled, turned their heads, smiled again. It was nothing more than a Nemo recording splayed across the silver cloth. And yet, with every tear, a new scene took form, showing the forging exhibition in real time. When they'd left, the exhibition had been empty. But now they saw the dark shape of a gathered crowd, silhouetted by the dim light of the room. Waiting to enter. Sévérin screamed as the Phobos helmet was slammed onto his head. Hypnos leaned forward, nearly giving away their location. Zofia grabbed his wrist.
"Sévérin said not to go down there, no matter what. That was before he got caught. He needs help," said Hypnos. "If the bubble fragment is awake, then we have to put it back to sleep. It cannot stay like that. The entirety of civilization is at stake. Don't you understand? Can't you feel it?"
"Think for a moment," said Enrique, his heart racing. "Rue Joubert wanted the Horusai for something. You said that it would have an effect on the fragment, remember?"
"But I don't know what effect that is." "You keep saying the fragment is awakening," said Zofia. "It is an object. It cannot be awake. Unless you are suggesting that it's akin to a forged creature, in which case it has to have a somno to deactivate it."
Hypnos squeezed his eyes shut.
"The Horusai," he said slowly. "What if the Horusai puts the fragment to sleep?"
Enrique swallowed hard, turning his face from the scene of nightmares below them.
"It would explain why he wouldn't want us to have it," said Enrique. "He wouldn't want anyone to stop them." "What about my ring, then?" asked Hypnos. "If he already has 2 rings, then why would he have wanted mine?"
Enrique's mouth twisted into a grimace. He thought of the way Rue Joubert kept hurting Tristan. He thought of Sévérin writhing there. The ugly words that left Rue Joubert's lips to remake the world. "Power and greed always have appetites," he said. "Taking your ring would be a step toward that." Hypnos' jaw clenched.
"Then we must give him what he wants. Or at least an illusion of it."
Enrique nodded tightly. He looked through the hiding place to the Horusai lying on the wooden table, all but forgotten. Perhaps Rue Joubert thought he'd won, and that there was no need to protect it, for it wasn't as though anyone else knew what it could do. Zofia's eyes snapped to the floor. She reached for something in the dirt, a trail of pale powder that she pinched and rubbed between her fingers.
"Curious."
Hypnos cradled the fake ring to his chest.
"We were supposed to take the Horusai to the altar. We can't do that now. And we can't leave them."
Enrique stared at the ring, and then at the brooches and jewels set against the rich velvet of Hypnos' jacket.
"A great deal of my inheritance,"
Hypnos had said, which meant that it was house-marked. "If we can't go to the order, then we can bring the order to us," said Enrique slowly, a plan forming in his head. "Hypnos, give us those. I want to send a signal." Hypnos' eyes widened, a smile touching his lips.
"The Sphinxes."
Enrique nodded. The Sphinx would be able to track anything house-marked, even if it led them down to the catacombs. Plus, their eyes could record images, and the Order would have no choice but to believe the fallen house had once more risen. Hypnos tore off the brooches. A blue light, once marked onto the back of them, flared red. He rolled them one by one onto the ground. Enrique glanced at the auditorium below. The ground rippled, dirt cascading in waves.
"It's nearly here,"
said Rue Joubert. He grabbed Sévérin by the lapels.
"Tell me how to open the Tescat! What did you do?"
Distantly, Enrique heard Sévérin's wheezing response.
"You know, for someone who wishes to play God, you're not very omniscient."
Enrique looked away, but he still heard it. A resounding crack as Rue Joubert brought his fist to Sévérin's head. "Hurry, hurry," murmured Enrique, rocking on his heels. He wished he had his rosary. He needed something to do with his hands. He couldn't just watch. A ripping sound blared beside his ear, the hiss of a struck match. Below, Rue Joubert paused. Enrique looked to his side. Zofia had struck a match and was now holding it against the ground.
"Zofia, what in the—"
"He told me he'd leave an emergency path,"
said Zofia, pointing at the pale powder on the ground.
"This substance is highly flammable."
Enrique felt the grin spreading on his face, even before he realized he was smiling. Fire in this place would buy them time. But it was dangerous. They had to work quickly.
"Then by all means, Phoenix, light it up."
Zofia lowered the match to the powder. On the stage, blue veins of light emerged on the floor. The shape of them, nautilus-like and vast, stretched across the very walls. Enrique couldn't see what the others were doing, but he could feel the power of the Babel fragment. It felt like something that could level kings and twist immortality. He opened his mouth, wanting to receive it like a sacrament. Hypnos lunged forward, snatching Zofia and Enrique by the backs of their collars.
"Move!"
he shouted. He pulled them back, just as a strong burst of wind swept through the corridors. Enrique shivered as something nameless coiled through him. He felt it at the corner of his soul. A knowing there, like a creator's thumbprint. It was too late to stop Rue Joubert from stirring the fragment from its rest. Because it was wide awake.
28. Layla. 1 minute after midnight. Layla fell to the floor as the force of the Babel fragment hit her. Her vision fuzzed. Blue streaks wrinkled the dirt stage, like ice cracking across a lake. Light lashed through the floor, a dark expanse opening in the middle of the stage, terrible and lightless, a chasm where stars went to be unmade. Layla touched the floor, spreading her fingers in the hard dirt, feeling it bite into her nail beds. She had never been able to read anything forged. Always it was as abrupt and stark as a light turned off in a room. But this time she could do more than just read the forged power licking through the room. She could understand it. The vastness of it seized her from her own body. She was everywhere, everything in that moment. She was at the top of a mountain, snow caught in her hair. She was on the floor of a palace, the sweet-smelling resin stinging her nose. She was clutched in the hand of a priest, placed in the mouth of a god, forged, in the old sense of the word, existence hammered into being, in a furnace of time. Points of connection mushroomed across the plane of her mind, her consciousness scattered. She was infinite. Layla gasped. She pulled back her hand from the dirt. Points of blue blinked and dimmed on her skin. What did it mean that it called to her this way? If this was a place where stars could be unmade, what about her? Would she unravel here? Who was she? What was she? Her mother called her beloved. Her father labeled her blasphemous. Paris named her L'Enigme. "Layla," breathed Tristan. Layla. She was Layla, the girl who made herself. This moment, shining and distant, crashed around her. Her senses rushed back to her, and with them, fear. She knew it was not desperate imagination that let her see the flash of matchlight far above in the terraces. Zofia, Enrique. They were here. Séverin was still swaying, kneeling, blood dripping down his mouth from the cut above his cheek. She could feel Tristan's hands on her shoulders, cold and quivering. She touched his wrist lightly, letting her hair fall over her face so as to conceal the gesture from Roujubert. The earth was not all that she had read. When she'd kneeled on the ground beside an unconscious Séverin, Tristan had held a blade to her, and then he forced the hilt into her hand. "Please, make it stop." The wooden hilt had dug into her palms, splinters cutting into her skin, images lancing through her mind. In her visions, she saw Tristan forced under waves of nightmares that warped his doubts and made them seem real. They'd tortured him, and then they'd tortured him with the knowledge of what he had let happen. Layla had handed him back the knife, closing her fingers around his, in the stolen seconds before Roujubert had arrived with his associate. "I know what they did. It's not your fault." Tristan had wept against her. He didn't even ask how she knew. He simply trusted, and the weight of it left her aching. She would not let anyone make Tristan cry. Never again. "Layla?" whispered Tristan. She shook her head, careful not to speak. The night bite was cold on her tongue. She only had one chance to use it, and she needed to time the moment just right. Layla glanced up, focusing on Séverin. Even now, even bruised, he looked like a king, his gaze stern, unflinching, but not on her. Roujubert screamed louder, "Get that Tezcat open!" The man with the blade-brim hat shrank. The obsidian chips of the Tezcat had fallen off, crashing and splintering on the ever-rolling floor. But the Tezcat did not budge. On the other side, the crowd of cloaked people remained unmoving, the rest of the fallen house. Layla shuddered to look at them, so pale, so still. "Sir, there's no way. There is something blocking it," said Rougebert's associate, removing his hat and placing it on his chest. "I.e., perhaps you might use your blood, as you did before. The strength of your ichor will surely be enough." Rougeubert swallowed, his eyes wild. He touched his arm gingerly. "I do not like to keep the doctor waiting, but I have nothing left to give." Tristan squeezed Layla's arm. She could sense his panic, the quick inhale he drew into his lungs. "But you," said Rougeubert, turning to Séverin. "What essence lies in the veins of the blood heir of House Vance? I was told not to spill your blood. Proof, perhaps, that the doctor sees some worth in you. But I find myself tempted." Layla nudged Tristan. He hesitated, and then he drew her hair in a tight fist, yanking her head forward. Layla winced, but it was part of the plan. "Please," she murmured, "a moment." Rougebert's eyes widened. He smiled, and the waxen skin around his lips cracked from the effort. "Rather devoted whore you have, boy," he said, sneering at Séverin. "It seems she wishes to say goodbye. Why not? I always planned to be benevolent." Séverin went still. His gaze burned into hers. Layla let herself be led by Tristan. Then, lightly, she touched Tristan's wrist. She needed Séverin to know that she had seen what truly happened, that he had to trust her. Séverin blinked slowly. In the gloaming of the catacombs, his lashes cast spiked shadows onto his face. When he raised his gaze to her, blue glinted in those violet depths. Tristan shoved her forward. Layla didn't wait. She grabbed Séverin's face, fingers threading in his hair as she lowered her lips to his, memories and promises tangling together. "We can do this again." "I know." His eyes flew open, pupils blown wide. His mouth opened beneath hers, and she could taste him, blood and cloves. Her hand pressed into the cut of his cheek, and he winced into her mouth. Kisses were not supposed to be like this. Kisses were to be witnessed by stars, not held in the presence of stale death. But as the bones rose around them, Layla saw fractals of white. They looked like pale constellations, and she thought that, perhaps, for a kiss like this, even hell would put forth stars.
29. Sévérin. Sévérin should never have closed his eyes. He didn't even register it happening, because the whole moment seemed to occur outside the scope of his reality. Of course, she would kiss him as the world unhinged around them. Why not? Logic danced at the edges of his senses when Layla brought her lips to his. Sévérin seized her lips, felt her yield, tasted her. She tasted impossible, like candied moonlight. And then something hard rolled onto his tongue. Nightbite. He remembered, in a rush, how she had tucked it into her satchel right before they had left. Logic righted itself. Whatever horizon tipped deliriously in his mind, now settled, restored. Of course it wasn't a real kiss. They had sworn off those. Rue Joubert yanked her back.
My moment of mercy is done.
Sévérin's eyes narrowed. Then come and kill me. Rue Joubert's smile gleamed manic.
If you insist.
He slid out a knife. Sévérin waited, tensing. Come closer. Rue Joubert held out the knife. And then, far above in the hidden shelves of the terraces, Sévérin heard a snick of a match. A crackle lit up the air, sulfur stamping out the stench of death. A sudden heat warmed his back, illuminating Rue Joubert's face as flames sprang to life in the catacombs. Sévérin pushed the nightbite to the front of his teeth. Just as the other man turned, he spat. Ink splattered everywhere. Black billowed out from his mouth, fanning across Rue Joubert. Sévérin jolted back as the blade grazed his neck. Rue Joubert stumbled. A cyclone of ink surrounded him. The man in the blade-brim hat rushed toward him. Sévérin struggled against the bounds of his rope. He tried to shuffle on his knees, moving out of the way. His knees skidded on the wet gravel, pitching him forward. Light gleamed off the blade, and Sévérin's breath gathered in a tight knot. Tristan launched himself at the man. Sévérin tumbled, his temple knocking against a sizable boulder. Layla rushed to him, undoing the knots, swaying even as she tried to free him. The very ground beneath them was treacherous. Tristan rushed over to them, his eyes wide.
Sévérin!
Later, he said. He reached out, squeezing Tristan's hand, and then he pulled back. Rue Joubert howled off to the distance, but Sévérin shoved aside the sound. Layla fumbled with the rope. You're welcome, he said when the ropes slid off his wrists. Layla hoisted him up to his feet. What? You're welcome, he said, shoving a grin onto his face. He could already feel it. A tense pull in the air. He had to break it now if they were going to put the Babel fragment back to rest, to get on with the rest of their lives. For giving you a reason to kiss me. Her eyes went wide, but she didn't have a chance to speak. Thank God for Zofia, breathed Tristan, helping him up. The ground lurched again. The Babel fragment had broken through the surface of the earth. It was as wide as the stage, but he didn't know how deep. Instinct told him the moment it was fully resurfaced, they were out of options. The Orusai, said Tristan weakly. The Orusai will put the Babel fragment to rest. That's what he said. We have to put it somewhere in the ground. There's a pattern. The rest of his words descended into stammering. I'll get the eye, said Layla, nodding fast. The Horus Eye was still on the wooden work table where they had found Tristan. Layla sprinted over the falling bones. The earth around them continued to rattle as the Babel fragment pushed itself up and out of the ground. All he had to do was figure out where to put the Horus Eye in the ground. A scream rent through the air. Sévérin turned, shoving Tristan behind him. Rue Joubert had found a new source of power. The man with the blade brim hat was dead. Blood spurted from the man's open throat. Rue Joubert crooned as he plunged his fingers through the gash. Ink from the night bite still splattered across his face, but it faded faster and faster. A dim golden glow wound up Rue Joubert's hands.
Not enough! Not nearly enough, he rasped. But it will have to do.
Rue Joubert stumbled forward, pressing his hands to the Tezcat. The smell of something singed and melting filled the air. There was a moment of utter incandescence, light shining through the cracks. On the other side, the man in the mask put forward a single finger. The Tezcat door began to peel and break.
30. Zofia. 5 minutes after midnight. Zofia peered over the edge. The Tezcat had snapped in half. Smoke rose and curled out, escaping through the ragged door that now left the entire forging exhibition exposed to the catacombs. This wasn't supposed to happen. It went against the calculus. Follow the rules. Follow the rules and everyone would get out safe. Follow the rules and the fallen house would be caught. But that wasn't what had happened. In the scene below, she saw a dead man. Beside him, the blade-brimmed hat, blood pooling around his slashed throat. Rue Joubert stood there with his hands pressed to the Tezcat, a molten substance dribbling down his arms as he raised them high. The obsidian peeled off like petals. It wasn't supposed to be possible, thought Zofia, staring. But then, the fallen house should never have survived. As the gaping cracks in the Tezcat grew wider, the ground surged even more. Chandeliers of bone rattled above them. Zofia felt something tangled in her hair. She shook her head, and the teeth of Forgotten Skull scattered across her lap. "They're after the Horus Eye," said Hypnos excitedly. "Layla is on her way to it right now." True enough, Layla was still crossing the ground, making her way to the unprotected Horus Eye, where it lay on the wooden work table. But it wouldn't be enough. Now they knew the Horus Eye had to be placed in a particular area in order to activate the somno of the West's Babel fragment. The question was where? From where they crouched, Zofia could see a pattern rising through the ground. It was the dead center of a logarithmic spiral, identical to the one that adorned the floor of House Core. But there was no way Layla would be able to tell. "We have to show them," said Zofia. "They can't find the center otherwise." "We can't go down there," said Hypnos. "Sévérin told us not to." Zofia's hesitation lasted no longer than a blink. Some internal calculus shifted and weighed. Instructions used to be safe. They drew lines in her life, told her to stay within them and safety would follow. But safety hadn't. Safety hadn't followed in the classroom of the École des Beaux-Arts. It hadn't come when Rue Joubert cornered her in the ballroom of House Core. And safety hadn't arrived now, here, in this nightmare realm of hovering bones, of blood seeping into the dirt, shining knives and peeling stones, of her friends in trouble, of a force rising through the ground and tainting the air. Instruction had no place here. "I don't care what anyone told us to do," said Zofia. Enrique's face split into a wide grin. In one hand, he drew out the walking stick that concealed a light bomb. In the other, he took out a length of rope. "Let's go." The two of them got ready, but Hypnos hesitated. "If I go with you, I'll die." "It's a high likelihood, but not a certainty," pointed out Zofia. "Not helping," said Enrique. The two of them looked at Hypnos. His pale eyes were unfocused, his mouth set, and then he clenched his hands. "I'm coming with you." Zofia bounded down the steps of the terraces, her feet slipping on the gravel. She reached into her sleeves, pulling out a thin, forged rod of pure silver. Forging required a will, and hers crackled inside her. Ignite! Ropes of lightning zipped and twisted down the metal. Layla was the first to look up and notice her. In her hands was the precious Horus Eye. "Zofia!" she cried. Warmth jolted through Zofia, but she didn't stop. She walked past her to a flat disk of earth. It was unlit and, as she knelt to brush the surface, painted. She looked up to where Séverin and the others stared at her. "This," she said, holding out the rod for light. "This is where you've got to place the Horus Eye to activate the fragment Somno." Too much dirt covered the depression where the eye should sit. Séverin ran over, Tristan close on his heels. The 6 of them dug, tossing the dirt. Grit flew into Zofia's eyes, into her mouth, but she didn't stop. She didn't stop when Rouge started laughing loudly, and the Tezcat door, now fully melted, became an entrance point for the rest of the fallen house. "Faster! Faster!" called Séverin. "Useless! Manicured nails!" panted Hypnos. But then a blast of light made them break apart. Zofia was shot backward. "Zofia!" screamed Enrique. She pushed herself up, blood pounding in her ears. Zofia grabbed for the lightning rod tucked back into her sleeves. But then she looked up. They were surrounded. A man wearing a pale helmet, like that of an insect, stared at them, his head cocked to one side. Cloaked figures surrounded them, their hands up, metal honeybees embedded in their palms. The blast forced all of them back. There, buried in the dirt, was the Horus Eye. Hypnos tried to dig, but a member of the fallen house grabbed his wrist. Rouge knelt on the floor beside the man in the mask, rocking back and forth. "Please, doctor, please, you promised me, and I have given all that I can," he said, revealing his torn arms. Zofia shuddered. Rouge did not bleed like a normal man. A sticky yellow liquid had crusted into an ochre shade. It splashed down the front of his tunic, staining his pants. "I have brought you the Babel ring," Rouge whispered. "Is it not time for my apotheosis?" The man Zofia could only assume was the doctor raised one gloved hand. "You brought us the Babel ring, with additions," he said. His voice was flat, stripped of affect or accent. "I admire tenacity, young ones, I truly do. But you do not understand that in which you meddle. It is your choice, however. Free will was a gift from him, and a gift I intend to maintain for the new age. Will your blood mark the threshold of this new age? Or will it help forge it into existence?" Zofia felt Séverin's gaze on her as it swept through the group. However, it was neither she nor Séverin who answered the doctor, but Tristan. Tristan grabbed the blade-brimmed hat that lay not far from him, then flung it out at the crowd. The doctor dodged it, and Tristan let out a growl. And then the doctor clasped his palms together, as if in prayer, and said, "I have my answer, then." The fallen house drew out their knives.
31. Enrique. Enrique had always imagined what it would feel like to be a hero. This was not how he imagined it. He thought that, at least, he would have a flaming sword, instead of a stick, that emitted light. But as he whirled onto the members of the fallen house surrounding them, at least he could rely on one thing. Heroes always made do. He swung the light baton against the members nearest him. For now, there were nearly 20 people, but the gash in the Tezcat door remained open, and though it was empty now, there was no way of knowing whether it would stay that way. Chaos broke around him. Séverin wrestled away one of the cloaked members, shoving them backward. He swiped something from his shoe, a thin thread of silver that Layla caught. Together, they circled 5 of the hooded figures. Tristan spat out a billow of black ink and whooped happily.
"Now, Sophia!"
screamed Severin. Zofia lunged forward with the lightning rod. The silver light turned her hair and skin incandescent. She thrust out the rod, and a current of electricity coursed down the silver thread, crackling and snapping. Cloaked figures screamed, then slumped over, unconscious. But not everyone fought. The doctor. Rue Joubert sat on the floor beside him, blank-eyed and dazed, lips blue and mumbling as he rocked back and forth and held his mangled arm to his chest. Every chance they got, they dug into the ground, trying to free up the exact space where the Horace might fit. But the fallen house was relentless.
"They should be here soon,"
said Hypnos, wild-eyed, glancing constantly up at the rafters. He'd left half of his house-marked possessions up there, a ripe scent the Sphinxes had to follow. But the order hadn't arrived. No help was coming. Layla collapsed in the dirt beside him, her face haggard. In her hands was the Horus Eye. Before them, the ground had almost nearly cleared when a handful of forged knives launched into the air, a blade poised at each of their throats. "I think this has gone on long enough, don't you?" asked the doctor mildly. Enrique could not see his eyes, but he could feel the man's gaze on him and Hypnos. "Your friends will die, and then you will die. But you can avoid this. This can be a new world, for all of us. I see your heart, young patriarch. I see how you struggle, how you do not know which world you belong to, how you feel as though the color of your skin will determine the color of your future. It does not have to be that way. Join us." The doctor paused, and Enrique imagined that behind his pale mask, he was smiling. "Save yourself. Save your friends. She won't put down the Horus Eye until she knows that she's lost. All you have to do is give me your ring." Enrique watched as Hypnos struggled to stand. He looked behind him, gaze resting on Tristan, Severin, Layla, Zofia, and finally, Enrique. Hypnos' shoulders dropped, his mouth flattening to a taut line. He paled, but then managed a nod. He reached into his jacket, wincing with effort, as he drew out his true ring. "Ah, I see the young patriarch has seen reason," said the doctor. Severin's face shuddered, but he held still. Shock rippled across Zofia's face. How could he? They'd been friends, hadn't they? Hadn't they spent hours in the stargazing room? Had he imagined everything? Enrique dropped his gaze to the dirt floor. The smooth surface where the perfect mold of a Horus Eye was now partially exposed. The knife pointed at his throat dragged up his skin, as if sensing what he wished to do. Layla met his gaze over the blade, her dark eyes wild. Hypnos kept his back to them as he stepped forward. "I shall give it to you," said Hypnos. Layla screamed. "What are you doing?" Hypnos neither turned nor answered. He was nothing more than a rigid shadow. Rue Joubert wept at the doctor's feet. "It's happening. I shall be a god," he whispered. Slowly, the knives dropped from their throats. Enrique breathed deep, something in his chest finally loosening. When he looked up, he saw a small smile flicker on Layla's face as she looked at Hypnos. Enrique frowned, then his eyes darted to Hypnos. He was still standing, still speaking with the doctor. "I want assurances that nothing will happen to them." "Very well," said the doctor. "Now give me your ring." Behind his back, Hypnos held out 3 fingers. 3. He curled the ring finger down, "Wait," said the doctor. 2. A beat of silence passed. "This isn't the true ring," said the doctor, his voice rising. "You would betray your own like this, Patriarch. For these people."
"I rather like them,"
said Hypnos. He looked over his shoulder then, the barest of smiles lifting his mouth.
"But then,"
Rue Joubert said. Enrique scrambled at the dirt, clearing the space.
"Now, Layla!"
She pitched forward, slamming the horse eye into the mold. Bright light flashed all around them. The blue light of the rising fragment started to fade. Little by little, whatever energy had seeped into the catacombs now folded in on itself, like something slipping into ice, only for the ice to reform and wipe away any proof. The doctor growled, but the moment the horse eye touched the ground, he recoiled, as if he couldn't touch it. And then, standing at the top of the terraced steps, came a low, hair-raising growl. The Sphinx had arrived.
"My lord,"
called Rue Joubert from the floor.
"Please!"
The doctor drew back his foot. "You led us into a trap!"
"I can't live like this much longer."
"Then perhaps you shall not live long at all," said the doctor. He raised one hand, and the uninjured members of the fallen house fled through the Tezcat, disappearing into the night. Now the Babel fragment had fallen back to rest. 2 frail lights emerged from the ground. One was the ring of the fallen house, the other the ring of House Core. The doctor tried to grab both, but then hissed out as if in pain. He dropped the ring of House Core to the ground, then shoved the other onto his hand before fleeing through the Tezcat. Now, the room was nearly empty. The 4 of them were still huddled together. A handful of unconscious members of the fallen house dotted the floor. Blood seeped from the sprawled-out body of Rue Joubert's accomplice, his blade-brim hat flung out beside him. Rue Joubert coughed, covering his mouth with stained hands. All around them, the bones of the catacombs crumpled to the ground, zipping back into the niches they had lived in for centuries. Enrique swayed where he stood, feeling the rush of 1,000 people coming around him. The din and shouts of members of the houses. The mirror seemed up. But beyond the handful of unconscious members, there was nothing left of the fallen house. Beside him, he heard Layla let out a cry. Only then did he turn and see Hypnos sprawled out, the cold lights of the catacombs playing across his skin. 32. Sévérin. Sévérin didn't move until he felt Tristan's hand clapping his shoulder.
"We're alive."
The same could not be said for everyone, though. The fallen house may have disappeared once more through the Tezcat, but they had left people behind. Soon they would be uncloaked, their identities known, and their location recorded. Sévérin looked up to the line of sphinxes prowling down the terraces, their eyes recording all they saw around them. Soon the whole order would know who had betrayed them. Across from him, Hypnos stirred, groaning.
"I'm dead,"
he moaned. Layla was the first one to rush to him, propping up his head on her lap.
"Well now, this is just proof. An angel stares upon my lifeless form,"
said Hypnos, flinging his arm over his forehead. Sévérin forced down the smile pushing at his lips. He hadn't imagined how it would feel the moment he thought Hypnos had betrayed them. Like a knife twisting in his gut.
"He's not so bad,"
said Tristan begrudgingly.
"Please don't tell him I said that."
"I won't. So long as you forgive me for not listening to you earlier." Tristan heaved a sigh.
"That depends on one thing."
"And that is?"
"Did someone feed Goliath?"
Sévérin laughed, and the force of it, raw, unfettered, scraped his very lungs.
You only narrowly escaped death, and your first question is about a spider?
Demanded Enrique.
What about us? We just risked life and limb to save your ungrateful self.
Technically, Goliath is a tarantula,
said Zofia. She was beaming in Tristan's direction. Hypnos propped himself up on his elbows.
What's the difference?
Now you've done it,
sighed Layla.
Well, megalomorphs,
started Tristan, only for Severin to clap his hand over Tristan's mouth.
I'll tell you later,
he said tiredly.
Later?
Repeated Hypnos.
Like, at tea? Tomorrow?
Severin smiled.
Why not?
In the catacombs, more voices joined the din of the sphinxes pawing through the detritus, searching for the house-marked items.
We should get out of here, said Severin. Leave the cleanup to the Order.
He looked at Hypnos.
Which means you.
Hypnos scowled.
And soon you? Don't look so damn smug.
Severin wanted to snatch that response straight out of the air and hold it tight. Soon, he would be a part of the Order. House Vanth would be dead no longer. And the Order, the same people who had denied him, would be begging for his help. Enrique held the ring of House Core in his hand. He gave it to Hypnos.
Don't take all of the credit.
I couldn't if I wanted to, said Hypnos. Those Sphinx probably saw it all.
But he smiled even as he said it.
Let's go home, said Severin.
Around them, the world had fallen into a semblance of peace. The skeletons, once animated by the essence force of Rue Joubert and his dead associate, had returned to their place of rest. Rue Joubert writhed on the stage, sobbing and howling. He crawled forward, trying to grab Severin's ankle, but he shook him off.
You took it from me,
rasped Rue Joubert. Severin ignored him. The Order would deal with him. The six of them trudged back toward stairs that led out of the catacombs. Severin could hardly believe it. They'd fought the Fallen House and survived. The matriarch of House Core would witness what had transpired, and with a well-placed word from Hypnos, they would come to Leyden and administer the test of 2 rings. House Vanth would be restored. Why couldn't the 5 of them do this forever? Plus Hypnos. 6 of them. So many things blurred through Severin's head at that moment. He thought about the pale mask and the mystery of the doctor. He licked his lips and thought he tasted the remnant of Layla's not kiss. He risked a glance at her and realized she was already looking at him, her dark eyes wide, color flushed on her cheeks and down her neck. Severin looked away first. There was too much joy to take in. The sound of Enrique and Zofia squabbling over whether or not the key to unlocking the Babel fragment had been mathematically based or symbology-based.
Impossible to detect without locating the center of the logarithm spiral.
Okay, but after that was me. Why can't we share credit 50-50?
If you would like to divide this up statistically, I am entitled to 75%.
75?
Layla smiled, occasionally smoothing Tristan's hair from his forehead, even as he fussed and protested.
I'm hungry,
sighed Enrique.
A bone-in steak would be perfection.
The others gave him strange looks. He looked around the catacombs and shrugged.
What? I'm hungry. What about you, Tristan? What do you want?
This,
Tristan said quietly.
Just this.
Part 6. From the archival records of the Order of Babel. The Origins of Empire. Master Emanuele Orsatti, House Orcus of the Order's Italy faction, 1878, reign of King Umberto I. I think the greatest power is belief. For what is a god without it? 33. Enrique. Enrique opened a gift box sent from Layla. Nestled inside a swath of inky silk lay a golden wolf mask, one that left the lower half of his face free. The mask had been expertly forged, and the short gleaming hairs bristled, as if touched by an invisible wind. Enrique half wondered if the second he put it on, he'd start howling. Tucked behind the mask was a short letter from Layla.
For the Palais's full moon party tonight. May it be the start of a new phase for us all.
He grinned despite himself. Tomorrow, Hypnos and the matriarch of House Core would come to the hotel and reissue the inheritance test to Severin. Everything was changing. He could almost see it in the air, like the afterburn of the sun pressing against his closed eyes. All the more reason to celebrate. Yet, he couldn't leave behind what had happened in the catacombs. A week had passed, and yet every night he jolted awake, the stench of something burning in his nose, the silk sheets beneath his hand feeling like damp, bone-studded dirt. According to Severin, the Order had already begun their interrogation of the caught Fallen House members, and there was another object the group had been searching for. An ancient book known only as the Divine Lyrics. Enrique rummaged through the papers on his desk, ignoring the latest rejection letter from La Solidaridad and the hasty invitation to tea from the Ilustrados. Something about the name of that title nudged at the dark of his thoughts. But then the clock struck, and he let out a curse. He could search later. For now, he had a party to get to. Enrique tied the mask's ribbons around his neck and entered the hall. The carriage would be waiting for them downstairs, and if they got there early enough, he might have time to eat an entire bowl of chocolate-covered strawberries. Just before he got to the staircase, a familiar silhouette made him stop short.
Don't you have your own house?
Hello to you too,
huffed Hypnos.
As a matter of fact, I have procured a permanent set of suites in Leyden. I imagine I'll keep seeing more of you anyway.
You're like a plague.
What was that? I'm all the rage.
Hypnos cupped a hand to his ear, then grinned. Enrique rolled his eyes.
Well, I have to stay here. On official order business. It's my duty as the patriarch of House Nyx.
From the other side of the hall, Zofia emerged, dressed in her usual black leather smock and a tight-fitting cap that let out a single curl of candlelight hair. Wherever Zofia went, she carried that laboratory scent with her, as if she were always faintly burning. It was beginning to grow on him.
Tell me you're not wearing that to the Palais party, said Hypnos, horrified.
I'm not going.
Why not? Asked Hypnos. We're all celebrating.
Zofia grimaced.
I have work.
Oh, posh, said Hypnos. Join us. Just change out of whatever that is you're wearing, and we can go. Feast upon the offerings of the town. Pour out libations to life itself.
What about your attire?
What's wrong with my attire?
Hypnos asked, plucking at his outrageous velvet suit. The collar had opened at the throat, and Enrique remembered how his pulse had leapt that first time they had met. How Hypnos's fingers had coasted down his chest. Enrique shook himself and turned to Zofia.
Come out with us, Phoenix. Your work won't go up into flames if you take an evening off. Very true, said Hypnos. Besides, remember how we decided to be friends?
Zofia glowered.
Please do not suggest that we are now going to sacrifice a cat to Satan.
It's not even Wednesday.
Friends, he said, ignoring her comment.
May go on outings.
To the theater, or concerts. He glanced at her smock.
Also, one might suggest less ascetic apparel. Should you decide to join, we will be waiting here.
Zofia huffed and turned on her heel without comment. Enrique watched her go, feeling the slightest pang. He understood how she felt, shaken still by what happened in the catacombs, eager to concentrate on anything but her own thoughts.
I think everyone could use a distraction from last week, said Hypnos. You especially.
Enrique looked up, startled at how close the other boy stood. He had only just noticed. Around them, the lights of the hall had dimmed. The only illumination came from the gilded Baroque patterns along the wall. Hypnos smelled of neroli and jasmine, the scent more concentrated at the base of his throat. Enrique could see a slick swipe where the other boy must have applied the pomade.
Perhaps you're in need of convincing. Unless you have a treasure trove of jewels and undiscovered forged instruments, I am not sure what you have to offer, joked Enrique.
Well, there's always this.
Hypnos bent down and kissed him.
34. Zofia. Zofia looked at the dresses covering her bed. It seemed as though someone had melted a rainbow atop her duvet. Rich, nearly edible-looking colors covered every inch of it. Layla was to blame. Yesterday, Layla had left a trail of cookies leading from her laboratory to her bedroom. When she opened the door, she saw a wardrobe filled with gowns of pale lilac and dove gray, rich sable and gold-streaked chestnut. Voila! Layla had said, delivering a low bow. What? Your new wardrobe! I stole your measurements a while ago and had these commissioned. You can even wear them underneath that butcher's smock you call a uniform. Zofia had taken a couple steps forward, lightly stroking the silk. It was soft and cold beneath her hands. She liked silk far better than she liked other materials, which Layla had laughed at. Who would have thought the engineer would have the most expensive taste? Until when? Asked Zofia. What do you mean? She'd always had to return the gowns she wore for acquisitions. Zofia was used to this. Even in Glovno, she and Gila had only one fine gown to share between them. They're yours, said Layla. For the keeping and wearing, which means you must actually wear them. Hers. Zofia let out a breath. The gowns were worth far more than her salary, and yet, with so many to choose from, she could even send one to Gila. The thought warmed Zofia's face. What did she say to someone who had done something like this for her? Thank you was inadequate. She needed to parse apart the moments that had led her here. She glanced at the floor where a bitten cookie lay on a tray. You lured me here with a path of cookies. Who said it was a path? It could have just been artfully strewn cookies. You made it a path by following it and assuming it had any intention. I know. And that was all she needed to say. Now, Zofia ran her hand across the dresses. She reached for a gown that Layla had described as blue as the heavens. Once she had clasped all the buttons, she evaluated her reflection. Her hair looked like a cloud of snow. Her eyes were blue. That was all she really noticed. Looking at her reflection for more than a minute at a time was excruciatingly boring. Zofia turned away to slip on the ivory gloves. She pinched her cheeks a couple times, the way she had seen Layla do, and then headed for the door. Her heart beat thundering in her chest. She'd never done this before, and she wasn't sure what to expect. All her life, she'd felt far too analyzed to willingly put herself in people's line of sight. But maybe that could change. She had Layla and Enrique to thank for that. With them, She never felt as if every sentence was a labyrinth to navigate. Séverin was a little more difficult. He often said only half of what he meant to say, according to Layla. Hypnos, on the other hand, said all he meant to say, but Enrique had told her she was only to take half of it seriously, which made processing his sentences a bit of a chore. With them, she did not feel as if there was a part of her missing. It made her feel brave, to wander into this strange terrain as she did now, where she was no different from anyone around her. That perhaps she was enough, that her company could be desired and sought out just like anyone else's. Ahead of her, the lights of the hotel's hallway had dimmed. Down the grand staircase, she could hear the sounds of a violin and a pianoforte. The vaulted windows overhead revealed a clear night sky decorated with an immeasurable number of stars. When she got to the end of the hall, Zofia stopped short. Enrique and Hypnos had not moved from their spot. Their eyes were locked on each other, heads bent low in conversation, and then, just as suddenly, not in conversation. Zofia could not move. Cold spread through her, swirling from the new embroidered heels Layla had hid next to her work boots, and climbing up her body and her new dress and her ivory gloves that had already rumpled and fallen past her elbows. She watched as Hypnos's hand slipped around Enrique's neck and he deepened the kiss. She was reminded of all that she could not detect, all that she could not do. She could storm into a room, but she could not command its attention through charm. She could face herself in the mirror, but she could not spark imaginations with her face. Zofia stepped back. She should stay in the world she knew, and not reach for one she did not. Slowly, she turned on her heel, careful to tiptoe softly so that no one heard or saw her. In her room, she stripped off the blue dress and gloves. Then she put on her rubber gloves and donned her black smock. She had work to do.
35. Sévérin. Sévérin hooked his walking stick around the carriage's velvet curtains, scanning the damp streets. The Palais des Rêves stood in the distance, casting curves of amber light that feathered into the night like wings. If Layla were here, she would say the lights looked like a blessing of angel feathers. He grinned. If that were true, it was no blessing. It was a declaration. Only Paris would rip out seraph wings and string them onto its buildings as if to say one thing. This was no place for angels. He rapped the top of the hansom with his cane. Arrêtez! Beside him, Tristan jerked awake. We're here already? He asked, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Tristan hadn't been sleeping well in the past week. Sometimes Sévérin found him curled up in the greenhouse, a pair of pliers in his hand, surrounded by unfinished terrariums, including one creation where an array of crimped jasmine petals looked unnervingly like milky bones set into the earth. Where are the others? Asked Tristan. Probably inside, said Sévérin. Enrique had been giddy to attend the full moon party at the infamous Palais, and Sévérin would have bet money he'd try to get there early just for the desserts. Don't forget the mask, said Sévérin. Oh, right. Each of them had been given a wolf mask. He'd wear it, but he drew the line at baying at the full moon or whatever festivity the Palais had planned. Tristan jumped out of the hansom, then paused, patting one of his jacket pockets. Forgot I had this, he said, drawing out an envelope. The factotum asked me to give it to you. He said it's urgent. Sévérin took the letter. Who's it from? Matriarch of House Carr, said Tristan, his mouth twisting. He hadn't quite warmed to the idea of Sévérin regaining his house after the inheritance test was reissued tomorrow. Every day, Tristan had to be assured that nothing would change. And every day, Sévérin reassured him. He wasn't going to ignore him like last time. Sévérin stuffed the letter in his pocket. She marks everything urgent. It was beginning to get annoying. Invitations to tea, urgent. Queries about his marital status, urgent. Thoughts on the weather, urgent. Tonight, the Palais felt like a devil's dream of heaven, full of golden wolves and gleaming teeth, and stars white as milk. Inside, the Palais had been redecorated for the full moon festivities. Waitresses darted between tables, trailing burning seraph wings. The obsidian floor looked like a void flecked with stars. Patrons in wolf masks sat in velvet chairs, tossing back their liquor and howling with laughter. Everywhere he looked, he was surrounded by gilded wolves. And for whatever reason, it made him feel perfectly at home. Wolves were everywhere. In politics, on thrones, in beds. They cut their teeth on history and grew fat on war. Not that Sévérin was complaining. It was just that, like other wolves, he wanted his share. Tomorrow, he would have it. At the center of the room near the stage, Enrique and Hypnos waved them down. Sévérin made his way over and sank into the armchair. "Well, Zofia?"
"She decided not to come for some reason," said Hypnos.
The corner of Enrique's mouth tugged down for an instant, but he quickly hid it in a smile. "More strawberries for me," he said, reaching for the silver bowl full of sweets.
"Also, you're late. You're lucky L'Enigma's performance got moved to a later slot."
"What?" snapped Sévérin. He'd timed their arrival precisely so they would miss her performance. When Layla danced, he felt like everyone else in the room when they watched her. As if his soul's salvation balanced on the turn of her wrist, the lift of her chin. He couldn't go through that again. "Why?" he asked. Enrique shrugged. Even behind his mask, Sévérin thought his gaze was a little too knowing.
"Ask her yourself."
Too late, he saw her walking toward them. Unlike the others, she wore no wolf mask, but a white headdress fixed with several white peacock feathers. A dress the color of moonlight clung to her. Heads turned when she walked. She smiled radiantly, and for good reason. According to Hypnos, they might have a lead on the ancient book she'd been searching for these past 2 years. She might finally have a way out of Paris. Layla didn't greet anyone, but walked straight for him. She braced her hands on either side of his chair and leaned close.
"Laugh,"
she whispered, her breath hot against his skin.
"Now."
"Why?" he murmured.
"Because the proprietor of l'Eden has never stepped foot inside the Palais, and now you've caused quite a stir. More than one of the dancers wants to know whether you're spoken for. And while I love them, I don't want them running around the hotel trying to get your attention."
Heat zipped up his spine. She wanted it to seem like he was hers. "Jealousy looks good on you, Layla," he said, smiling. Layla scoffed, but her grip on his chair tightened a fraction.
"I've got a reputation to protect. So do you. It'll draw too much attention. So laugh. Make it worth my while."
Maybe it was the smoke in the air, or the dimming lights and eyeless wolves, but the words, meant only to tease, slipped out wrong. Layla drew back an inch, her eyes dropping to his lips. Everyone else in this room could have vanished on the spot, and he wouldn't have noticed. In her eyes, he saw an answering something. A flash of radiance. And for the first time, he wondered whether she thought about that stolen night the way he did. If it haunted her, too. But then the performance symbol was struck, and she pulled back from him. He let out a delayed laugh, hoping it would be enough.
"Présenting l'Énigme!"
exclaimed the announcer. The ceiling spotlight spun toward her, and Layla turned without answering. Severin cursed under his breath. What the hell was wrong with him? He hunched his shoulders and felt the sharp corner of the envelope in his jacket. "What was that about?" asked Enrique. "Nothing," said Severin brusquely. He didn't have to see Hypnos's or Tristan's eyes to know what kind of looks they were exchanging. His face burned as he pulled out the envelope and ripped open the letter. Better to look harried than humiliated, he thought. L'Enigma took the stage and the entire theater burst into applause, rising to their feet and stamping the ground. In the din, he almost couldn't process the letter. But then the words hit him. Rue Joubert escaped. Do not leave l'Eden. The letter dropped from his hands. Severin felt like he was moving through water. He couldn't stand up fast enough. Around him, the howls of the audience turned to shouts. "Fire!" shouted someone beside him. The curtains had caught in an instant. A wildfire clawed up toward the balconies, moving with unnatural speed. Tristan clutched his arm. "Dear God!" Severin followed his gaze to the hall where Rue Joubert stormed through the entrance. With every step, he threw sparks of fire onto the ground. More velvet curtains caught fire, and smoke thickened the air. Overhead, the chandelier swung dangerously as the crowd stampeded. From the podium, the announcer yelled for the guards. For order. But all Severin heard was Rue Joubert. "It doesn't work that way, dear boy," said Rue Joubert, smiling. "You cannot go without leaving something behind." Rue Joubert's gaze went to Layla. She had managed to clamber down from the stage, and now ran toward the table. She reached out, and Hypnos grabbed her hand. The blade-brimmed hat sailed toward them. Severin launched out of his chair, throwing his body across hers until they both crashed to the ground. Her heart beat furiously against his, and he wanted to bask in that cadence forever. All around him, footsteps pounded into the ground, shouts stamping the air. His eyes seemed shut, his whole body tensed, for a blow that never came. "Oh no! Oh no!" cried Enrique. Severin opened his eyes, pushing himself off Layla and the ground. But she must have seen something before him, because she let out a strangled cry. Severin turned, and he thought the world had split. He was wrong. Layla had never been the intended hit of the blade-brim hat. A metallic smell stamped into the air. Tristan swayed. He opened his mouth as if he were going to speak. On the ground, the hat had fallen onto its top, the blade gleaming. A thin line of red stained the collar of Tristan's shirt. The line widened. Blood spilled down the front of his jacket. Tristan crumpled to the floor. His head fell back, knocking against the stone. Severin didn't remember rushing to him. He didn't remember gathering Tristan's body and holding it close. Around him, the others had crowded close. He knew they were shouting, running for help, moving so fast, as if reality wouldn't be able to catch up to them. But he knew the truth. He knew the moment he touched Tristan's chin, turning it toward him. His gray eyes were still wide, but death had stolen their luster forever.
Part 7. From the archival records of the Order of Babel, The Origins of Empire. Mistress Hedvig Petrovna, House Dazbog, of the Order's Russian faction. 1771. Reign of Empress Yekaterina Alexeyevna. It is said that when one among us dies, the memory of their blood lies in the ring. The ring always knows who its true master or mistress is.
36. Severin. 3 weeks later. Sévérin sat in his office, waiting for his guests. On his desk, afternoon light spilled across the wood, thick and golden as yolk. It startled him sometimes. The audacity of the sun to rise after what had happened. The door opened, and in stepped the matriarch of Housecore and Hypnos. Hypnos was dressed in black, his pale eyes rimmed red.
"You missed the funeral,"
he said. Sévérin said nothing. He didn't want to mourn. He wanted to avenge. He wanted to find the fallen house and open their throats. The matriarch startled when she looked at him, recognition flitting across her face. He hoped her hand still hurt.
"You,"
she started, raising her hand. But then she caught sight of her ring and folded her hands across her lap.
"The French government and the Order of Babel is indebted to you and your friends for your service in restoring my ring and preventing what might well have been the end of civilization,"
said the matriarch stiffly. Hypnos clasped his hands in front of him.
"There is no reason to delay this any longer. House Vant will be restored. You'll be a patriarch."
He pulled his ring from his finger and set it on the desk. Then he glared at the matriarch until she did the same. From the inside of his breast pocket, Hypnos withdrew a small blade.
"It will only hurt for a moment,"
said Hypnos gently.
"But then you can reclaim what is yours. You can be a patriarch in time for the Winter Conclave in Russia. The whole Order will recognize you then."
The matriarch did not look at Sévérin. Her lips were clamped in a tight line. Sévérin stared at his desk. Here it was, the moment that he had worked for. A repeat of the 2 rings test. He had imagined this moment 1,000 times. His blood, the same blood denied and deemed false, smeared on their rings. The blue light that would spiral up his arms, sink through his skin. He imagined it would feel like deliverance, like wings shaking loose from his skin. The impossible made possible. The world turned edible. The sky a cloth he could drag down and wrap around his fists. He had not imagined it would feel like this. Hollow.
"What's a little more bloodshed?"
he said, pushing the rings across his desk. Hypnos stared at him oddly.
"I thought you wanted this."
Sévérin watched the rings roll across the wood. He blinked, and no blue light swam behind his eyes. He saw fair hair, nails with crescents of dirt, downcast gray eyes.
"Why can't this be enough? Sometimes I wished you didn't even want to be a patriarch."
A memory came to him, unbidden, of the day Hypnos had tricked him into an oath. Sévérin remembered looking at Zofia, Tristan, Enrique, and Layla through the glass door. They had been drinking tea and cocoa, and eating cookies. He remembered wishing to grab that moment and press it beneath glass. And look at where it had gotten him. He had sworn to protect Tristan, and now Tristan was dead. He had promised to look out for the others, and now the fallen house, who had seen each of their faces, was still out there, waiting. Without them by his side, they'd never find the fallen house. And with them at his side, they walked with death ever at their shadow. He couldn't let them get hurt. But he couldn't let them get too close either. When he blinked, he remembered Layla's body beneath his, the cadence of her heart. A siren song. Guilt snapped his thoughts. For the song of her heartbeats, he'd never washed Tristan's blood from his hands. The matriarch's eyes widened.
"Do you?"
she asked.
Do you want this?
No. He stood abruptly and walked to the door, ushering them out. Not anymore.
37. Layla. 3 months later. Layla stood in the hallway outside Séverin's office. In her hands, she carried the latest stack of reports. He told her there was no need to send them by personally, but she couldn't keep herself away any longer. Sometimes she wondered if grief could break someone, for all of them bore fractures, new hollows. Enrique hardly left his research library. Zofia lived in the laboratory. Hypnosis' charm seemed knife-honed, desperate. Grief snuck up on her sometimes, and she was not sure how to defend herself from the force of its surprise. Just last month, she had started crying because the cocoa in the kitchens had gone stale. No one ever drank it but Tristan. And then there was the stray night bite she had found, gathering dust beneath her bed. She had stopped wearing black crepe 2 months ago, but that did not stop her from wandering the gardens of l'Eden, as if she might still catch a glimpse of a fair head and the edge of a laugh. But lately, Layla wasn't sure what to do. Séverin sent her objects to read, but she was beginning to think grief had sapped her abilities. It all started after the funeral. Layla had gone to Tristan's workshop. She wasn't sure what she was looking for. Some token, perhaps. Something happy that might keep at bay the last image of his death. Blood caking his hair, gray eyes dimming. Séverin's face a mask of broken dreams. But what she found was not happiness. It was a secret drawer, one that not even Séverin had known about. Within it lay the pinned bodies of wingless birds. Layla had shuddered at the sight. Here lay the mystery of the birdless grounds of l'Eden. Slowly she had touched one of the iron stakes pinning them in that rictus of death, and an image rose to her mind. Tristan laying traps. Tristan catching them, cooing to them, weeping when he tore out their feathers, cushioning the small worlds that he crafted with such love in the dark of his workshop. She heard how he whispered to the struggling creatures, "See, it's not so bad, you don't have to fly." Against her will, she remembered Rouge-Hubert's words in the greenhouse. His love and his fear and his own cracked mind made it easy to convince him that betraying you was saving you. She'd burned it, all evidence of it. And now she couldn't even tell if what she had seen was true. When she reached for the memory of it, it was like kneading a fresh bruise. She never told Séverin. She could not bear to let him see this. Already he walked through the halls of l'Eden as if he had seen enough ghosts for a lifetime. Why give him demons to see too? Layla faltered at the door, about to turn, when it suddenly opened. Séverin stood wild-eyed before her, shocked at her presence. Her face burned. That moment where she'd leaned over him, that evening where he'd hungrily whispered, "Make it worth my while," now felt like antiques of a different era. "Layla," he said, exhaling it like a curse he wished to be rid of. "What are you doing here?" Layla had been waiting for this. She'd gathered every scrap of courage to speak these words. For the past 2 years, she thought that having a deadline on her life should make her pull back. But Tristan's death changed that. She didn't want to glide through life unfeeling. She wanted to know everything while she could. She didn't want the ghosts of thresholds not crossed hanging over her. She didn't want one night. She wanted a chance. It was that conviction, more than anything, which made her drop the reports to the floor, step toward Séverin, and kiss him.
38. Séverin. Séverin's 7th father was lust. Lust taught him that a broken heart made a fine weapon, for its pieces were exceptionally sharp. One day, Lust became obsessed with a young man in the village. The young man shared his affection, and both Sévérin and Tristan spent many a night laughing at all the strange sounds that echoed through the halls. But then one day, the young man came to the villa and said he had fallen in love with a woman of his family's choice, and he was to marry her within the fortnight. Lust was furious. Lust did not like to be jilted, and so he found the young woman. He made her laugh, made her love him. And when she told him she carried his child, he forsook her. The girl took her own life, and the young man she would have married went mad. So, Sévérin suspected, did Lust. He spent days sitting on the stone balcony, his feet dangling out, his whole body tipped forward, as if he were daring the world to give him wings at the last second. The day before Sévérin and Tristan left for Paris, Lust whispered to him,
Lust is safer than love, but both can ruin you.
Sévérin broke off the kiss, startling backward. "What the hell was that?" he spat. Confusion flickered on Layla's face, but she masked it quickly.
"A reminder,"
she said uncertainly, her eyes on the floor before she lifted them to him.
"To live again."
Live?
Turning into ghosts is not what the dead deserve.
She came closer. There was so much hope in her face that he felt the ache of it in his bones. Memory bit into Sévérin. He remembered how he reached for her instead of Tristan, how he shielded her against one he'd sworn to protect. How could she dare to speak of what the dead deserved? Ice crept into his heart. A sneer twisted his mouth, and he laughed, walking back to his desk and leaning against it. "Layla," he said, "what do you want me to say? Would you like me to quote poetry? Tell you there's witchcraft in your lips that resurrected me?" Layla flinched.
I thought in the catacombs that...
"Did you really think that kiss meant something?" he asked, smirking. "Did you think one night meant something? I can barely remember it. No offense, of course."
Stop this, Sévérin. We both know it meant something.
"You're delusional," he said coldly.
Prove it,
she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Sévérin's eyes flew open. She was standing right in front of him, her footsteps silenced by the plush rug beneath them. He steadied himself as he reached out to touch her cheek. The slightest tremble ran through her body.
"You're blushing, and I've hardly touched you," he said.
He forced another sneer onto his lips, even as his foolish heart leapt.
"Do you really want me to go through with this proof? It will only humiliate."
Layla wrapped her arms around his neck, drawing him against her. Sévérin's hands gripped her waist, as if she were an anchor, as if he were drowning. And maybe he was. A sigh, once trapped in her throat, turned into a moan when his tongue slipped into her mouth.
"Layla,"
he murmured. He said her name again, whispering it like a prayer. He lifted her off the ground, turning sharply and settling her on the desk. Her legs fell to either side of his hips. They were pressed so closely together that the light from his nephrite desk could not squeeze between them. He filled his hands with the black silk of her hair. This was what a kiss that meant nothing supposedly felt like. As if he could not touch her enough, taste her enough. As if this movement alone would leave his body riddled as an addict's. Her neck was hot silk against his lips. He felt drunk. And then, he felt her hand skimming to the space where his shirt joined his pants, and he stopped short. He stepped back. Her legs, once wrapped around his waist, fell, and her heels hit the front of the desk.
"See,"
he said hoarsely.
"I told you. Nothing."
Fury flashed across her face.
You know it wasn't. And if you really think that, you're a fool, Majnun.
He winced at the last word. When he finally looked at her, her sable eyes appeared raw. He didn't even remember reaching for the words that flew out of his mouth, but their venom chilled his teeth.
Go ahead, he said. Call me whatever you wish. It's impossible to be hurt by someone who's not even real.
He couldn't doubt what he felt afterward. The lightning crack in the air, as something in Layla unmistakably broke. 39. Sévérin. 2 months later, November 1889. Sévérin held up a gigantic fur stole that, until very recently, might have been a silver fox. Or may have been a shiny weasel. He could never tell with these things. Glossy chips of garnet shone in the fur, so that it looked blood-flecked.
What the hell is this?
It's your birthday present, cher, said Hypnos, clapping his hands together. Don't you love it? Perfect for our upcoming trip, too. Russia is frigid, and the last thing you're going to want at the Order's winter conclave is to sound snobby through chattering lips. It just won't suit.
Sévérin held the fur stole at arm's length.
Thank you.
Sévérin picked up the protocol of the winter conclave. They would be staying at a palace, it seemed, with separate suites allowed for... Sévérin squinted as he made out the word. Mistresses. He rolled his eyes. Many of the Order factions of the Western world would be in attendance, particularly those factions which guarded a continent's Babel fragment. If the Fallen House sought to join all the Babel fragments of the world, then it was no longer just the problem of France.
What about Layla?
asked Hypnos. The papers slipped from his hands. What's about Layla? He asked, not looking up from his desk. He hadn't seen her since that night in his study. He pushed away the memory. If everything went to plan, they would find her precious book. She would leave Paris, and he would be free of his guilt.
Are you no longer working together?
We are. Enrique had become, albeit grudgingly and with much attitude, a conduit between the two of them. Layla might not speak to Sévérin anymore, but he still had what she wanted: access to artifacts and the intelligence collected by the Order. And she still had what he wanted: insight into the objects that held precious secrets. Sévérin would pack a box full of this or that collector's or curator's personal effects and have it sent to her, and a progress report on finding the Fallen House. Layla would return the box with notes about the person attached, along with anything she'd picked up from the Palais. It was a method that suited both of them.
Have you asked her to join us at the winter conclave?
Sévérin nodded.
And has she responded?
He sighed. No. That was another problem. He couldn't figure out what she wanted. What would make her join?
Ah, lover spats,
sighed Hypnos. Layla is not my lover.
Your loss, mon cher.
Hypnos shrugged and looked up at the clock above the office doorway.
Your birthday party is in full swing downstairs. You do know that, don't you? Are you going to make an appearance?
This late in the evening, I doubt it will be remembered, he said. Hypnos rolled his eyes, bowed, and swept out of the office. Sévérin forced down a yawn. He wanted to stay in his study, but there was nothing left to do. Happy birthday indeed. Last year, Tristan had the bright idea of baking a living entremet pie and filling it with 24 blackbirds as an homage to the nursery rhyme that Sévérin had found funny when he was 8. Zofia built the cage pie with a forging mechanism to open when Severin blew out the candles. Enrique found a first-edition nursery rhyme book containing Sing a Song of Sixpence. Layla had made the jam. But once the candles had been blown and the cage sprang open, none of the birds wanted to leave, as they vastly preferred Layla's pie. And then Tristan had wanted to keep them. And Enrique was furious because there were bird droppings all over the library books. The pie was inedible after that, but Layla baked him a cupcake and left it on his desk the next day with a small candle. Severin almost laughed, but it died halfway past his lips. There would never be another birthday like that. Right before Severin left his office, he grabbed an Ouroboros mask from his desk. The brass snake mask formed an intricate figure-8 pattern that hid his eyes, so he could watch the revelries from the top of the banister. L'Eden was in the grips of a masquerade ball. Acrobats spun down from the rafters, grinning masks plastered eerily onto their faces. Everyone had come out for the event. Zofia wore a mask with a pointed beak, her cloud-like hair fluffed around her like ruffled feathers. Enrique stood beside her, a grinning monkey mask on his face, complete with a tail. Hypnos had eschewed a mask in favor of a sweeping phoenix train forged into the semblance of twisting flames. At the doors, a line of 12 women wearing peacock feathers poured into the lobby. They were utterly dazzling, but they were not her. Behind him, he heard his factotum call out,
Please welcome the stars of the Palais des Rêves, who are performing a very special dance in honor of Monsieur Montagnier Alary's birthday.
The crowd cheered. Severin turned on his heel. His suite was just off the western alcove, disguised behind a Tezcat door of a long oval mirror encircled by an Ouroboros. The snake was forged so that it continually slithered, continually chasing after its own tail. It was only by catching it by the throat as if one were to throttle it that the snake would still. It was also how one could access his suites. Severin's room was rather Spartan, which he preferred. There was a large bed with an ebony headboard. A sheer golden canopy forged so that anyone who touched it between the hours of 2 in the morning and 4 in the morning, prime murder hours, he was told, would be snarled in the threads. Severin rubbed the back of his neck, dropped the snake mask on the floor, kicked off his shoes, and yanked his shirt out of his pants. When he breathed deep, he wondered whether he was beginning to lose his mind. Impossibly, he thought he could smell Layla. Sugar in the air. A faint aroma of rosewater. She was haunting him. He pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes. What was wrong with him? He trudged forward a couple steps, ready to collapse into his bed, when he stopped short. His bed was already occupied. "Hello, Majnun." Perched on the edge of his bed, and wearing a gown that looked cut from the night sky, was Layla. She shifted under his stare, and faint stars zoomed across the ends of her dress. Blearily, Severin wondered whether it was really her, or whether she was some phantasm scraped together from all his longing. But then the corner of her mouth lifted in a knowing smile, and he was jolted back to this moment. They hadn't spoken in weeks, and yet the way to talk to her, the push-pull of jokes, floated back to him, as easy as breathing. She no longer looked wide-eyed and bruised, the way she had when they had last spoken in the study. If anything, she looked like an icon. Terrible and beautiful. Untouchable. And here he was, disheveled and tired, and not willing to show it.
And what brings the celebrity of the Palais des Rêves back to my bed? He asked. She laughed. And even though he was clothed, he might as well have been standing naked. A proposition? She said lightly. He raised his eyebrow. One that has to do with my bed. As if you'd know what to do with me in your bed, she said, glancing at her nails. He most certainly did know. My proposition has to do with the winter conclave in Russia. You'll come with us? On my own terms. What do you want? Layla tipped forward. The light clung to her skin. I want special access. I don't want to hide in a cake, or pose as a maid. And just like that, he understood. You want me to make you my mistress? Yes, she said. Hypnos declined, which left you as the only logical option. With the fete in 3 weeks' time, I can hardly expend the effort into ingratiating myself with someone else. He tried not to think about how she had gone to another man first. He tried, and he failed. She reached for his hand, and he noticed that she wore jewelry now. Heavy, uncut rocks on her index fingers, and thin, beaten strands of gold around her wrists. She had never worn jewelry in the hotel. They had always gotten in the way of her baking. When she touched him, he stiffened. What do you say, Majnun? It will only be a name, I assure you, she said. Her voice was low, suffused with an almost professional quality of seduction that knocked the wind from his lungs even as every corner of his mind fought to withstand her. You need me. You know it. If I am not there, then all your plans to find the divine lyrics disappear. Now her fingers traced the line of his neck, the underside of his jaw. He couldn't breathe. Fine, he bit out. Promise, she whispered. I need to hear you say it. He swallowed. I promise I will declare you my mistress and take you to the winter fete, he said. Promise that whatever you discover, you will share with me, she pressed. She had undone his first button. Her hands were on his chest. Fine, yes, I promise, he said hoarsely. Layla leaned in, her face inches away from his, damson dark lips parting softly. Good, she said. Something was burning his skin. He hissed, looking down at his wrist to see that her stack of bangles had not been bangles at all, but coils of iron wire, forged from the same material as an oath tattoo, and now seared into his skin by his own promise. The burning lasted for less than a blink before the metal disappeared beneath his skin. I have learned not to trust what you say, said Layla. So I took my own precaution. Oh, I learned from the best, she said, patting his cheek. He caught her wrist in his hand. You should be more careful with the promises you extract, he said, his voice low. Do you know what contract you have just entered? I know exactly what I'm doing, she said, her eyes narrowing. Do you? He asked. Because you have just agreed to spend every night in my bed for the next 3 weeks. I will hold you to that. I know that, Majnun, she said, softer this time. Just like I know how that will hold no temptation for you. You might even have to kiss me on occasion, simply to prove that I am who you say I am. But that means nothing. Remember? She slid down from the bed and made her way to the door. Happy birthday, Majnun, she said, as the door closed. Sleep well.
He did not sleep at all that night. 40. Hypnos. Hypnos walked briskly down the halls of Erebus. It was freezing outside, and the fires had been banked for the night, which meant that it was bound to be a chilly reception for the matriarch of House Kor. Her fur stole was wound tightly around her body. If she hadn't bothered to take it off, then that meant it would only be a short visit.
"Why did you come here at this hour?"
he asked tiredly. If she was offended with his lack of decorum, she did not show it.
"The winter conclave is nearly upon us." "Hilariously, madame, I do own a calendar."
She licked her lips, her eyes darting to the door.
"Your friend, Monsieur Montagnier Alary. Are you quite certain he will not ask for us to administer the 2 rings test?"
Hypnos frowned. Who could say for certain what occurred in Severan's head? Perhaps he would ask again. He had refused out of grief, but perhaps with enough time, he would think that his own inheritance might be worth it.
"I can't say for certain."
The matriarch closed her eyes.
"Make sure he doesn't ask. At least, not until he's helped the Order find the Fallen House." "What aren't you telling me?"
She hesitated, and then began haltingly.
"We administered the 2 rings test on him when the former patriarch of House Vant was killed in that fire. I already knew that, and everyone knows those results were falsified." "They weren't."
Hypnos paused.
"What are you saying?" "I'm saying that he's not the blood heir of House Vant, and he must never know."